Hey guys, what's up? So today, we are featuring Novaria, the Star Rebel. Novaria is the daughter of an astral artificer from the celestial haven of Stargate Valley. She possesses a solitary nature, formidable strength, and a pure heart that radiates compassion. However, the same stars that are the source of her power are also responsible for the calamities that have befallen her family and stripped away her freedom. Shackled by astral rings, Novaria broke free using the power that she desperately hid in her early years. Her new goal is to complete the Star Atlas and with it, unlock the secrets of the stars. Hero skills. Novaria is an artillery mage with burst potential and support capabilities. First skill, Astral Meteor. Novaria uses her first skill to continuously deal magic damage and gradually slow down the enemies in a designated area. Second skill, Astral Recall. In the first stage, she enters Astral State and then draws an Astral Spear towards her from a distance, slowing enemies along the way. While in this state, Novaria moves faster and can pass through terrains. Upon catching the Astral Spear, her second skill changes to Star Shatter. Second skill, Star Shatter. Novaria can launch the spear, detonating upon impact with the first hero it hits. The damage can increase based on the sphere's travel distance, and it starts where the spear is summoned. Ultimate, Astral Echo. Novaria scatters Astral Echo in a direction to briefly slow and increase the hitbox of enemy heroes by 250%, and they will also become visible for 8 seconds, revealing the surrounding area. Passive skill, Star Trail. With the power of stars, all of Novaria's skills can reveal the location of enemy heroes. Pro tips. At the beginning of the game, start by leveling up her first skill to quickly clear the first wave of minions. After that, prioritize her second skill and ultimate whenever possible, since her second skill is her primary source of damage. Although her first skill is mainly used for clearing minions, it should be given less priority compared to the other skills. To maximize the damage of her second skill, you'd want to move away from where the spear is summoned. By doing so, you gain more stacks to increase its damage. Remember, the travel distance starts from where you first summoned the spear. Her second skill has a long-range feature, providing a safe way to check bushes for lurking enemies. Moreover, the spear briefly detects hidden enemies if it passes through a bush where
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Cyberpunk Qualifiers Day 1, the Season 3 opener for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, partnered up with some amazing individuals, 32 teams competing for an amazing cash prize. As we bounce over to the schedule, we have officially partnered up with Raz and Outplay. That's right, Raz, an amazing individual who's put a lot of cash in the pot alongside Outplay for a total of $1,000 with the Mlsa staff. Also, Moonton chipping in with the amazing diamond prize of 100,000 diamonds that is going to be going out split between all of the top 16 teams from the top 32. My name is Weezy, and I appreciate everybody tuning in. It definitely makes us happy from the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy to open up our doors with a banger, with an amazing tournament, to see some of the top of the line talent in North America going head to head prior to the NACT fall season. We're going to be able to see exactly what our region has to handle. There's a lot of big names on the table, and speaking of big names, I'm not all by myself on this. We have an amazing caster's desk to paint that perfect picture. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, Coach Deku in the building to join me on this amazing series that we're going to be seeing today, right? We're going to be looking at 16 teams out of the 32 teams competing, 8 matches, all of them best of ones, big names on the board. Deku, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good, man. It's been long overdue for Mlsa to pump out another tournament, to give our team something to grind a little harder for in between that NACT vibe. So definitely excited to get this underway, Weezy.
Yeah, I'm excited to get it on the way. Both of these teams ready to go head to head. First on the table, we have the Vanguard up against To Be Determined, and let's not waste any more time. Let's go ahead and jump into the draft. There we go, into the draft. We are, as I'm kind of hidden for some reason, I got the Natalia buff. Both of these teams ready to go head to head. I can't see where it goes, but while we're fixing this out, man, anything about the Vanguard and also To Be Determined that you know about? I'm pretty sure you've seen these two compete prior.
What's your command? Your team is
I'm not really sure with To Be Determined. I do believe they played recently. Vanguard is one of the teams I'm a little more aware of, right? Have actually won against them in some of the scrims. Exio seems, their coach Exio, as you will, has been doing a pretty decent job, it seems, right, with this new crew of his. So I'm excited to see what they kind of pull out here. He has some of the old flavor that he's had from previous rosters as far as his style, but it looks like he's added in a little bit more this time. So looking to see how the progression is and where exactly it takes them up against To Be Determined, which will be to be determined.
Yeah, living up to the name right there, and I'm definitely excited to see what they bring to the table. We always say one of the biggest things that we want to see is exactly what these teams have in store for us. Have they been prepping on the off season? Have they been prepping during the NACT spring season exactly? And we're going to get a little bit of a taste of exactly where North America's sitting currently compared to other regions. I mean, we've seen Outplay and MSC. Unfortunately, they got sent home a little earlier than we would have expected, but the party doesn't stop there as the Mlsa sits strong. Both these teams still in the draft right now. We appreciate everybody tuning in through YouTube and also live on Twitch, as we've officially transformed over to Twitch as well. So
nice.
Definitely appreciate everybody across the world tuning in. And now, speaking about tuning in, let's go ahead and jump back over to the draft.
And looking at it, man, Vanguard banning out heavy on the assassins. They've taken care of the Fanny, which is pretty normal on the competitive scene, but they've also banned out the tanks a lot. So it looks like they're not looking to deal with a lot of high mobility and hard to lock on targets for their composition here today.
Yeah, you're already seeing that Fanny locked out, that Lancelot, the double assassin ban from the Vanguard. Looking at TBD, the Joy, and the Faramis. I mean, you know, watching MSC, watching the group stages, there's been a lot of surprises out there, man. We've been seeing the Bane come back alive in the jungle, right? Maybe we'll see that in Mlsa Season 3, because it hasn't happened yet.
Right. And Bane has been one of the rising picks, honestly. He's been incredible right now, right? He kind of went from no man's land back to on that high prio. And I'm not going to say one of these teams will pull it out, but in the scrims, with a lot of these teams, I'm sure a lot of them can attest to that, Bane has been popping up a lot, more so even than the Alpha, which I thought would be more present. But speaking of presence, Novaria had got locked in from Vanguard, Wheezy. So TBD offering up some heavy hitters over there for that first pick, and they're going to be looking to swing back here with those next two.
That's right. Already getting slowly through the ban phase in Novaria, right? Let's just put some emphasis on exactly what she creates when it comes to the drafting. She provides a little bit of draft pressure because she has that Astral Echo, right? She can provide that slow, which means you can top that off with something like an R-Lot, but it was banned out by the Vanguard. But it's still good because it increases the hitbox of whoever it hits, and it also gives vision inside of the bushes. So I kind of like having that slotted in, especially when it provides that slows down anybody by like 50% if they're hit with it as well. But the biggest thing about Novaria is that Astral Recall, man. Have you seen just how much range the Novaria has lately? I mean, she's a better sniper than Beatrix.
Definitely. And speaking of that, I would look right after this next pick from TBD, maybe to look to ban that out, because the Beatrix Novaria combination, the Novarix, as they've been calling it, is a very strong combination right now. So definitely something they might want to look to ban out. But something that's interesting enough is the Hayabusa that got picked up by TBD. Apparently, at least from overseas, the run of the town is apparently that Hayabusa is a pretty solid counter to the Novaria. So this is going to be my first time seeing that matchup, and we'll get to see if that's true.
You know, that's actually the first time I've heard about that, and now, you know, I'm kind of scratching my head, taking notes, and I'm just as interested as you are to see how this Hayabusa is going to run into the Novaria. I mean, if you kind of think about it in theory, right? Novaria, Astro Recall, Astro Echo can get the slow, can provide a lot of magic damage as well, but when you have the Hayabusa, the Quad Shadow, he can definitely close that distance and use the Luigi Shadow Kill to possibly take her down. I'm assuming that's a possible way to do it, but we got to keep in mind Novaria is a possible mid lane. Could be slotted as the roam, but typically we see it in the mid position, and then they flex a hard CC roam to top it off. So I really wonder how it's going to play into things. As looking at the draft, something else that walked through, the Badong. Man, we've been seeing this over inside of MSC, specifically from a team.
RSG.
Yeah, RSG as well. And also Diablo, I believe, pulled him out of their respect ban. And yeah, Diablo.
RSG Diablo.
And to see that correlate over to North America just shows you that we're also scaling with the other regions.
Absolutely, it's insane. But speaking of scaling here, right? I was talking about maybe they could ban out the Beatrix, but on top of that as well, Franco is open, and so is the Beatrix. Two picks that could beautifully end this draft off for Vanguard. You get that suppression to lock down that Hayabusa, but you also get that presence from Beatrix that gets amplified with that 2.5 hitbox. We've seen the damage it can do when you combine that Novarix, but they're going to take the Beatrix. They're going to deny pick here. They're not going to let Vanguard pick that up, Weezy.
Yeah, you know, one of the coolest things I think I've seen in MSC 2023 was a Novaria and a Beatrix snipe combination, man. Lining it up at the same time, it will literally burst down even the beefiest person. But to see that Beatrix picked up by TBD, definitely, like you said, wants to deny that synergy composition that Vanguard was trying to pull off. Still some marksmen on the table they can pull from, but something that TBD does have at their disposal is the Valentina, the IMU. You're looking at what Valentina can profit off of for the Vanguard, and so far, it's looking good. You got Novaria with the Astro Recall. You've got Lolita now, as that's been slotted in, and then you also have Yuzong with the Way of the Dragon. But you know what they always say? You either don't pick anybody that Valentina can profit on, or you pick everybody that Valentina can profit on to overwhelm her.
You know, I like that saying, actually, because that is definitely one of the ways to handle that Valentina matchup, right? You overload it with the utility. You have to think twice about that. So definitely a good idea there. But speaking of, now that's a great pickup, the Minotaur. When you're looking over at Vanguard's composition, they're going to look to dive. You have the Yuzong, you have the Claw, the Lolita trying to set up with that bonker blast is what I'm going to start calling it now. Looking for those big sets. But with the Minotaur, he's so good at the counter engage, right? The Minoan Fury has that anti-CC, and then you get that large AoE effect, the largest AoE effect in the game, actually. You get one, you get the follow-up with the S1 for the additional knockup, and now you're talking about turning the tide of a fight. Great pickup from the side of TBD.
You know, and it's funny that you mentioned the Minotaur, right? Minotaur, another hero that's been on the rise. One of the most picked roams in MSC. I mean, we've seen Venus dominate twice in a row. And as we are making our way into the game, we are looking at V6, the Vanguard, led by Exio, going up against 2B Determined. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this is a best of one. This is the qualifiers. Day one, 16 teams between today and tomorrow will be going home. Today, 16 teams competing, 8 will be going home. And now, proud to say, we are slowly making our way to the first match of the Cyberpunk Tournament, the Season 3 opener tournament, partnered with Raz. Here we go.
That's right, Wheezy opening it up. Vanguard and 2B Determined. Game 1, Series 1 for a best of one. A lot of ones going on, but only one team can move on here today, Wheezy.
That's right. Only teams with the highest merit, teams with the highest drive will be able to strive through, as we have 32 teams. This is the biggest tournament that we have ever done in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. The last one, we had 16 teams. We had a 50,000 diamond cash diamond pool, and then we also had about $750. Now, you know, we're sitting at $1,000 and 100,000 diamonds, and 16 out of the 32 teams able to claim a reward.
That's right. Everyone that advances after today is going to get a little piece of that potluck there for that gold, or not gold, but diamonds there. Maybe looking for some gold there if you're able to get that cash prize. We'll count that as a gold. But looking at both of these teams, they're starting up on those, or trailing through those orange camps here. I definitely want to see how the rotations are going to go, right? Because we've seen a lot of adjustments from teams starting out in those XP lanes or rotating there before that first objective for the turtle, whether they're going to look to babysit the marksman, whether they skip out on the first objective. It's going to be interesting to see. I think both of these teams have a very good opportunity to trade it out on the first neutral objective. So I kind of want to see the 50-50 battle here in between the Lolita with 4 and in between Minotaur with 4. I feel like whichever one can be more precise, right, more accurate with those big AoE effects is the team that's going to be able to come out on top, not just for that neutral objective, but for the game in general.
That's right. We want to see who can take the advantage of the early game, who will be the one to wear the shoes in this match. As we were looking at both teams, looking at the Hayabusa, we asked the question, how does he slot in to the Novaria to counter it? Will it work out in TBD's favor, or are we going to see Novaria, one of the highest banned heroes, pave the way for the Vanguard? This, like I said, looking at the Bedang, though, this is an interesting pick. It's recently been being banned out in MSC, and to see this walk through, how do you kind of feel about the Bedang so far?
You know, obviously it's proven, right? When you have the mastery, when it's there, it is one of the hardest picks to be able to deal with. I mean, we saw that in RSG in their follow-up match when they went up against BurnX Flash. It was banned out both matches in a row to go ahead and shut them down. But look at this here, Wheezy.
That's right, a yin-yang, 2 Black Dragons circling around each other, but you are going to see the first turtle go down right now. The Vanguard able to secure that. No members falling from either side, but the first objective going to the Vanguard.
And, you know, obviously to be determined and not able to pick that up, but I like that they didn't try to force it. A lot of teams, even though they're in a losing positioning right around that turtle, they like to still go for the fight there afterwards. But to be determined, very smart, knows that first turtle isn't the end-all, be-all of the game. And that's why right now, only behind about 100. Actually, no, they're, yeah, a little bit behind in gold, but not even more than 100 here. So a good call from them to play it slow, play it calm, and go play for that gold lane down there, Wheezy.
That's right, playing for the gold lane. You are seeing Venice Rage go down. Oh my goodness!
Nice.
First blood has been drawn with a sniper. It looks could kill, literally living up to the name as they do kill. An amazing shot from a mile away takes down Exio. Fight still on the way though. Baby Blaze is gonna find Kane. Sloan is gonna take down Leo. That is gonna be 2-1 trade. Vanguard leading the way.
That was 2 big snipes. We saw the shot come out from the Beatrix, but also from Sloan on this Novaria. So this could be a battle of snipers and not just a battle of sets here in between To Be Determined and the Vanguard. It's going to be really interesting to see. But Hayabusa, he has his eyes on Foop here.
That's right, has his eyes on Foop, trying to strip off some of the gold on the top side, but may have costed him his life. Uji Shadow Kill goes in, uses the Retribution, but the knock-up from the Furious Dive, putting him on a trampoline, and looks like Foop is going to be able to get out of there.
And you know what? That's not bad, though. They're able to force him on a back not too long before this turtle comes up. Baudane's going to be able to strip some gold plating there after he took that early death, so able to bounce back, but...
Yeah, big play possibly on the way. Leo, taken very low, is going to make his way back to his side of the jungle. Not able to fall, 2-1, still a low kill game. Oh my goodness, just look at the range from Sloan on the Novaria, trying to steal the purple buff. And we call that, you know, like MSC terms, Grand Theft Purple, but it looks like he was not able to pull it off.
Absolutely not able to pull it off, but that's just the pressure, right, from the Novaria pick that you can put out there. It's not just the vision, it's the threat of taking those neutral objectives in a very sneaky way. But speaking of vision, they've already alerted Vanguard to the front line of To Be Determined.
And Anjing Will is going to go ahead and claim the turtle yet again for the Vanguard. 2 neutral objectives in their favor. And the funny thing about this, right, this is 2 turtles that we've seen taken without anybody falling. It's just easy objectives so far for the Vanguard, and we need to see To Be Determined finding a trade.
You know, it seems the first hurdle, right, they realized they were a little out of position. Second one, I feel like you should know at this point, maybe you don't have the best composition for these early neutral back and forths, but maybe a little bit more presence on the gold lane. Last time they went down there, they came out on the back end of the trade, right, 2-1 into the favor of Vanguard. But at that point, While they're up at Turtle, they would have had a great chance to make a play. Speaking of making a play, though, Minoan Fury gets wasted there, Wheezy, not able to find the mark. So now I wonder, do we see a re-engage from Baby Blaze?
And there goes Numion Blast with the respawn from the IMU from Marvy!
Oh!
A double stun! If looks get killed, trying to connect with the sniper, but unable to hit the mark. But man, a lot of utility burnt there. Nobody falling from either side. Even though we're seeing the aggressive plays, I'm just shocked that nobody has fallen to them.
Yeah, man, all this AoE, but we're not finding even one target, but maybe a target here in the mid. There is a bit of a skirmish, but no one's really going to commit too hard. Will gets caught up by a Terrify, but like you said, no one's really been falling. It's a very slow game, at least to North American standards. Normally, someone has snowballed at this point. Someone has made too many mistakes to overcome, but to be determined not to fall behind too far, even with losing out on both neutrals. But they have to be careful. Vanguard is now going to be starting to look to focus on this gold lane a bit, especially since they already have a lead on neutral objectives here.
That's right. The Vanguard having a nice and early start. Even though the kills are not high, the objectives are in their favor, and that may be what they need to take this pace. But to be determined, finding a kill, you are going to see Hayabusa rush in and take down Sloan in the mid lane. Novaria has fallen, and they're going to even out the scoreboard 2-2.
They do even it out here. 2-2, Turtle up. Sloan is missing. This might be a good time because the last two takes, that vision from Novaria has been revealing the positioning from the to be determined right now, and they're going to respond with the IMU here, Wheezy.
Yeah, going to respond with the IMU. Turtle at about a quarter of HP, looking really good for to be determined, but Angie will with the steal, claims the third turtle, but who will fall? Kane is going to take down Angie Will in that amazing turtle steal. Going to make him pay. Foop is going to find Marvy, though. A response for both sides of the table. Can they get another Foop on the chase? On the Furious Dive on the way, but Novaria with the Astral Recall is going to secure the kill, is going to take down Hayabusa 4-3. And again, another turtle going to the Vanguard.
That's right, another turtle indeed. And right now we're seeing the pressure that Novaria is back into that fight. Anjing Will somehow, some way able to pick up that neutral objective, even with the odds against him. Sloan joins the fight, picks up a kill with Novaria, courtesy of that long-range sniping. It's just, it's so much pressure, man. Even when she's not on the battlefield, she's still there, right? Gets back to the fight in time to contribute to the Vanguard's attempt to take over this match on to be determined. They've increased their gold lead by 1K now, so they're sitting a little comfortably now. They still need to be able to pick up these towers. Neither team, or no, Vanguard has won so far in the mid lane, and that's honestly really huge because now you're talking about on a Hayabusa, invades are now a little more critical to the side of Vanguard, especially with Novaria. They have so much vision. They're able to control a huge chunk of the map. It puts pressure on those outer turrets as well because there's not going to be much safety or the cavalry coming from mid lane. There's nowhere safe to traverse through the jungle, at least not on the front end in front of those cyclones. They're going to have to look for a deep route around, and that's where a lot of things can go wrong for these outer lanes.
Speaking of things going wrong, the fist crack going out to Exio, gonna use the BMI to get out of it, and Baby Blaze rushes in for the stun, but in the mid lane, you are seeing some pressure from to be determined, trying to even out the map. You mentioned losing that first turret. That is huge when it comes to having the map advantage to be able to invade the enemy jungle, but on the bottom side, though, you are gonna see Foop find his way in and take down Beatrix, the marksman, for to be determined.
You know, we were where Beatrix was not, ended up taking a nasty spill there, and that is not good right now. The Beatrix sitting at 1-1 needs to be able to keep up, though. Exio already other side of the map, creating pressure. The tower falls now. And speaking of pressure, Exio just locked in that second item, so he's definitely looking to spike here. He has 2 of the 3 core items. Vanguard on good pace to be able to outplay to be determined here.
Yeah, in a very good position. The Vanguard having the aggressive play style, and the zone is for the Lord Pit. Anjing Will is going to secure that objective. That is every single neutral objective so far in the jungle going into the palms of the Vanguard. To be determined. Not able to find any answers so far. The map is definitely bleeding blue, and so are the objectives. We need to find a response for them fast, or they're going to have a hard time digging themselves out of this hole.
You know, it's going to be really rough because as this game goes on, it really escapes the favor to be determined. Already with the Assassin jungle, never really had an advantage in this game, which is exactly what you need from the Hayabusa. But not just that, with this ambush composition up against Novaria, they never have much room to play on the conceal strat here. They're always revealed. But speaking of reveal, Vanguard calling the bluff, and here comes Foop.
Huge Numion Blast for the double set. Foop takes down Leo. Foop takes down Kane for the double. trying to put some pressure into the mid lane. You are going to see the turret on the top side, though. Tier 2 is going to fall. Another objective for the Vanguard. Slowly inching their way up. Sloan going to find Hayabusa as he tries to rush in to clear the minions with the Ouija Shadow Kill, but a little too late.
And you know, Foop has been in the midst of just about everything. 5 KP out of the 8 kills from Vanguard. Needless to say, he's been there for over half of the engagements, and he's profited on half of the kills here. It really makes you wonder what the Foop is going on right now, as the XP laner for Vanguard has came up in a huge way on the killing spree YZ for Vanguard. To be determined, don't have a lot of answers right now as Exio finds a tier 2 on the bot side. They are definitely losing a lot of control on the map. Right now, Weezy, it's 6-0 as far as towers go. We were talking about them playing passive, but we still have to talk about when do they find the trade? When do they find the response? Because right now, they're walking around empty-handed, and Vanguard is loading up, trying to end this game as we cross about the 11.5-minute mark.
Yeah, Vanguard looking for that early finish, and the way that things have stacked up for them in this game, they may be able to pull it off. That 11-minute mark, we are looking at right now, like you mentioned, no objectives going into the hands of to be determined. No turtles, no lords, and no turrets, as the Vanguard is sitting strong with every single one of them. And this is exactly where you want to be for an early finish. And now all the Vanguard really has to do is put some pressure on the map, wave management, and take advantage of this next neutral objective. But let's kind of rewind back and look at to be determined and what they need to do to kind of get themselves out of this situation. They need to play passively, wait to strike, and wait for the mistake from the Vanguard. Wait for somebody to be overly aggressive. Oftentimes, we see teams that have this huge advantage be overly aggressive and overconfident, and usually that's what helps the opposing side that is in the deficit turn it around.
You know, speaking of turning around here, it looks like to be determined. It feels like they can't figure out which way to look. I've been staring at Vanguard's positioning here, and Foop and Exio have just been micromanaging these waves here meticulously. And Exio's able to send it in at the right time as Lord spawns in, and every member almost from To Be Determined is responding to it. This is going to be a free Lord pickup for Vanguard in a game unlike most of the matches we get in NA. It's 4 minutes and there is kills. That's almost unheard of in North America, Weezy. They're just playing the macro so well. It's almost a clinical game on how to get it done in these competitive matches.
Yeah, you can definitely tell the Vanguard came into this game with one mission and one mission only: dominate. And that is what they have been doing so far. I mean, this is a very hard situation for To Be Determined. When you don't have any turrets at your disposal, you can't push out, you don't have any outer protection. And especially with the advantage of the gold lead, you're looking at the Vanguard leading about 8,000 gold with the Luminous Lord making his way down the mid lane, and lanes being synced, as you are going to see Exio on the bottom side and also Foop on the top side. And it looks like they're going to push in to try and crack open the space for a possible early finish. Black Dragon rushes in. Neoman blast from Blaze, flips to the side for the stun, and Blaze secures a kill, finds Leo. Fishcrack going out, Exio is going to find a turret. If looks to kill, takes down Anjing Will. One member falling for the Vanguard, but the base has opened up. The Lord making his way into the Nexus. Foop takes the last inhibitor. Kane is going to fall to Sloan. Killing spree being activated by the Novaria. Nemeon blasting the IMU. Sloan picking up another, is going to find Hayabusa. Blaze is going to find a Blitz can kill, takes out the back line. And that is all she wrote as the Vanguard claims victorious. And it moves on to the top 16 against To Be Determined.
Victory!
And just like that, Weezy, we kick off the day with a banger. Vanguard will be the first team advancing on, like you said, the top 16, and have already confirmed themselves to get a little bit of a participation trophy in this Mlsa Cyberpunk Tournament for Season 3, the grand opener. And what a grand opening to the tournament, man. But speaking of that, we're looking at the statistics, and something that has to be pointed out, and something I feel like they should have done their research on, is Baby D Blaze. Nothing baby about him. Grown man status on the Lolita. Picks up the MVP. Him and Foop were game changers, man. Opening up with the Black Dragon coming in from one side. Numium Blast, the Bonker Blaster from the opposite opposing side. Too many angles to deal with and not enough answers to solve it. And that's what's going to lead us here to that 12-4. Almost good stomping from Vanguard, Weezy.
Yeah, that's what we call a one-sided story. Honestly, very hard to deal with. They just had all the answers to the test and they came prepared. You didn't see the same story for To Be Determined, but like we said, this is a battle of the greats in North America. We have a lot of heavy-hitting teams. We mentioned the Vanguard, a team spearheaded by Exio, the coach for their team. One of the few teams who actually has a coach, and it just shows you how much of a difference it can make. But man, guys, that is just game one. How you feeling, Deku?
I'm feeling good. I mean, if that's the type of matches we're gonna get, I'm excited. Obviously, high kill games can be very exciting, but seeing Macro pulled off almost flawlessly, I feel like it's pretty much on par. And like you said, the effect of having a coach is definitely showing for Vanguard. It's definitely paying off. And I'm hoping a lot of teams take note of that and start to get some of that staffing behind them, because it's critical once you get to the competitive scene.
Yeah, it's definitely critical. And speaking of the competitive scene, the next match of the day on the way. Aggravate one's up against Game of Phones. So definitely don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, as we'll be jumping into that second match here momentarily.
I've been mortified, 45, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them niggas slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war. Tell that nigga he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, now niggas doing dope lines. Don't run into the cops, that's a big exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now it sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to dodge shells before it landing our tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo. I've been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, it been scheming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black. Genius, everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience. Speak about some girls or some money or some diamonds or something. I'm not telling you to rap, not to rap how you rap, but make something we can vibe to.
Sounding like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think I answer. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Unless the bitch is my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a limp. I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, Tell them other nips, I'm the nip. I'm the man in the city, and my bank account bigger, and my body count bigger. That's without a doubt. I'm 100 steps ahead, that's a lot of mouth. That's a lot of clout. What you all about? What your dollar amount? You a boy scout. Yeah, I'm a big dog. Tell the truth, I don't get y'all this shit. Sound corny, turn this shit off, bro. I can't rap how everybody else rap, bro. Everybody talking about hoe, cars, clothes, chains, and money. That shit corny as fuck, bro. Oh God, I don't want to rap about that corny ass shit.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the oh well. Need 100 milli on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Got 5 on it.
I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. Too easy. It's too easy. I've been there, done it, seen it. Boy, all that like Keenan. Still got crack, they fiendin'. Flow still hot like Phoenix. Shine so bright, I'm gleaming. This off top, I'm tweaking. Fresh out the rat like Neiman. And I'm still tryna fight my demons. Cause we all gotta act like Tina. That's why I gotta ride with the Nina. Outside, it's a war going on. Maybe put my hands on my head like the Macarena. They want you walking on board like Kima. And give an F to you like John Cena. Putting blood on the brand new Beamer. Tryna earn 8 stripes like Adidas. You get cold when you ride with the heater. It'll turn you to a dog like a keto. And expose to a cat like a cheetah. They smoke my partner like reefer. Dímelo porque yo no entiendo. Mi gente must really need Jesus. They shed real blood. I never seen the crypt and I believe it. It's too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. It's too easy. I've been there, done it, seen it. Y'all just talk, don't live it. And just took that route that's seen it. I'm so outspoken like Reason. Jimmy Neutron, boy, young G's. And I'm a self-made man out of Sweden. And it's still off top, I'm tweaking. But I still gotta fight my demons. I ain't no good, I'm evil. I ain't been clean since Eden. It's a war going on outside. Make you put your hands on your head like the Macarena. That's why I gotta watch my demeanor. You know they locking up blacks and Latinos. It's the same old game, ain't nothing really changed but the mileage on the meter of the Beamer. You get cold when you ride with the heater. It'll turn you to a dog like a keto. And expose to a cat like a cheetah. They smoke my partner like reefer. Dímelo porque yo no entiendo. Mi gente must really need Jesus. They shed real blood. I never seen the crypt and I believe it. It's too easy. Too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. I can do this with my eyes closed.
Money when I'm bored. Watch the money hit the floor. Make it rain, make it pour. I count money when I'm bored. Watch the money hit the floor. Make it rain, make it pour. In my house, don't need no floor. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the. It's just me and the fam. Yeah, yeah. It's just me and the fam. See my little Tay-Tay, that's my hype girl, that's my mascot. Little ones go for hours and some hours till we pass out. Stay inside the house, turned up with them racks out. Stay inside the house, turned up with the racks out. Wow. If I got it, they got it. Family strong, they solid. For them empty my pockets. If I got it, we got it. Foundation been solid. Taking off like a rocket. Yeah. I count money when I'm bored. Watch the money hit the floor. Make it rain, make it pour. In my House don't need no tour. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the. It's just me and the fam. Yeah, yeah. It's just me and the fam. Yeah, I love you, you too. Yeah, I love you too. I love you too. Family so lit, they say we should make a YouTube, but we don't do that.
Skill and ultimate whenever possible, since her second skill is her primary source of damage. Although her first skill is mainly used for clearing minions, it should be given less priority compared to the other skills. To maximize the damage of her second skill, you'd want to move away from where the spear is summoned. By doing so, you gain more stacks to increase its damage. Remember, the travel distance starts from where you first summoned the spear. Her second skill has a long-range feature, providing a safe way to check bushes for lurking enemies. Moreover, the spear briefly detects hidden enemies if it passes through a bush where they are hiding, making it an excellent tool for reconnaissance. As soon as Novaria casts her second skill, she gains the ability to move through terrains. Use this advantage to maximize the travel time for the spear to fly toward her, then launch it from the longest distance possible. Novaria's ultimate gives her extra vision, allowing her to hit enemies with her second skill from a distance. And because of the increased hitbox, it makes it easier to hit her targets. Her second skill upon entering the astral state provides a movement speed boost that can further be enhanced by 60% if you pass through a wall. Because of her astral state, you can move outside the walls to evade those fast-moving enemies. You can use her second skill to check multiple bushes in the jungle area, giving you a tactical advantage over your opponents. Laning phase. To gain an advantage during the laning phase, use your first skill to slow down the enemy, then activate your second skill while retreating. Position as far as you can before triggering your second skill to deal the highest possible damage. Her first skill is good for clearing minions fast as it deals HP-based damage. You can win the lane by using her range advantage. Target the enemy hero to make them recall to their base, which eventually delays their farming. Team fights. When in team fights, use her second skill first, followed by her ultimate to provide vision. Maintain your distance as far as possible, and then launch your second skill again. Try to get a clear path to your primary target because enemy heroes and summons can block her second skill. When you suspect the enemy team is rushing the Lord, use the ultimate to gain vision on that area. Take advantage of the vision and decide whether to initiate the team fights. There is a brief slow effect on her ultimate, making it a good chasing skill when the enemies are escaping. Tactics. Novaria's mobility and incredible attack range makes her a formidable ranged mage. As early as level 2, she has the ability to roam and provide support to teammates or disrupt the enemy jungler while maintaining distance. And because her second skill allows her to pass through walls and provides a zoom out view, this makes it easier to navigate in and out of jungle areas. Because of the long range, you can gain the advantage of lowering the enemy's HP before the team fight even starts. Watch out for those low HP enemies that are trying to recall after a team fight. You can clear minions faster by combining her first and second skill, giving you more time to support your allies. In the late game, Novaria should roam around the battlefield looking to hit enemy heroes from unexpected angles. In this stage of the game, you should focus on sniping enemies on the back or those core damage dealers to destroy the formation and win the fight. Build. There are two distinct build paths to consider when playing Novaria. The first is a utility mage build, emphasizing cooldown reduction and additional damage from Glowing Wand. Remember, her skills are HP based, which means she can still deal decent damage even with a low magic power build. The second build focuses on burst damage, prioritizing Clock of Destiny and Lightning Truncheon. With this build, she can easily eliminate half of a squishy hero's HP with a single skill in the late game. For added sniping abilities, Flame Shot is recommended, while Flicker is a good option when facing highly mobile opponents. Counter. When fighting Novaria, you have to watch out for her long-distance damage. You can avoid it by dashing or doing unpredictable movements. Athena's shield is a great counter against her damage. The protection it gives almost has the same cooldown as her second skill. Novaria is an easy target after her astral state. Wait until she uses the skill to attack because she'll have limited mobility after that. Synergies. She's a valuable teammate for allies who require precise targeting due to her ability to enlarge enemy hitboxes. Examples are Franco Sook, Selena's Abyssal Arrow, and Beatrix's Sniper Mode. All of them require accurate aim, and with the help of Astral Echo, hitting enemies will become easier. And that's it for our hero Novaria. So what can you say about her skills? Share it in the comment section. That's all for this video. Stay safe and thank you for watching.
The basics are the base! They gotta stop him! They gotta stop him! That player, Immortality pops, Horde able to find Yato. Joybot's getting pointed out.
Direction with electrifying beats, takes down best player. Basic on take down team. Joybot, Rosen and ISO, fight Basic. Here we go.
Work, but ISO now. Oh, that's a big jump. He lands. Best player on the run for the first time. OP. I don't want to get the move. Takes it to the make of time. Down goes Mlsa.
Joybot's getting dangerously. Oh!
Another hook. This is bad. It comes to Colt Altar though. Yato able to save the day. Shark. But wait, the rest of OP's here. You walk right into him and down you go.
Oh, I think MLBB and mobile esports can clearly be the #1 opportunity for kids to enjoy, play, learn, have fun, and find futures for themselves.
Sometimes I hunt for the storm just to weather it. Prefer them deadly than challenge accepted. And don't get too friendly, my motives are treacherous. There's a thin line between pain and what pleasure is. And on that thin line is me leaving them breathless. Make them aware it's their moment of reckoning. Used to be less of a wreck, now I'm reckless. I'm the best and I still get the best of them. Hold up. Always been the one that got them heroin. Still get a little bloodlust every now and then. Beckoning, follow him, or fall to him like they all do. I follow my own guidance. I follow my own guidance. Still woke up and chose violence. When I talk, they all silent.
NASEF's vision is to give all students an opportunity to learn about career pathways that they can have in esports. For some, it's being an elite gamer, playing games like MLBB. For others, it's casters, it's streamers, shoutcasters, all these different career opportunities. And so that's what NASEF is doing, is providing career pathways and opportunities for all these students.
You know, we don't in the United States, in North America, play mobile games. And it really is, when we traveled around the world, that's what everyone plays. So if we're gonna compete and we're gonna give kids the same opportunities everywhere else in the world, they're gonna learn how to do it. And there's nothing like MLBB. It is the best in the world.
I'm feeling a little bit dangerous, and they're looking a little bit anxious. If I'm laughing while I'm swelling in my fingers, it's only a warning that you can't just walk up to me, talking to me. Ain't no telling my reaction, I could black out. This is such an experience, and it's always one I wanna max out.
Defy the odds, and they're well on their way of doing it down the mid.
The Nubian flicker. Yato makes the play. They're gonna try to close it in. Shark wants to return though. Joybot, Immortality pops. They don't have the minion just yet. They got two. ISO gonna lock in. Can he do it? 50%. 30. No, wait. Two more hits. Just finish it. ISO can't quite do it.
I'm ready for anything. Everything. Everything. I swear I'm ready for anything. Bring it on. It's not enough. Baby, I'm ready for everything. 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 Tell them I'm ready for anything.
Southeast Asia have been the conquerors of the Land of Dawn. But now, new competitors have arisen, hungry to vanquish C's dominance. 12 teams will come to battle. Only one can be champion. In this MSC, the 12 qualified teams compete in 2 stages. First, the group stage, and then the knockout stage. The group stage starts with a draw. The champions of MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, MPL Malaysia, and MSC 2023 Myanmar qualifier are placed in Pool 1. All other competing teams are placed in Pool 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, officially on the Cyberpunk Tournament, the Season 3 tournament, partnered up with Raz and Outplay, and also Mobile Legends Bang Bang Moonton, to give you guys a $1,000 cash prize to the #1 team out of 32 teams competing, and also 100,000 diamonds. Now, this first match was already completed, and now on to our second match between 16 teams of the top 32, competing it out for a top 16 position. The next teams on the board, we have Aggravate Ones versus Game of Thrones, and joined on us for the desk, we have an amazing caster, or pair of casters, to paint that perfect picture. That's right, we got Coach Deku and Master Rim in the building. How you guys doing?
Feeling good, and we're definitely going to paint that perfect picture, Wheezy. I'm Coach Deku, aka Bob Ross, and that's Master Rim, aka Vincent Van Gogh, and we're going to be painting that perfect picture, man.
And I'm doing great, you know. I got to pull out the glasses. Shouts to Deku, he said with the glasses, it's Master Rim, and without it, it's Rim. So next game, y'all gonna see Rim cast.
And speaking of casting, both of these teams ready to go head-to-head in this best of 1. Let's go ahead and jump into the drafts.
There we are, Rim. Right where you belong, on the caster desk, Game 2, Day 1 of the Season 3 Cyberpunk Tournament, brought to you by the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, Raz 2 Toxic Outplay, and a community of gamers.
Absolutely right. And speaking of gamers, both teams already getting into it, getting ready as we approach this draft here. Novaria, she was allowed in the previous game, right? And she performed quite well given all those utilities with the visions. However, Game of Thrones not gonna allow that same luxury for anyone, whether it's them or AO, right? So banning her out, very decent ban. And again, I mentioned to Wheezy some time ago, the priorities of EXP lane in the current meta. We see a lot of EXP laners being banned out here, and I think this export is not common, so it has to be a target ban. Do you have any information regarding that, Deku?
You know, honestly, I really don't. I don't have too much information on this Aggravate 1 roster, other than knowing that obviously our lovely staff member and sponsor for the tournament here, Raz 2 Toxic, is involved with the AO roster. But I do have to say, while I don't have too much information about the export, or maybe not too many questions or answers for it, the Novaria ban was very strange. I believe they had the first ban, right? So they're going to be getting the first pick and taking that off the board for themselves. Potentially leads me to believe maybe they're just not accustomed to either the Novaria pick, or they don't have anything set up right now. They're going for some very unusual. These seem very specific after the Novaria, right? The export, now the Mlsa, not really typical bans that we get to see. AO, though, is playing this very standard. The glue, the tanks a lot. They're taking things off that are proven in the meta. Very high win rates, very high in the prio. So it seems like we're going for meta and comfort on both opposite ends of the spectrum here.
And it's definitely going more towards the side of comfort, right? Locking in that Yi first pick when picks such as the Arlad, the Joy is still open, the Fredrin as well, and for that jungle position. And we've seen in MSC Outplay actually prioritizing this Yi pick, and we do know she's one of those mages that she has so much potential when it comes to team fights, but she's so easy to be countered, right? You need a really aggressive, initiative type of composition to really make this Eve work. And the response to that type of composition, especially when you lock in something like the Eve, a stationary mage at that, get some dive. Really focus on that back line. And we're looking at the side of Aggravate Ones. That's what they're going for, locking in this grab pick. It could be flexed into that EXP position or that roam position, but regardless of where it goes, Deku, it can get that job done of applying that pressure consistently. Now, something that's not consistent here in this draft, a Gato being locked in, and this is the first half of the draft. That is a Gato and a Fedrin. Chunky boys, I get it. I like the excitement, and man, I'm feeling it, right? He fits the Cyberpunk team with those skill sets. You know, he has the lightning and everything going in there. So I definitely like it. And again, I see the combo potential, especially with that real world manipulation, right? You pop that down, they're slow, they're locked in place with the mobilize, and then Gato just jumping on top of them from across the map, right? You just don't know. So I do like it. They have that additional pressure. They also have that pressure from the Fredrin when it comes to objectives. So I do like what they're going for. And again, the response, Esmeralda there being locked in for the side of Aggravate ones.
Yeah, it does get locked in to counter out pretty well up against that Eve there. We know how that works with the RWM, able to lease the shields with the Esmeralda. It does now reveal the pick for Grok. No longer going to be very surprising on Flex, although it still could go in some weird positions like the jungle, and this game is seeming to be set up for a weird one, so I guess we still could be waiting on that one. But for right now, I feel pretty certain that we're going to see Grok in that position 5 slot in the roam, and obviously Esmeralda playing in the EXP off to the side there. Moving into the second half of the bans, they're starting to target out some more mages. Feramis gets knocked out, right? Which is a little strange though, I figure, because with the Eve, you can actually beat that out pretty nicely. The Eve into the Feramis is the winning matchup, or it should be on paper for the Eve, so I'm not really sure why they would go to ban that one. I would look to ban out something like the Farsa in that combination that they have with the Grok and the Beatrix. All three of those picks really go hand in hand, right? So that's what I feel like they would target. And then they have the CC. You have the Walking Petrify with Fredrin, and now you got the Avatar Guardian here, Gatot, to be able to stack on CC. It'd be very hard for Feramis to play into this, so I feel like maybe that ban was a little wasted. But like we said, they're obviously, it seems they have an idea of banning out comforts. Maybe someone from AO is an amazing Feramis player, and they just don't want to let them get comfortable, don't want to let them get hot, and find a good lead here. But that final ban going to be coming out from the side of GOP here, Rem, and we're going to see potentially what we'll get from the side of AO.
Absolutely right, and I still think in terms of AO, there is still a lot of opportunity for flexing to be happening, right? That Esmeralda, she could go in that EXP lane, but she can also be run in that jungle. They do have Purify on her right now, but it could just be a little bit of a bait, right? But looking at what's locked in, that's gonna be a Selena, and a little bit of inside information. I overheard, allegedly, let's say allegedly, that they wanted to run the Selena in that roam position, right? So maybe that's potentially what we're gonna end up seeing here, or she is just gonna be standard in that mid lane, right? But something that's actually I do like recently, in recent times, especially after seeing it perform so well in MSC in terms of that late game, that Leslie pick, right? Going up against a lot of these tankiness coming in from the side of AO with the Esmeralda and that Grok, that's a lot of frontline. And once they can kind of play the slow game, that's the type of composition they have. And it's more so a snowball composition for the type of Game of Phones, right? As long as they can be a steady, take it easy in terms of these engagements that they make and really give Leslie the time to shine, that's where she's really gonna, you know, outshow her potential. And speaking of potential, both drafts has been completed. That's gonna be a Julian. So no, it's gonna be Julian in that jungle, as me, most likely in the EXP, Grok roam. So both compositions has been locked in. AO definitely going for more of that pick-off composition, Game of Phones, team fight oriented. I know you as well, Daku, we favor those team fight compositions. So who are you gonna give it to?
Honestly, GOP, it seems very strong here, but we're going to be heading over into the match. Going to be loading in, and honestly, like I said, GOP I feel like is the overwhelming favorite here. Yes, AO has a lot of early game aggression. You have the Grok, you have the Selena, and you also have the Julian. But like I pointed out with Weezy in the previous match that we saw, Minotaur offers a lot of re-engage with that Minoan Spirit, and now you have an Eve in the backside for that counter-engage with the real-world manipulation. Things could get dicey when they're looking for the all-in. It could easily be turned around. But speaking of turnaround, we're going to be looking forward into the game between Game of Phones taking on Aggravate Ones. And this could be a thriller in Manila here because from what I hear, Game of Phones is kind of the heavy-handed favorite. They have a lot of powerhouse players in their teams, but Aggravate Ones, we actually heard Raz stop by and let us know, keep your eyes open. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's what we're going to do. We're going to keep our eyes on this game and see how it will unfold.
Absolutely right. And looking at some of the matchups right now in terms of laning compositions here, we're seeing Esmeralda having an easier time up in that EXP lane against the Gato Kacha, right? Both of them have some sustainability, already forcing out that early flicker against Akari there. And that's kind of the risk you take when you do decide to run something a little unconventional, right? We're already seeing her going in, cutting those lanes and setting up for that first neutral objective. I do think Esmeralda is going to be able to have the upper edge when it comes to that early game rotations, and we're already seeing that being executed right in the bot lane though. Selena landing a stun on KL and Beatrix gonna secure that first blood, Deku.
Did pick up the kill there. And there goes that early game aggression that we're talking about. Aggravate 1 at least knows for right now they are definitely safe. No level 4 is unlocked for Game of Phone, so you're not going to get that window on Fury, not going to get that rule world manipulation. This first couple minutes here before that turtle spawns in is the best window of opportunity for them to get their foot through the door, get themselves out there and assert that dominance nice and early against Game of Phones and make them play from behind. That's what they need. So even if they do unlock those 4s, maybe don't have enough items, maybe don't have enough gold to be able to perform a successful re-engagement. Speaking of engage here,
we do see them kind of dancing around as this first neutral objective is about to spawn in. And what I like about this Selena pick, she's not really dependent on that level 4, right? Unlike the Eve, she needs that real manipulation. But Selena, even Black here on this Julian, they can successfully get their combos from level 3. And speaking of combos,
the contest, we saw Akari go in, but not able to find the mark. Black able to take down the turtle there. Arrow connects onto Yukio. He's in trouble. Needs to be able to escape, but Black won't let him go. They find the turtle, they find no hesitation at all, pulls the trigger and finds the mark. His Aggravate 1s, like we were talking about, finding the snowballing opportunities.
and they're not done, right? We're seeing a lot of aggression, and again, they can't afford to go this. We mentioned before in the draft, they have that pick-off composition, and we're seeing them having an easy time successfully getting these pick-offs, right? You have to give props to Lux on the Selena, landing these abyssal arrows, which is not easy to do, especially in this current meta, right? We're going up against a lot of mobility here, but Aggravate ones, they're playing into their win condition. Look at how low Nohesi is being able to just poke them down, and that's what they can afford to do with their composition, right? Having that pick-off composition, they have a lot of poke at their disposal as well. And speaking of landing some abyssal arrows here,
they're definitely landing arrows and landing on that damage like we were talking about. This aggression is paying off for them right now. Game of Phones, Rim? No, Game of Thrones, because winter is coming right now. Aggravate ones is cold-hearted, cold-blooded, and they're looking to apply the pressure. And right now, Game of Phones is definitely feeling it. Like we said, they need some time, right, before those re-engages can actually be successful. But right now, speaking of engages, Aggravate ones crowding around that gold lane. They got pressure into the jungle. They have the gold lane locked in, and now they're going to go ahead and disperse, separate a little bit here, Rim, but definitely have control of the map right now.
Absolutely right. And not only that, they have the vision. Down goes the real world manipulation in that mid lane to try and clear out these waves. A little bit premature, especially considering the turtle is coming up in under 5 seconds here. And looking at some of the early game itemizations coming in, we're already seeing Aggravate ones securing some of their first core items. Esmeralda with that enchanted talisman. We do see Leslie securing that Berserker's Fury there, skipping the boots, which is gonna cost her a little bit in terms of mobility. But speaking of things being costly here, Turtle going up for grabs.
J-Mice is walking in with the no fear, but will it be enough? Turtle falls to the hands of Black, and here comes the fight. Unloading here, no one's falling. Black takes down Akari, prays a wrap, but it won't fall down in time. Cartman, who killed Kenny? He's gonna take him down. Aggravate ones applying the pressure, 2-0, and a Turtle in favor of Aggravate ones. Man, they're running away with it right now, Rim.
Absolutely right. They're running away and they're winning this marathon. We do see an abyssal arrow coming quite close there, but Minotaur, he's lacking that ultimate. So this could be Aggravated one's time to really engage, but no, they're playing the patient side, playing the patient game. Selena recalling Nohesi, playing it smart. He does know he's not in a good position right now to contest, and I feel like Aggravate Ones is really capitalizing off of it, right? We mentioned that Game of Thrones having this more team fight oriented composition, but Aggravate Ones is not allowing them to have a smooth team fight as well. And when you lock in something like that Gato in that EXP lane, I mentioned that Esmeralda is going to be able to beat him out in terms of rotations, right? And we've been seeing that happening. He's been more present for the team fights here on the side of Black. And if we look at some of the KDAs right now in terms of that EXP lane matchup, it's 0-2 compared to 0-0-2, having that 2 assists, right? And speaking of assists here, looking to find another one.
And they find the wild charge. Aaron Black will take down Khalil, and Cartman, he's going to take down J Meister, add 2 more to the scoreboard for Aggravate Ones, and they might be picking up a tower as well because there is no one in the vicinity to slow them down. And you know what, Rim? Honestly, there's a saying in the mobile community that I heard recently, and right now it seems to be true. Teams building for the full entire late game scaling, it's a bit of overcompensation for poor early game management, and that's what I feel like we're seeing from Game of Thrones. They've overcompensated, they went full on scaling, but how do you bridge the gap to late game when Aggravate One has all the answers early game?
Absolutely right. And speaking of answers, I'd like to see some more coming in from the side of Game of Thrones. They have such a powerful team fight composition, and their comp can actually disrupt some of the synergy coming in from the side of Aggravate Ones. But where they're lacking is in that rotations coming in from that mid lane and that roamer, right? EXP lane can be a little bit of a stalemate, but I haven't been seeing Nostalgia rotate before, right? We already see that swap coming in. It looks like Beatrix is going to be able to secure another tower there in that top side. But speaking of things being secured, Grok getting a killing spree on Nostalgia here. And man, it's not giving good memories at all for the side of Game of Thrones.
And you know something here, Cartman and Lux have been all over the map together. It's a wild charge with an arrow, or it's an arrow with a wild charge. It's a 1-2 combination or 2-1 depending on how they feel. But either way, they haven't missed the mark. They've been knocking the jaw off a Game of Thrones, still unanswered. No towers, no kills. Right now, Aggravate One's not looking to play around. They're going for the tower dive. But where there's thunder, there's lightning. Akari jumps into the fight. J Meister will be taken out from the side of Game of Thrones. They're looking to trade it back out. No Hezi, though. Finds the double kill. The gold lane for Aggravate Ones is completely online. From the backside, Cartman putting in damage. Barry doesn't find the kill, but now Hezi will find it as the Abyssal Arrow almost completed that wipeout Rim. This could be a shutout from the side of Aggravate Ones.
Absolutely right, and this is what I call capitalizing off of your draft composition. They have the dive comp, they have an aggressive comp, and that's what they're playing. They're playing into their win conditions. However, for the side of Game of Thrones, they're not having that same opportunities as the side of Aggravate Ones, and it's giving they're a little bit nervous, right? I feel like the synergy isn't quite there. We're seeing them having some great plays, but they're not really focusing their full potential into what they can capitalize off of. Look at how much damage they're taking here. Cartman, he's definitely setting up there for a wild charge. You can tell when Grok is looking for it, right? Giving that a little edge so they can go ahead and secure that tower. And then looking at some of the levels coming in here, Black level 12 going up against the jungler Yukio there, this veteran that's only level 10. They're already working on this Lord, and Game of Thrones not in the position to contest, and I would say that this is where they can really find an opportunity. In their base, they have a highly defense composition, and at this point, Deku, what they have to do, if they don't get stalled out in terms of these lanes, capitalize on the gold that they're going to be getting from these minions. As long as they can slow farm, they do have, again, a good defense composition with the real world manipulation, right? If Cartman goes in with that wild charge, or Lux lands an Abyssal Arrow, Minotaur has the defense, Gato has the taunt at his disposal, or you could drop down the RWM, right? So I want them to play patient here. I want them to capitalize on the aggression coming in for the side of Aggravate Ones, right? They have a dive comp, so let them come to you and you counteract that. And speaking of reactions here, we're definitely going to need to see some.
Yeah, you've been talking about Cartman setting up. You've been talking about finding opportunity. And when you're up over 10k gold, everything looks good. And they're going to look to pressure in on the tower. They have the Lord's assistance. They have the number advantage. 6v5. Menace Rage goes out, drops Sakura. Low wall charge from Cartman. 2-man stun. Will they be able to turn it down? Here comes the RWM realm. The counter you were just talking about. Nostalgia getting back to fielding. Finds to shut down on No Hesi. Game of Thrones won't let the tower fall easily. And they're not going to take the loss early.
Absolutely right, and that's what I said. Play your win conditions. Let them come to you and you punish them for that. Show them that this is your game. What did it say? Don't hate the player, hate the game. And y'all are Game of Phones, right? Show us something. And I like that they're actually starting to find a little bit more of that synergy. We saw Minnow there going in, providing some knockups, and the prioritization coming in from Nostalgia. They're on that eve, finding that backline. But speaking of things being found here, looking for another engage, but no, they're just poking, testing the waters, trying to be a little aggressive, reminding them that they're still heavy on that aggression. And like I said, as long as Game of Thrones can keep punishing them for that and getting that slow farm, that's all they need, right?
Yeah, definitely what they need to do is keep farming. I mean, heavy on the aggression from Aggravate ones, but also heavy on the pockets, right? Deep in the economy, still sitting a little under 10K. Winter's still here. Game of Thrones has a little bit longer before they get to see the sunshine here, Rim. But like you said, if they're able to play to the win condition, maybe to capitalize from forced errors on the side of Aggravate ones, you use that Minoan's Fury, you use that RWM, they do have an opportunity to be able to defend this. The good thing about the composition they're going up against, there's not a lot of range. So if they go for the all-in, if they commit, and it doesn't work like we saw on that bot side high ground tower, the chance to go ahead and flip that fight around, we saw Eve drop it, find the kill on No Hesi, that can be a rinse and repeat cycle. You bait out the all-in, you keep what you need, the Minoan's Fury and the Rural Manipulation in your back pocket, and at the right opportunity, at the right moment, you send it back onto them, and that's the optimal way for them to get back in this game room. So I definitely agree with everything you're saying, but let's see if they're able to keep their composure. Lord's up. Definitely not a time I feel that they need to be greedy and contest. I would go for the defense. They're still 10K down. Might want to slow it up a bit and just bank on the Eve and the Minotaur to hide on the tower. But as I say that, Khalil too far beyond the walls, gets taken out. That's not a good sign. Like we said, they should have been defending. Abyssal Arrow comes down onto Akari there. Not going to be able to capitalize on that. Blank goes in. Not going to be too much happening. Not a lot of damage put on. There's a lot of beefy boys on both sides of this lineup between Game of Thrones and Aggravate ones. Aggravate looking to make a move down to the bot side. They're looking to shove in the waves all across the map here, Rim. And they could be poising and setting up for a game ender.
Absolutely right. They're looking for some towers here, and they're definitely going to find the first one into that base, opening it up officially. And if they do, the Lord is going to be marching down that side. Yes, it is. Look at Cartman. Down was the RWM.
And here comes the punishment. They force out the wild charge. That's really good. They take out one of the engagements there. Not going to be able to pull that back up before the Lord gets down. So Cartman may not be very useful when you're talking about going for the all-in. You get the wall charge down. Now you just got to worry about Lux with the arrows and worry about Esmeralda with a good falling star move. But besides that, I think they have a really good shot on defending here. They're going to bunker up for the mid-high ground tower. If they can clear those minions while Khalil distracts the Lord, this could be a very good hold, Rim.
Absolutely right, but they don't have the RWM at their disposal. Down.
Oh! The arrow room. We were just talking about this. All you had to do was avoid the arrow. Minoan's Fury comes down. Here comes Thunder and the lightning that falls after with Akari. Boom! Nostalgia will take down Black. Here comes the Rural Manipulation. The counter engage. Room shut down. Double kill for the mid laner. Did they pick up the triple? Nostalgia did pick up the triple. Maybe looking for the Maniac. Falling Star went in from Black, but was it a little too greedy? Did they bite off more than they could choose here? Aggravate one still doesn't want to back off. No Hesi's full HP, but they're in a 2v3 situation. One member backing. They may have overstayed their welcome. Blake gets caught out just a bit. Then this Rage comes down. Gonna miss the He's gonna pick down Jay Meister. They are making mistakes. Nostalgia is still putting on the poke. Starting to put on the Void Crystal and Void Blast on the No Hesi. Gonna force them back. Yukio, though, uses the Ice Retribution, forces the Flicker. Can they close the gap? Can they close the distance? They will not. Someone has to get back and defend that base, letting the minions push in here, Rim.
They were definitely stalling for time there, hoping the minions would be able to get the job done. Unfortunately, they caught onto it and they retreated and went back to that base. And again, hell, man, on this Leslie, you really have to watch this positioning. You have so much frontline at your disposal, but yet you're still getting hit by these abyssal arrows, and that's not good, right? Even if you survive, you're gonna bait out a utility and have to use something like your flicker when you could use that to potentially get a counter wipeout, right? I have to give credit to Nostalgia on this Eve being a very important part of the composition when it comes to these successful defenses. The second one that we've seen from the side of Game of Thrones and Aggravate ones, maybe when you have an early composition, Deku, you're bad at like ending out the game, right? And we're seeing that happening. They're kind of fumbling. Their positionings are a little shaky as they dive into that base a little more. And I think Game of Thrones is picking up on that. And speaking of things being picked up here in Nostalgia, picking up that brute force split, but another abyssal arrow going in.
And there goes the Falling Star Moon to supplement it. They need to be careful. Nostalgia is critical to the composition, like you've been saying. Look at Selena targeting. Well, let's find another kill here. He will. Shuts down Kalel. Immediate turnaround for the 4v5. We saw the wall charge come in. He's going to be able to take them down. Takes down Nostalgia. Both backline members from Game of Thrones have been taken out of Rim. I have to tell you, things don't look good. Looks like we're going to see a Tundra out here. The winter is prevailing. Aggravate one's making the move in to take down this crystal base. Black trying to put on the damage. Falling Star Moon back into the backside. We saw Middle jump in, but the tower rim gets torn apart. Aggravates one, will complete this best of one. Shuts down the opposition.
Now talk about some nostalgia. I know Brody isn't on the map, but that was some torn apart memories right there coming in for the side of Aggravate ones. And looking at some of the itemizations coming in, we see a lot of utility coming in for the side of Aggravate ones. We see the Ice Queen wand being built in, Glowing wand, Genius wand, especially some good items being picked up there, considering most of their composition does have these magic dealers, right? Cartman picking up some damage there, additional damage as well as defense with that rose gold meteor. And that's not something that I've seen before, but it works out. It gave him that little extra damage with those wild charges, and he's been landing them, right? He has 12%, a little bit more, and he would have been toe-to-toe with Black on this Julian here, right? But looking at some of the damage coming in, no Hesty man, he has the damage, he has the tower damage, he's really objective focused. And I remember his first appearance here in the MLSA, definitely one of those players that really knows how to help his team close out the game. And speaking of being able to help teams, beautiful team fight participation, beautiful game coming in from the side of Aggravate ones.
Absolutely beautiful game. But just like that rim, we close out game 2 in the MLSA Cyberpunk Tournament. Man, right now, living up to the hype. We've seen some incredible matches. We saw the intense macro come out from teams like Vanguard in game 1. And this game, we're seeing right now the intense early game aggression right now. We're going to be postponing just a little bit. We're going to send it over to the handsome Wheezy ahead of Bloodhounds vs The Simpsons for game 3.
That's right. If that wasn't a crazy match, the next one's going to be even more intense. As we were looking at The Simpsons, the grand finalists from the fall season of NACT 2022, who went up against, was it the Valley, right? So, man, just talking about a blast from the past. Going up against the Bloodhounds, for those who don't know, Bo Carrasco leads that team, one of the biggest streamers for Mobile Legends Bang Bang on Twitch. So, I think we're in for a treat to see both of these teams getting ready to fight it out in another best of one for the Cyberpunk Qualifiers. Don't go anywhere, as we'll be right back with you guys for Game 3.
I've been mortified, fortified, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of my die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war. Tell that nigga he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, now nigga doing dope lines. I'm running to the cops, that's a big exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to dodge shells before it landing our tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo. I've been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, it been scheming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black genius. Everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience. Speak about some girls or some money or some diamonds or something. I'm not telling you to rap, not to rap how you rap, but make something we can vibe to.
Sounding like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think I answer. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick, unless the bitch is my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a limp, I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, tell them other nips, I'm the nip, I'm the man in the city, and my bank account bigger, and my body count bigger, that's without a doubt. I'm 100 steps ahead, that's a lot of mouth, that's a lot of clout. What you all about? What your dollar amount? You a boy scout, I'm a big dog. Tell the truth, I don't get y'all to shoot. Time to corny motherfucker, turn this shit off, bro. I can't rap how everybody else rap, bro. Everybody talking about hoe, cars, clothes, chains, and money. That shit corny as fuck, bro. On God, I don't want to rap about that corny ass shit.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ay, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the oh well. Need 100 milli on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Got 5 on it.
I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. Too easy.
There are two distinct build paths to consider when playing Novaria. The first is a utility mage build, emphasizing cooldown reduction and additional damage from Glowing Wand. Remember, her skills are HP based, which means she can still deal decent damage even with a low magic power build. The second build focuses on burst damage, prioritizing Clock of Destiny and Lightning Truncheon. With this build, she can easily eliminate half of a squishy hero's HP with a single skill in the late game. For added sniping abilities, Flame Shot is recommended, while Flicker is a good option when facing highly mobile opponents. Counter. When fighting Novaria, you have to watch out for her long-distance damage. You can avoid it by dashing or doing unpredictable movements. Athena's shield is a great counter against her damage. The protection it gives almost has the same cooldown as her second skill. Novaria is an easy target after her astral state. Wait until she uses the skill to attack because she'll have limited mobility after that. Synergies. She's a valuable teammate for allies who require precise targeting due to her ability to enlarge enemy hitboxes. Examples are Franco Sook, Selena's Abyssal Arrow, and Beatrix's Sniper Mode. All of them require accurate aim, and with the help of Astral Echo, hitting enemies will become easier. And that's it for our hero Novaria. So what can you say about her skills? Share it in the comment section. That's all for this video. Stay safe and thank you for watching.
The basics are the base! They gotta stop him! They gotta stop him! That player, Immortality pops, Horde able to find Yato. Joybot's getting pointed out.
Direction with electrifying beats. Takes down best player. Basic on take down team. Joybot, President, ISO, fight, basic. Here we go.
Work, but ISO now. That's a big jump. He lands. Best player on the run for the first time. OP. I know what he gets the move. Takes it in the nick of time. Down goes Moonton.
Joybot's getting dangerously. Oh!
Another hook. This is bad. It comes to Colt Altar though. Yato able to save the day. Shark. But wait, the rest of OP's here. You walk right into him and down you go.
Oh, I think MLBB and mobile esports can clearly be the #1 opportunity for kids to enjoy, play, learn, have fun, and find futures for themselves.
Sometimes I hunt for the storm just to weather it. Prefer them deadly than challenge accepted. And don't get too friendly, my motives are treacherous. There's a thin line between pain and what pleasure is. And on that thin line is me leaving them breathless. Make them aware it's their moment of reckoning it. Used to be less of a wreck, now I'm reckless. I'm the best and I still get the best of them. Hold up. Always been the one that got them heroin. Still get a little bloodlust every now and then. Beckoning, follow him, or fall to him like they all doing. I follow my own guidance. I follow my own guidance. Still woke up and chose violence. When I talk, they all silent.
NASEF's vision is to give all students an opportunity to learn about career pathways that they can have in esports. For some, it's being an elite gamer, playing games like MLBB. For others, it's casters, it's streamers, shoutcasters, all these different career opportunities. And so that's what NASEF is doing, is providing career pathways and opportunities for all these students.
You know, we don't in the United States, in North America, play mobile games. And it really is, when we traveled around the world, that's what everyone plays. So if we're gonna compete and we're gonna give kids the same opportunities everywhere else in the world, they're gonna learn how to do it. And there's nothing like MLBB. It is the best in the world.
I'm feeling a little bit dangerous, and they're looking a little bit anxious. If I'm laughing while I'm twirling in my fingers, it's only a warning that you can't just walk up to me, talking to me. Ain't no telling my reaction, I could black out. This is such an experience, and it's always one I wanna max out.
Defy the odds, and they're well on their way of doing it down the mid.
The Nubian flicker. Yato makes the play. They're gonna try to close it in. Shark wants to return though. Joybot, Immortality pops. They don't have the minion just yet. They got two. ISO gonna lock in. Can he do it? 50%. 30. No. Wait. Two more hits. Just finish it. ISO can't quite do it.
I'm ready for anything. Everything. Everything. I swear I'm ready for anything. Bring it on. It's not enough. Baby, I'm ready for everything. 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 Tell them I'm ready for anything.
Southeast Asia have been the conquerors of the land of dawn. But now, new competitors have arisen, hungry to vanquish C's dominance. 12 teams will come to battle. Only one can be champion. In this MSC, the 12 qualified teams compete in 2 stages. First, the group stage, and then the knockout stage. The group stage starts with a draw. The champions of MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, MPL Malaysia, and MSC 2023 Myanmar qualifier are placed in Pool 1. All other competing teams are placed in Pool 2. Pool 1 teams will be distributed across 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. The other 8 teams will be drawn randomly into the other groups. Teams from MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines will not be drawn into the same group, making sure things stay challenging. Each team will fight each other once, with the winner of each match decided in a best of 3. Only the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the knockout stages. As for the knockout stage format, it will be a single elimination bracket, with each team fighting in a best of 5 series. Teams from the same group won't be drawn into the same knockout matchup. There is no second chance. Losing teams are eliminated from the tournament until it comes to the semi-finals, where losing teams fight for a chance at 3rd place. But after the semi-finals, we come to the grand final in a best of 7 matchup. The knockout stages will take place over 4 days, from June 15th to 18th. No matter which side you stand for, let your voices roar and carry your team as they fight for honor, glory, and victory. Witness history in the making as we see the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy as we are officially on Season 3 Cyberpunk Qualifiers. That's right, we are looking at a total of 32 teams fighting it out for a cash prize of $1,000 and also 100,000 diamonds dispersed between the top 16 teams who make it out of the qualifiers as well. That's right, Season 3 has officially opened for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. 32 teams paving their way, fighting through their glorious path to the grand finalist position, as this is day 1 for the Cyberpunk Qualifiers. And join with me on the amazing desk at the Mlsa staff, Mlsa casters, who everybody should be aware of already to today's date. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, Coach Deku and Rim are in the building. How you guys doing, man? We're getting there, right? 2 matches down. Next one is Bloodhounds and The Simpsons. How y'all feeling about it?
Hey, man, this is the banger, right? These are premier teams of North America, Bloodhounds versus the returning Simpsons. And honestly, I've heard a lot of good things about Bloodhounds, but before we talk about that, gotta hear from Master Rim. What's going on?
I'm doing great. You know, explosive matches so far, and man, we're in for another explosive match going up against these two teams. I'm hyped. I'm ready.
That's right, and just like you're hyped, so are these two teams, the Simpsons and the Bloodhounds, ready to jump straight into the draft.
It's a party, bro. Bloodhounds and Simpsons, man. Like I said, a lot of good things to talk about. Obviously, OSP seeing them back on the competitive scene, amazing. We didn't get to catch them at NACT spring. Forgot exactly what happened. Just weren't able to make it, right? Didn't get to see them perform, but this could be the first time we get to see this roster in a competitive environment since coming back. So a plus for them and a plus for us for the Cyberpunk tournament, but also Bloodhounds, man. They've been scaling. Right, this team, like I was talking about with Vanguard, with XCO, putting in a lot of work. Bloodhounds has been getting it in, especially if you've been paying attention over to the Latam region. They've been competing in a lot of tournaments. They actually have recently competed in one. I think they took 3rd place, if I'm not mistaken. So they've been grinding, right? They've been going to go up against teams that are actually in here. Ignis Esports, Entity 7. They've been going back and forth with some real big boys out there on the competitive ranking board, and they've been doing excellent. I've heard their scrims are going really good. I'm really excited to see what Boca Roscoe has cultivated in Bloodhounds. They've been here for a while, but it seems like they finally hit their stride to kind of ascend that top 16, top 8 mark.
You know, no pressure at all, because after hearing you put them on such a pedestal, I'm expecting great things from them, right? So if that doesn't happen, I don't know if I'm going to blame Coach Deku or Bloodhounds, but you know, usually past the curse, right? But speaking of things that's not going to be cursed here, this Kaja, he's going to be banned out, so he's going to be safe from some of the battery that's going to be coming in from this match. And again, from last game, we saw some unconventional bans and picks, but this time around, it's more common. You know, things that we know, the Kaja, he's good at securing those pickoffs, especially if you're going for pickoff composition, when you want to run something like the Assassin, or even a more mobile marksman there up in that gold lane. So he does apply a lot of pressure, you know, towards your backline. Even your front line in that case, right? If you're going for, you know, like I mentioned before, the assassin junglers. And what I'm noticing right now, very, very slow draft. And it really means that when you say a slow draft, teams have a composition that they want to go for, right? They're not just going to ban anything and for the sake of banning it. They have a clear picture in mind, and they want to make sure that they can execute that properly. And we're going to see this Fedrin not going to be allowed. Very strong jungler. He's good at securing objectives. You also lose out on the opportunity to invade, right? If you're the enemy team, you can't really invade and bully a veteran. He's the one that's going to invade and bully you, so it's a good ban to take him out there. You don't want to deal with that additional pressure, especially when you have to still worry about roams, the mage that they're going to run in. So, you know, stuff of that nature. So very solid ban so far coming in from the side of Simpsons. And man, Bloodhounds again. Did they miss a ban? I'm not seeing a first ban on their side there. I'm not sure if that's a lobby issue. Might be.
Oh, accent of yours. I guess so. Maybe they missed her. Maybe just didn't show up. I mean, now we see a Novaria ban there, so maybe they did miss one, or it just had to show.
Okay, so they're saying that they can ban for the side of Bloodhounds. So we might have to redraft this one.
Or maybe if they submit a ban as well, they just call out what their ban is. I'm not sure if maybe that can get communicated in time. Maybe that could be a thing that happens. But they did go with a normal ban, so maybe they'll play it out and kind of go with that idea, or maybe just be okay with it. Not really sure right now, because again, this is still slow moving, so no one's fast picking and no one's fast banning. So I'm assuming this is going to play through. So that's the way I'm going to go through it. But speaking of things going through, back over to OSP side, right? Banning out that the Kaja and Fredrin leads me to believe maybe we could see something like a Franco banned out. He serves the same function and purpose as a Kaja. Most teams that ban it out will look to ban out Franco as well. Cho, Grok, one of those picks. So I'm wondering either we see it banned out later on, or we see it picked up by Bloodhounds, considering they always took off one of the suppressions there.
So before I get into the draft so far, so both teams decided that they're going to ban out 1-1. Since Bloodhounds couldn't ban, so both teams decided on 1-1 for the side of Bloodhounds, so we're not going to see her in that gold lane. And again, the credits to the sportsmanship being shown to both these teams, you know, powering through some of the technical difficulties. Great, again, sportsmanship. And man, you mentioned some suppression being taken off the board there. The Franco is gone, but they left open that Arlot, and we've seen the pressure and the capabilities when you allow him to walk through this draft, right? But a good response, you know, going up against him in that EXP lane there. We're seeing Bloodhounds prior to that glue pick, and I like it. Very both aggressive EXP laners. Both of them have the wave clear. They have the backline pressure. Although I will say, I feel like in terms of that early game, I'm gonna have to give it to the side of Glue, man. Glue is just a bully when it comes to that early game pressure, man.
You know, it's funny that you say that because both of these XP laners, right, have received a few nerfs, and both of them actually had nerfs received to their early game. Specifically, Arlot more recently than Glue.
Yeah.
That early to mid game, they kind of nerfed his base damage. So I feel like it's a good matchup, and this is really normal. On the professional scene, especially in other regions, they love to go for the Arlot and Glue trade. You get rid of the Joy, and then it's kind of a, okay, we want this, and we'll offer that. Will you meet us halfway? And it seems like both these teams kind of how you said that good sportsmanship, fair game, and the best men win. So they're going to take the Arlot Glue matchup. They supplement that Glue with a Beatrix. I like that. Reason being, Glue, very strong in the pickoff, right? One of the highest, I'm pretty sure he's the winningest XP laner still currently. With the Beatrix, really strong with the pickoff, especially since Franco, Kaj have already been banned out. Their single target picks are kind of limited right now. Glue being one of the strongest ones. This is really going to help them out here. But look at that composition from OSP, Rem, firing right back.
Absolutely right. They're setting up for offense as well as defense, right? Locking in the Eve, real manipulation, both offensive and defensive, depending on the situation. You're going for this land slot, which is most likely going to be tank slot, but we've been seeing a more hybrid build pathing coming in from him, but still mostly focusing on the more tanky sustainability route. So that is going to help them as well. And honestly, if OSP does decide to go in for a tanky build on the Arlot as well, right now, yes, Bloodhounds is setting up for that pickoff composition again, locking in this Kadita here to finalize the first half of the draft, 100% pickoff composition. It's hard to pick off sustainable heroes, you know? So I do like the responses coming in from the side of OSP right now.
Yeah, and you know, honestly, I really feel like the tank slot pick was definitely the best option. When Glue gets picked up, it's really hard to slaughter those utility junglers just because it's very easy for him to land the split, which means when those neutrals come up, it's easy to pull you away from them, secure that retribution. But when you have those type of assassin picks on the board and tank slot being number one in that category, you're able to maneuver through that. It's hard to catch a Lance with Glue to get enough stacks to pull that off. He's a very high-flying target. Also wondering, will they do that with their gold laner? Claude's still on the board here. He wouldn't be bad. He plays well into the Beatrix. Hard to catch with the Glue.
He just got banned.
He just got banned, so a good read from Bloodhounds right there. Very good read, because that's definitely the marksman to match up into that. So definitely like that they took that out, limiting some of the options for the side of OSP to slot in for that gold lane run.
Absolutely right, very smart. And again, it leaves some things open. I do think a pick that could potentially work out for them in that gold lane, they could run something like the Mlsa here, right? With their team composition, they already have some of that front line. They have, you know, the EXP, and they still also need a roamer. So I think Mlsa would be one of those safer picks. You could also run something like the Brody. He's still on board. He scales well into that Eve. The utility is going to be able to help him land those basics and then, you know, finish off some of those kills with that torn apart memories as well. So they have some options there in that gold lane. They still, however, though, need a roamer. And I think for the side of OSP right now, I'm feeling something like the Lolita. I think the Lolita will really capitalize with their composition. They could even go for a little bit more dive with something like the Kufra at their disposal, right? Disrupt some of those synergy, get some pick-off potentials as well. Because looking at the side of Bloodhounds right now, this Kadita, she's going to be camping bushes, and they need someone who's going to be able to give some of that vision as well as not be easily, you know, bursted down. And I do think he's going to allow them some more of that flexibility. And speaking of some of these bans here, Carrie going to be banned out, and I'm not too sure why. Maybe, you know, she can burst them down a little bit, but they're not really that tanky for the side of Bloodhounds, right? The only one that's really sustainable right now is the Glue, so I'm not too sure why. Maybe they just don't want to deal with that late game composition, because we do know Lance has been building in that Thunderbolt. Maybe they just don't want to deal with that additional true damage on top of the toxic slows that's going to be coming in from the Eve there, so I'm not sure.
You know, something really interesting. I feel like for OSP, me personally, I feel like just right away, Diggy and Mlsa are the answer here. Diggy very strong up against Kadita, pretty much neutralizes that threat, lets the Mlsa play safe. And you already have the Eve, so you have a nice, you could set up like a good triangle offense, like to call it. Teams like Brent Esports like to run it across the regions. It's very strong to a composition like that, especially with a Kufa right now. Diggy could merit a great response. I think Diggy should be picked up no matter what, even if they don't take the Mlsa. They lock into Leslie. Not too sure how I feel about that. She's not extremely mobile, is very susceptible to getting picked off, but we'll see what they slide in to kind of assist her here in the gold lane.
Absolutely right. And again, I do also like the Diggy pick. I do think he'll also be able to help her in that gold lane with that poke damage, and give her a little bit more of a winning factor in that gold laner here, right? But again, just because they slot in that Leslie, I do still think that they need someone who can potentially get some sets in. And again, like the Lolita, the Diggy, they're hovering over it. And you said it, Deku. They're gonna go ahead and lock it in. Me personally, I would have preferred something like the Lolita, only because I feel like, yes, they have the Diggy, but they still have a lot of burst coming in from the side of Bloodhounds, especially in that mid to late game when the Beatrix and the Kadita stares in. Obviously, you have the Kufa who can bait out that time journey coming in from the Diggy as well, or even the Kadita, right? As long as that's gone, that's going to give Bloodhounds the opportunity to get some engages. Even the Glue can bait out that time journey, and then, okay, well, who's going to be their line of defense? So I think OSP, they have to really play this game safe and really depend on their draft composition right now. But for the side of Bloodhounds, I do like it. I do think that they have a solid composition so far. And they're looking at this jungle export, and again, Deku, I kind of like it. I really do like this jungle export.
You know, it's definitely something to talk about, definitely something that could work out here. The last Insanity definitely could potentially match the Phantom Execution from Lancelot. That's really the hard part about Phantom the Tanks a lot. Forget the part that he's really mobile, forget that he can access your backline fairly easy. Contesting your Lancelot, no matter what the level difference is with the Phantom Execution, is very hard. I feel like Xborg is a great option to go into that. I still feel like the Diggy should be able to allow them to outplay maybe in the team fight that ensues after. I think they still can make it work. Not a fan of Leslie. But like we were saying, as long as they had the Diggy, I feel confident they should be able to pull this off. I'm just a little curious, though, how they go about the team fights dealing with the X-Board. He doesn't get picked up a lot, right? So this could be that pocket pick that brings Bloodhounds through to see them to the end to find a win here, Rim.
Absolutely right, and they'll definitely need to find a win, but this is match 3 of the Cyberpunk Tournament for Mlsa. We're heading in Bloodhounds versus The Simpsons, and man, best of 1 series. We're gonna see which team is able to get that win to secure them a further spot in this tournament here. But looking at the junglers right now, we are seeing Easy Peasy, which is a comfort pick for him on this export, right? It's something that he's pulled out in tournaments before. We've seen his proficiency on that pick, and again, it's a good matchup up against the tank slot that you're going to be seeing 99% on here today. In terms of EXP, I like the rotations coming in here for the side of Bloodhounds, sending their mid laner as well as the EXP learners to get that level 4, getting that level 2 for your roamer in that mid lane. It's a new rotation, and I like to see teams, keeping up with what's happening in the community right now. They are winning out in terms of that early game here. We're seeing Glue being able to get an upper edge in terms of these rotations here, and Diggy Man already planting some bombs, being a menace there up by that blue buff.
Absolutely, already being a bit of a nuisance. Further commit with the Tyrant's Rage there. 99% looking to contest. Can't he pick up the purple buff? I think he did, but he gets caught out by the Petrify. Needs to be careful. He's able to dip out with the Phantom Execution, and he did take that away. Level 4, halfway to level 5, and easy peasy, still sitting at level 3, Rip.
And that's going to give Simpsons a great positioning coming in for this first neutral objective here. And looking at some of the laning matchups right now, we're seeing in that EXP lane, Glue having a bit of an easier time, but in that gold lane, Sleeps being kind of poked out from Leo here on this Leslie, right? And again, the Diggy planting bombs, giving a little bit of vision so Leslie knows where this Kufa is, right? And again, in that EXP lane, we're already seeing Glue being able to offer so much poke. He's already level 4, and as long as he can keep applying some of these damage here and poking down this Lancelot before the turtle is gonna put the side of Bloodhounds in a good position for this contest there. Speaking of contest, Turtle already being pulled in for the side of Simpsons.
You know, I really was wondering, would he stall it out to get level 5 for a higher retribution, but they're going to go in level 4 versus level 4. Nice final slash though from Uzi. Holding back easy peasy, easy turtle pickup for the 99% with the 100% retry rate right now. Still in the purple buff, still in the turtle, but look at this down to the bot side. Sleeps, making the commit. First blood, puts him to sleep, takes down Leorio there, and that's going to give him a nice advantage with the first blood to go equal out that turtle, giving him to the side of Simpsons.
No, I'm not too sure why you would flicker back in the tower. I feel like you should have potentially flickered away and then popped that first skill for that conceal effect there that you have with it to be able to escape. So not only did you waste out a heavy utility, you also gave up your life for it and gave a kill into the hands of Sleeps, which you're already helping them with that snowball, right? But it's a good trade-off for them. But in the bot side,
Marvel used the flicker, but he still has a little bit of patience. Easy peasy, though, will take down the 99%. Good engage from Bloodhounds, right? Forcing Diggy to separate, left 99% isolated a bit. Bloodhounds now starting to find the mark. They lost the turtle, but they've gained so much more room. Still holding the gold lead, and now putting the pressure down on the bot side. Last Insanity, Tyrant range. Magic Ball goes down, finds the kill on Mario. Here comes the trade. Arville will take down for double kill, though, for the jungler for Bloodhounds. Shut down into the hands of Neon. And right now, they're seeing flashing lights if you're the side of Bloodhounds because they come out on top in the trade.
man, these Leslie picks have not been being able to see the light of day so far, right? Looking at some of the items being picked up here, Beatrix, she's going for that penetration as well as potentially securing that Blade of Despair as her first item. And speaking of first item, Yves being able to secure that kill in the bot side, she does have that Ice Queen wand, and that's good news for the side of Simpsons, right? The utility that's going to be coming out from that item, and we're only 4 minutes in, so she's sitting pretty comfortably here. And looking at some of the gold lead here, Export being 2.5k in gold, he does have the upper advantage when it comes to gold here, but Bocarasco gonna use that rough wild waves, but Arvel, he's not using that time journey. He's gonna give his life before he uses that ultimate, Deku.
Honestly, this is so funny because Bocarasco not showing a lot of micro on the Kadena, missing a lot of skills there, but look at this easy peasy shield already gets broken down. No way he should be able to contest this up against the 99%. Lancelot trying to find this. He gets immobilized, but it should be an easy retch. He does pick it up. Phantom H comes down. RWM follows it up. Split Split, though, comes through, but it's not going to save Fur. He's going to be taken out. Uzi looking to take another kill on the Templars. He's tempted. Not going to be able to pick it up, though. Piggyback Ride is in play, taking a little bit of a trip. Easy peasy, but now, or not easy peasy, Uzi. What a play. Templars luckily had the flicker available there, Rim. That was almost a great kill.
Nah, that triggered some trauma for me, because remember I was telling you I had that happen to me when I was playing Odette. And speaking of traumatic things, down in the bot side, Leslie gonna fall again to the side of Bloodhounds. That cool.
And right now, Sleeps looking to find the trade on the 99% limit with the sniper. Last Insanity probably won't even need to use it. No, Thorn Rose. What a play. Sleeps maybe should have loaded up that shot. 99% escapes with Turtle Shield HP. Not even his own HP. That's literally the Turtle Shield. So great thing he's able to land those retributions. Or maybe we could have seen Easy Peasy land that kill there. But without the kill, they're still going to be able to pick up this tower. And that's going to be huge for them. It's going to be the first tower in the game. Bloodhounds right now in control, slowly but surely starting to go away with this one.
And again, I have to say, yes, I understand the potential of the Diggy pick, but them missing out on that front line, especially when you run a marksman like the Leslie, you really need someone who can set up for her. And Lancelot, he's not your typical tank junglers, right? If you look at the Fedra and if you look at the Martis, they aren't as mobile, right? But they're still chunky. But the Lancelot, the way that he has to be played, he has to be mobile. He can't really provide that defense. And speaking of providing some defense here, the final slash goes in.
Does go in, not going to amount to much. Arvel popping the conceal for whatever reason. But you know what, back to your point, though, I'm telling you, I don't think it's the Diggy. I really feel like it's the choice of marksman. They took the Leslie, and it's not good in this. Like I said, all the dive that's been coming through, she's not able to avoid it. Even with the Diggy, not really able to space it out. And no offense, Liario isn't really the best at escaping. Like you said earlier, flickering right back into danger, not really good with the Spidey senses. With the Mlsa, you could have at least negated 2.5 of these deaths here. But we move forward, we move on. We can't live in the past. We can only see what's happening right here in real time. And in real time, the contest is going down. Sleeps is going to be able to pick up the turtle this time, even though the final slash was there to distract the enemy jungler don't need the retribution. You just need your gold laner, apparently. Bloodhounds will finally pick up their first neutral objective in this game. The gold lane now being open to rotate, facilitating that happening. Bloodhounds is grouping up 5 members here. They could look for the commit. Final slash on the corner, and this time became escape. Reverse time from Arvel. We'll go ahead and find the kill onto the position 5 of Bloodhounds. They lose their roam, but they're not losing too much ground. They're still pressuring into the jungle. Find the small creeper. They're gonna go ahead and disperse now, Rin.
Now I'm betting you that Kufra wishes he could reverse time there, right? 'Cause a little bit of positioning, and he would have survived, but he didn't. And again, pickoffs like this is what Simpsons really needs if they want to keep their foot in this game a little bit more going up against Bloodhounds, right? They have a lot of heavy compositions right now, and looking at some of the levels here, 99% is actually still being able to keep up a good pace when going up against Easy Peasy, right? He was level 11 before Easy Peasy was able to secure that level advantage. And looking at the positioning coming in from both teams right now, Bloodhounds, they're hungry for this mid lane, and you can tell by their presence and the aggression here. Speaking of presence, Leslie using that ultimate snipe there to, you know, reveal some of the enemies. She did cut out the glue again, and that's what she needs, right? She needs as much vision as possible to try and mitigate some of these dives coming in. And speaking of dives coming in,
Sleeves put on the pressure, flickers in, Thorn Rose, but it's not going to be enough. Killing spree for the gold laner for Bloodhounds. He's 3-0-2. Rim, count on with me. 1, 2, 3. He's in go mode right now.
absolutely, man. Sleeps. I feel like we have to call Sleeps Nightpool at this point, because he's been putting everybody to bed here, Deku, for the side of Simpsons. He's Panda Control. Not Panda. I think they go by Gorillas, right? That's their mascot. He's gorilla control there. He's animal control. But speaking of things being under control, yeah, he's the zookeeper up there for the side of Bloodhounds. They were able to secure that Lord, and that's the first one. It's not going to be enhanced yet, but looking at their map control right now, they have a lot. They're invading the jungle. 99% was able to secure that red buff, but I like the aggression coming in from Bloodhounds, but I'm not going to count Simpsons out yet. They do have the defense potential. Uzi there on this R-Lot has been a key factor in putting some kills on the side of the Simpsons, right? The final slashes, he's been finding them, and that's all that counts. And speaking of things that count here, they're looking towards securing as much objectives with this Lord for the side of Bloodhounds.
You know, speaking of things we're liking to see, I'm loving the progressive gameplay I'm seeing. When we saw Bloodhounds last time in the Valentine's Dash, they took an exit to beat the odds, right? And a huge part of that was Sleeps on this marksman being caught out time and time again. Even in their wins, struggled a lot to survive. But in this game, 0 deaths that might turn around here. He gets caught by the real world manipulation, and that's a caster curse if I've ever seen one. Killing spree for Neon. They finally get something on the board. It's been a while since they've been able to score, but I'm still going to praise Sleeps, okay? He's made a lot of progress since last time we saw him. And there was a lot of doubt. I talked with Boca Roscoe before the tournament kicked off about Sleeps in particular and kind of where his thoughts were and how he felt about him. And he said he feels good. He said Sleeps has stepped it up. And right now, besides that death, definitely seems like that's holding true for the side of Bloodhounds.
You know, I'm having a nostalgia from last game, right? Because the first time the Beatrix in the last matchup got picked off, it was into the hands of a Eve. So I feel like that's deja vu right now. And again, I have to give credit to Simpsons. As long as they can keep getting some of these pickoffs, especially these important pickoffs on the marksman, even the mid laner, even though he hasn't taken a death just yet. And that's something that you quite see on this Kadita, right? Only having 1 assist, not having any kills yet, but Sleeps landing some of these sniper shots, securing some more of the poke. And that's where Bloodhounds is going to beat up the Simpsons, right? Again.
Uh-oh.
Looking for another engage here.
Carrasco falls off. They force the time journey there. Four goes in just a little too early. He's going to get punished. Niaro's going to find the kill. Oh, wrong place, wrong timing. It was so close to being the perfect opportunity for a set, but he just pulled the trigger slightly too early there. Simpsons, though, able to find a little bit of pressure on the top side while that all was happening. Found a kill, found a tower. They're still in this room. They're only down about 3K gold, so realistically, still in the match. They also do have Leslie. He's 1-3, hasn't had a great game, but we all know what happens when Leslie starts to reach the late stages of the match. Things quickly start to turn over, and now you're wondering how that 0-3 marksman ended up being the MVP and ending your chances of winning this game. This is the best of one, so you really got to tighten the hatches for this late game if you want to be victorious.
And speaking of turnovers here, Diggy is going to be turned into an egg at the hands of Sleep. Does anyone want some scrambled eggs right now? Because I think Bloodhounds is serving it up for dinner. But I have to give credits to Uzi on this Arlot. He's been landing these final slashes. Kufra, he did go in there with the Tyrant's Revenge, and the final slash sent him into that tower. And in addition to his demise, right? So Simpsons, they do have that potential at their disposal. And again, speaking of things being at people's disposal, that Lord is going to go into the hands of Bloodhounds. Is marching down the top side. We're seeing Kufra looking for an engage here, but some of these items being picked up here. Beatrix lacking in a lot of that penetration, and when you combo that with that Blade of Despair, that's going to be a lot of damage being dished out. Leslie, she also does have that Blade of Despair as well as that Berserker's Fury, so her true damage is going to start hurting. Both mages having some of their core items as well. But speaking of things being at their core, Bloodhounds looking to reach Simpsons.
And they found a one high ground tower. They could look for more. Lord is still healthy on HP, but they're going to go ahead and back off. Don't want to make any mistakes here. Don't want to give Simpsons the avenue to get back into this game comfortably, but they are making a rotation down the bot side. Will they commit, though? We'll have to see. Sleeps lines up the shot on the Arvale, drops him dangerously low. Looks like Bloodhounds now. A little bit of blood in the water. They're feeling it. They're smelling it, and they want to go for this. They got two waves crashing in. A wave coming in with an unchecked high ground tower. They could definitely easily pick this up. Final slash, though, comes down, forces out the last insanity. Look at the commitment. Time journey comes out, but what a time to be alive in between both of these teams. No one has fallen just yet. Easy peasy finds the high ground. Horde will take down Uzi. There goes the 4v5. Bloodhounds has the advantage, and a lot of immortalities on top of that rim. They could commit to end the game here. They will try to clear this out with Lancelot. He's trying to make the plays to clear the way. He finds one. They still have one coming in. A Cannonman in as well with that. Sleep sniping down. Leorio isn't able to find the kill. Easy peasy's very low. They're not going to force that immortality out, but wow. A defense and attack. I'm not sure who really played that better, but Bloodhounds have completely opened up the base of Simpsons right now, Rim.
I think that was an even matchup, right? I think both teams understood the assignments right there, and they played their parts. It was pitch perfect, if you may, right? And again, we mentioned the damage that's going to be coming in from this Leslie here. She didn't fall in that engage, but her poke in comparison to Neon there on this Yves, making it easier for her to land some of these shots. This is what Simpsons needs right now. We're heading into that late game, and this is where Leslie shines out, right? She can easily burst down some of that shield coming in from Easy Peasy. She can burst down Kufra here, as well as anyone else for the side of Bloodhounds, right? Even if Sleeps decides to go for that Wind of Nature, you cannot mitigate that true damage. And as long as Simpsons can keep their breath open in terms of these team fights and play within that real world manipulation, that's going to be what they need. But Neon has to look out for Boca Roscoe on this Kadita. We saw perfect prioritization coming in. The moment the real world manipulation went down, she went in with our 5 waves, targeted the backline. She baited out that time journey as well as forced the cancel from Eve on that real world manipulation, right? So she is able to disrupt some of that combo synergy coming in for the side of Simpsons. And speaking of Simpsons coming in, looking for a contest on this Lord, but unfortunately it's too late, Deku.
I'm not sure what the thought process there was from Arvale. He gets his immortality popped, and now he's going to fall to the hands of Easy Peasy. Bloodhounds looking to tighten the noose here around Simpson. They're looking to choke out the rotation. Huge rage and revenge combination shut down from Sleeps, finds a double kill, and now they can look to end this game. Leorio gets forced on the flicker, but is going to be caught by the immobilized from Blue. Triple kill for the goal line from half and 1 and 4, and now they're looking to take Simpsons out early in the Mlsa Cyberpunk Tournament. And just like that, Rim, Bloodhounds showing the improvement from last time and an increase in productivity, and they're going to increase the win column for themselves here. That's going to be the end of Game 3. GG's. Well played.
Victory!
Man, shout out to Bloodhounds. They're playing a perfect game. Looking at some of the itemizations coming in, Beatrix securing that MVP, also securing that full build, and I credits to her, right? She's sitting at 14,000 gold. She was able to actually beat out the jungler there, which is easy peasy, right? Boko Roscoe, mid laner, the rotations that were coming in from her, as well as this Kufa, very strong. And looking at some of the statistics that kind of led them to this victory here, we see again the team fight participation from Sleeps on this Beatrix very high, being able to open up that gold lane early on in the match, to be able to be present for some of these team fights and be that main source of damage for the side of Bloodhounds to go ahead and close out this game for the Simpsons here. So good game, well played for both sides, but Bloodhounds is going to take the victory.
A smooth one for them. And right now, with the end of game 3, we're almost halfway through this, and I'm feeling good. Rim, I know you're loving it. Wheezy, you're up here with us now. What are your thoughts about that game changer right there?
Man, I knew it was going to be a good match. I mean, two top of the caliber players and teams that were going head to head right there. I mean, you looking at the Simpsons, they made it all the way to the finals position for NACT. The top 2 team in North America last year, well, they got a bypass because of Vendetta, but still technically top 2. So,
Mark.
Yeah, definitely a very high talent team, but Boca Roscoe and the Bloodhounds, their team, like you said, they got taken down by Beat the Odds in the Valentine Dash, and to see them step back into the scene and improve and take down a team that was previously top 2 is definitely something to be proud about, and definitely an amazing series, man. But that's just it. That's only what, 3 games so far. We still got 5 more to go, guys. Amazing matches so far. We appreciate everybody tuning in, but it doesn't just stop there. We're gonna go ahead and swing over to a special segment, the community news, where we take a look at the number 1 or number 2 team for North America and their journey overseas. That's right, guys. Outplay made it all the way over to MSC. Unfortunately, they didn't have the strongest run that we expected, but nonetheless, still shout out to their amazingness and their grind and their passion for all that effort that they put out in MSC and also in North America. Look forward to seeing them journey back and continue being great and doing amazing things in NA, and who knows what the future holds for them. But speaking of Outplay, it doesn't just stop there. MSC's been amazing. If anybody's seen the venue, it's been insane. Lots of work has been put into the production over there as well. So let's go ahead and take a look into the venue, and who better to kind of show it than Chicken himself.
Hello everyone, we're here at the Aeon Mall in Phnom Penh, Cambodia. We're at the outside entrance to the MSC stage venue, and right here we have signed, what are these, like boards, billboards, cardboards? I don't know what they are. Of just all the teams, all their name signs, all lined up outside. Every single people who's coming in to watch the games live, they'll see all this.
Team Outplay. By the way, who are you?
I'm Fried Chicken, player from M3, M4.
You're a player for North America region, right?
Yeah.
Hey guys. So what is, Chicken, what is this?
I actually have no idea what this is. It's just some MC decor. MSC
this is
decor.
a photo booth area.
Oh, it's a photo booth.
Yeah, stand in the front, take a photo. Chicken with the photo in MSC. Look, you look nice. All right, we're good. This is how you enter the entrance of the venue, right?
Yeah, around the corner right here.
Yeah. Are you excited to be here?
Yeah, very excited to watch everything live.
Yo, you passed it. Don't walk backstage. We want to show the front.
Wait, the entrance, yeah.
What do you think about the entrance?
Interesting.
Interesting?
Are you going inside?
Aeon Hall. This is where the entrance is. So this is where you have to show your tickets and stuff, right? And go in?
Yeah, the badges and whatnot.
Yeah, absolutely.
We don't have it, but they'll let us in anyway. Bit of probably like an entrance booth here.
I think they're still setting up stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, different booths.
It'll look a lot different by tomorrow. They're still setting up all of it. This wasn't even here when we got here earlier. They just set it up. Oh, you can see all the lights.
And that's what's inside. What's possible inside, Chicken?
A lot of magical things are possible inside, dude.
Ooh, here we go.
Very nice stage.
Immediately when we come in, we see the big Kyrie. Dude, that looks cool. I mean, look at that. You make the player look like a god. What is that? Oh.
Quite big.
It's a big Kyrie there.
Well, they are the first match of the group stage, Dave.
True.
Onyx and Burnex Flash.
All right, and this is how players get into the stage, right?
Yeah.
What do you think about today's stage design?
It's quite nice. Actually, it's better than what I expected. A lot better.
What do you like the most about it?
Probably the watching area, this viewing area. They have really nice designs and transitions that you'll probably see at the live games. And people watching live as well will see how much work and effort has gone into the development of this.
True. So, do you ever want to get into the production of a tournament?
No.
You just want to play, right?
Yep.
Professionally. All right. Bless you.
Thank you.
So maybe next time we'll see Chicken and M5.
We'll see.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Oh, they're doing, by the way, they're doing rehearsal right now, tech rehearsal. So, look at that. Beautiful. All right. Chicken, any last comments before we close off the video for MSC introduction?
Good luck to all the teams participating, in particular OP from NA. And let's hope for the most exciting matches and hopefully no sweeps, because screw sweeps, they're boring to watch.
Feeling like a Mordecai, I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war. Tell that nigga he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, now nigga doing dope lines. Don't run into the cops, that's a exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now it's sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to dodge shells before it landing our tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo. I've been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, it been scheming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black genius. Everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience. Speak about some girls or some money or some diamonds or something. I'm not telling you to rap, not to rap how you rap, but make something we can vibe to.
Sounding like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think I answer. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Unless the bitch is my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a limp. I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, Tell them other nips, I'm the nip. I'm the man in the city, and my bank account bigger, and my body count bigger. That's without a doubt. I'm 100 steps ahead, that's a lot of mouth. That's a lot of clout. What you all about? What your dollar amount? You a boy scout, I'm a big dog. Tell the truth, I don't get y'all this shit. Time to corny, motherfucker, turn this shit off, bro. I can't rap how everybody else rap, bro. Everybody talking about hoe, cars, clothes, chains, and money. That shit corny as fuck, bro. Oh God, I don't want to rap about that corny ass shit.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like.
Swift as wind, as fierce as fire.
Never look back if you have nothing to regret. Loneliness never bothers me. Hi-ya! Never look back if you have nothing to regret. Let my will bend the earth! Legendary! Let my will bend the earth! Double kill!
Hey guys, what's up? So today, we are featuring Novaria, the Star Rebel. Novaria is the daughter of an astral artificer from the celestial haven of Stargate Valley. She possesses a solitary nature, formidable strength, and a pure heart that radiates compassion. However, the same stars that are the source of her power are also responsible for the calamities that have befallen her family and stripped away her freedom. Shackled by astral rings, Novaria broke free using the power that she desperately hid in her early years. Her new goal is to complete the Star Atlas and with it, unlock the secrets of the stars. Hero skills. Novaria is an artillery mage with burst potential and support capabilities. First skill, Astral Meteor. Novaria uses her first skill to continuously deal magic damage and gradually slow down the enemies in a designated area. Second skill, Astral Recall. In the first stage, she enters Astral State and then draws an Astral Spear towards her from a distance, slowing enemies along the way. While in this state, Novaria moves faster and can pass through terrains. Upon catching the Astral Spear, her second skill changes to Star Shatter. Second skill, Star Shatter. Novaria can launch the spear, detonating upon impact with the first hero it hits. The damage can increase based on the sphere's travel distance, and it starts where the spear is summoned. Ultimate, Astral Echo. Novaria scatters Astral Echo in a direction to briefly slow and increase the hitbox of enemy heroes by 250%, and they will also become visible for 8 seconds, revealing the surrounding area. Passive skill, Star Trail. With the power of stars, all of Novaria's skills can reveal the location of enemy heroes. Pro tips. At the beginning of the game, start by leveling up her first skill to quickly clear the first wave of minions. After that, prioritize her second skill and ultimate whenever possible, since her second skill is her primary source of damage. Although her first skill is mainly used for clearing minions, it should be given less priority compared to the other skills. To maximize the damage of her second skill, you'd want to move away from where the spear is summoned. By doing so, you gain more stacks to increase its damage. Remember, the travel distance starts from where you first summoned the spear. Her second skill has a long-range feature, providing a safe way to check bushes for lurking enemies. Moreover, the spear briefly detects hidden enemies if it passes through a bush where they are hiding, making it an excellent tool for reconnaissance. As soon as Novaria casts her second skill, she gains the ability to move through terrains. Use this advantage to maximize the travel time for the spear to fly toward her, then launch it from the longest distance possible. Novaria's ultimate gives her extra vision, allowing her to hit enemies with her second skill from a distance. And because of the increased hitbox, it makes it easier to hit her targets. Her second skill upon entering the astral state provides a movement speed boost that can further be enhanced by 60% if you pass through a wall. Because of her astral state, you can move outside the walls to evade those fast-moving enemies. You can use her second skill to check multiple bushes in the jungle area, giving you a tactical advantage over your opponents. Laning phase. To gain an advantage during the laning phase, use your first skill to slow down the enemy, then activate your second skill while retreating. Position as far as you can before triggering your second skill to deal the highest possible damage. Her first skill is good for clearing minions fast as it deals HP-based damage. You can win the lane by using her range advantage. Target the enemy hero to make them recall to their base, which eventually delays their farming. Team fights. When in team fights, use her second skill first, followed by her ultimate to provide vision.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Cyberpunk Qualifiers Day 1. An amazing time for Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America. I'm your host, Steph Weezy, and we've officially completed 3 of the first 8 matches so far for today. Now, another 2 teams ready to go against each other. We got Team Elite going up against the Night Horde. And joined on the desk, I have an amazing caster to help me break down this amazing game. Master Rim is in the building! Man, the last match was crazy, but it just gets even higher and higher as we climb up that ladder. And Night Horde, I mean, we've worked with Talon for a decent amount of time now, and Team Elite, anything about them that you may know?
Yeah, I'm actually, a little assistant, if you will, for that squad. They've been, working for roster changes, and they're one of the few teams in NA that kind of is going into that direction of having a paid roster. So I think that's something that's very interesting. And again, Coach Deku is going to be, coaching them out. So I'm excited to see how they're going to perform under his guidance.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. And let's not waste any more time. Let's go ahead and jump into the draft between these 2 amazing teams, Night Horde versus Team Elite. Here we go. Your side, you got the Night Horde. I'm rocking with Team Elite today. And let's see how it goes. I mean, just looking at the last match, right? We've seen a Leslie versus a Beatrix. That was definitely something very entertaining. We saw a Kadita slotted, right? More Kadita players are coming out for Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America. I believe that was Bolt Garasco who actually pulled out the Kadita as well. So some things that we've been seeing kind of sneak through, or not sneak through, but import its way from overseas to North America is picks like the Minotaur. We have yet to see the Bane. That's something I've been waiting for somebody to pull out, but the Minotaur has slipped through the cracks.
We started dropped. He didn't get picked, but he got banned.
Yeah, he got banned out. And it's probably because everybody's watching MSC right now and they just see how fast he can clear. And usually when a team picks up the Bane, they try and go for that early finish. And speaking about picks so far, more of a standardized ban. We're going to go ahead and see that glue taken out for the side of Night Horde.
Absolutely right. And in response to that, we're going to see the Franco being taken out for the side of Team Elite, already getting one of those suppressions off of the board. So we do know Night Horde has first pick here. So Team Elite does have that 2 hero advantage in the draft in terms of what they can prioritize, right? So once you pick out some of these strong Volmers with these hard, suppressions like the Franco, the Kaja, you really give your side some more options here. And speaking of options, we're gonna see the Kadita be banned out here. Not that much of a standard ban. I do think there is still answers to go up against this Kadita. But she's still very strong. She does have potential, especially if you lock in some of those pick-off compositions. She has some ability, she has the sustainability, and most importantly, she has the damage, right? The pressure that she can provide not only to your frontliners, but your backliners as well. And she can swim away over there, right? And take you under the sea. So none of that's gonna be happening here today. And we're seeing Nighthawk focusing heavily on that mid lane matchup as they're gonna go ahead and prio this Eve for their third and last ban of this first half of the draft.
And then for a response from Team Elite, they're gonna go ahead and take out the Novaria and the Fanny. Now, I don't see them picking up the Vexana, but I don't know, maybe time will tell. Not really sure if that's gonna be the strongest pickup, but maybe they're going for a composition that has synergy, maybe like a little combo on the way with this Vexana, who we typically don't see. I mean, I at least have never seen a Vexana slotted in the professional scene as a first pick option, but they're gonna go ahead and go with something that's a little bit more familiar, something that we have seen a lot, and that is that R-Lot, right? That R-Lot that we've seen wreak havoc in the XP lane, typically ran with that, I believe, tenacity on him as well. Could definitely be a problem. Some do still choose to run the Fighter Emblem Festival of Blood, but typically on the pro scene, we kind of see that tenacity make him a little bit more sustainable, a little bit more beefy. But on the opposing side, speaking of beefiness, Mlsa was picked up alongside the Beatrix.
Now, they're definitely setting up for that team fight composition, right? Locking in that Mlsa. He's very independent in that EXP lane, and what he can offer to your overall team during some of these team fights, especially when you try to clash in for some of the objectives, right? This R-Lot, a hero with a lot of dashes, good response, you know, into that, in that EXP lane, as well as for what can happen during these team fights. He is an answer for that. And the side of Nighthawk right now, locking in a mage that's not that standard. And I will say she's one of my comfort mages, right? They were hovering over to Lil Yi, but I know you're seeing it. You're hyped about it. The Bane is going to be locked in, and we're going to see that Bane coming in for the side of Nighthawk here, Weezy.
Yeah, we said it, right? We mentioned seeing this possibly picked up, right? Seeing that slotted in, the Bane inside of the jungle. One of those heroes that's been being a strong force overseas and now in North America, making its way, its debut to the MLSA Season 3. I can't wait to see how this plays in for the side of the Nighthawk.
Absolutely, right? They have the Valentina at their disposal as well, so they do have that Mlsa ulti at their disposal, you know, too, right? So there's a lot of outplay potentials. It can also, you know, benefit them when Bane does start that deadly catch, even to initiate with the final slash coming in from the R-Lot. So there's a lot of potential, and again, more potential being given to her. She now has a wild charge at her disposal on this Valentina, and that's just the pressure that she's gonna apply not only in the draft but consistently throughout the game here. But Team Elite, they still need their mid laner, and what I can say from the side of Nighthawk, I understand the Eve ban. It is a target for Khan there, which is that the mid laner for the side of Team Elite. He's known throughout NA for his Eve gameplay. That's arguably one of his best mages, so they're kind of lessening his hero pool. And now that Team Elite haven't secured that gold laner, it may have deemed successful, right? They're potentially waiting to see the rest of the picks for Nighthawk, but knowing that they're behind the guidance of Coach Deku here, I know he's gonna have an answer for that. He's gonna find a little crack in the ground there for Khan to be able to fully reach his potential there in that mid lane. And speaking of things that can help reach potentials, the Lolita, a Roamer, gonna be banned out for the side of Team Elite. She's very good in combination with this Valentina. You don't want to have a wild charge, a King's Calling, and aluminum blast to worry about, right? And not to mention the R-Lot with that final slash. We saw in the last game he was able to really corrupt some positionings, right? So a lot of potential coming in there, and I like the bans and the answers coming in from the side of Team Elite.
Yeah, I mean, the R-Lot's final slash, man, can definitely yank you back. You know how, like, when they say curtains close and somebody grabs that little big hook and they pull somebody back? That's exactly what you get when you use R-Lot with the final slash. He can disposition anybody in front of him, so definitely something you have to watch out for. When I'm looking at the Nighthawk, I'm looking at a heavy, aggressive early game composition. You have the Bane. He can rush through the turrets. He can rush through the farm. One of the best at farming in the early game. to kind of stack up on that snowball. You pair that up with a Valentina, who's also great early game, who can deny the invade as well, procking that Terrify for anybody that dares to rush in to the jungle side over there for Bane. And then, not to mention Arlot's one of the easiest heroes to kind of pick up for the early game, since he just really has to get those marks and do a lot of damage, and he's very sustainable. But when you look at Team Elite, right, I'm looking at something that they're going to have to, a couple of conditions have to be made, right? Survive through the early game, play patient with Night Horde, and wait for them to be aggressive and make a mistake. You're looking at the Mlsa. You can rush in, use the King's Calling, drop it down, and kind of stop Bane from using his skills alongside the Arlot. So they definitely have the control when it comes to the neutral objectives, but the damage output is nowhere near what we're seeing so far for Night Horde.
Absolutely right. Their only main source of damage right now is going to be that Beatrix. Like I mentioned, they still need that mid laner at their disposal, and looking for the side of Night Horde right now. They're looking to finalize their bans here for the second phase of the draft, and they still need their gold laner as well as that roam position. Something like the Claude, I think, would go pretty well with their aggressive composition. They have the early game, but right now they're lacking something that's going to be beneficial in that late game, right? He does have that BMI. It's a blink, so I do think he will be able to escape that King's Calling if he does get trapped inside of it. And if he goes for the Purify, even better, right? Because he is going up against that Grok with the knockup, with that wild charge. So I do think that's one of their options. He also does relatively well in that gold lane up against the Beatrix. But I also do think that something like the carry, right, to kind of shred through some of that frontline presence that's going to be coming in from the side of Team Elite. And they still also need their jungler. And what's open right now, they do have options like the tanks a lot. They have options like the Martyrs if they do decide to go that route. Even the Alpha is still open, and we haven't seen much Alphas being played yet, shockingly, right? But we're going to go ahead and see them prio the Faramis. Now, I will say, up into that Yve, that is bold. But one thing about Yve, I always mention this, is she's powerful, but even the most powerful people can't hold that much power. She's going to have to really decide which one she's going to capitalize off of here, and she can't get all of them. She can get one, right? And it may be the best for that situation, but then okay, there's still answers across the board. So when you throw that much at her, you kind of put her in an uncomfortable position, because it's like, okay, if I take this ultimate, I'll still leave us open to this one and leave us open to, you know, other things. And speaking of things being left open, the Diggy's off the board. The Atlas is here. Oh, no, they're going to go ahead and switch over to this Kaja and get some suppression on board.
Now, I'm not going to lie, I would have probably preferred something like the Minotaur in this situation, or even the Atlas would have been a great pickup, considering they have a composition that's going to kind of hover around this co-altar from the Faramis, and none of them are really rocking Purify right now. They're all got the flicker, and they're not too mobile when it comes to these heroes. So when you run an Atlas or a Minotaur, you kind of put them in an awkward situation to either run that flicker and kind of limit some of their mobility, or if they don't rock that Purify, they run the flicker and they are mobile, but then they don't have the Purify, which is exactly what an Atlas or a Minotaur would like when they rush in for those team engagements. When you put in something like the Kaja, I don't really know how it's going to work, because Kaja's not only single target CC, but they don't have a lot of CC on their team. Usually they have the Arlot, and the Arlot pairs well with somebody that has group CC. But they traded group CC for single target CC instead, and I'm not really sure if that was the wisest decision. I think if we could just rewind this a little bit, maybe put that Atlas back in there,
reverse
then I would have
time?
gave them, yeah, there we go, the reverse time. Then I would have gave them the draft, but that one swap may have, and they also skipped a ban, you know, now that we mention it, but I probably am going to have to give this one to Team Elite just for that slight difference in what they chose for their run.
You know, I will say I do still see a lot of potential coming in here for the side of Night Horde, right? I do think you mentioned that they are lacking CC. I have to disagree with you on that regards, right? I think the Arlot, he does have that CC at his disposal. The Bane, he has that knockup with, you know, the final catch there with his ultimate, as well as the Valentina that has the capabilities of applying, you know, multi-target Terrifies, right? And not only that, they have a Valentina on the board. So that means some of the CC coming in from Team Elite also belongs to Horde just because of that IMU. So I do think they have some answers across the board. It's really going to come down to how they execute this, what they're able to check off of the to-do list. That's going to be their saving grace here. I do see Grok looking to free some of those minions, but he did miss that first wave. I think he kind of forgot about it and said, okay, oh, well, I remember the second time around. So I think that's what he tried to do there. And he definitely did stall the minions in that mid lane. And again, looking at some of these laning phases right now, it's mid lane is going to go in favor of Team Elite. I feel like having this Faramis as well as this Grok, if they clear these lanes right, they should have the upper advantage in terms of rotations as it is a Valentina and a Kaja. Now, in that EXP lane, we're seeing a good hook there coming in from Yuri on this Mlsa, and it's pretty even in terms of the damage distribution being dished out. But speaking of damage being dished out here, Weezy.
Yeah, you are seeing a lot of damage on the board. Last Insanity going in. Her carry taken down by Sailor, putting him on a ship and sailing him away. That is 1 kill, slight advantage for Team Elite, only 1 minute in. And looking at the XP matchup, look at the Arlot. He ran the he ran the fighter emblem instead. And speaking of Arlot, Dinosaur going to rush in. 2v1 combo. They are going to find a kill of their own. They're going to go ahead and take down Yuri.
Man, the damage coming in from this Bane is insane, and we're only in that early game, phase of the match, and I'll be scared of them shark attacks. It's feeling like we're in Florida here, Weezy, and you recently just moved to Florida, so you gotta keep watch as well, right? But speaking of things to keep watch off of, this Turtle already being proxy, but we're seeing a contest coming in from the side of Team Elite as Turtle gets reset here, and that's actually what Elite needs because their roamer now has that level 4 advantage.
Does have that slight advantage, and now the battle in the Turtle Pit. Last Sanity going down by Sailor, but Dinosaur secures the Turtle with the retribution for Horde. Picks up a kill, takes down Sailor. Ult being activated by Khan. Able to get out of that tricky situation, but the first neutral objective going to Horde. Now back on this Arlot. Now, with them locking in the Kaja, I feel like they could have sacrificed him running the Tenacity just because they need something else that could kind of sustain all that damage in the front line once Kaja does use that Divine Judgment. I really want to see how this goes into the team composition when they do fight over these Lords, over these Turtles, how Foggy would play into it. Is it going to make him too squishy? That's the only question I really have for it, but he is going to have the damage needed to possibly burst down a backline.
Absolutely, right? And he actually is running the Festival of Blood in terms of the emblems there for that EXP learner. So he's actually going to get a little bit more of that spellbound aspect. So I'm assuming he's potentially going to try to build in for that. I think it's called, I can't remember, but it gives you that life steal, right? Bloodless Fury. Or Bloodless Axe, I think that's what it's called.
Yeah.
So he's definitely going to be playing into that sustainability, and looking at the rotations coming in right now, Horde is putting work on that mid lane tower. They're looking to chunk it down as much as possible to open up that map. But in response, on that top side, you're recruiting having that same idea.
And Yuri, he's running the high and dry too. So this is going to be a fun one between these two. But when it comes to the team fights, like that high and dry is not really going to be that effective. Yuri running the high and dry. He just wants to sustain himself. He wants to be able to have the maximum amount of damage in his lane. Not expecting his team to really come out and help him. He's expecting to stay there and kind of fight it out by himself. And that's where that high and dry will kick in for him. Now, looking at the game so far, 4 minutes in, we said Horde had more of the early game composition. They need to find a way to take advantage of the early game and progress forward. Right now, you are looking at Dinosaur pulling the aggro for the second Turtle. They were able to secure the first one, so it is looking like a great start.
Absolutely right, but Grok goes in with a wild charge.
Sailor is going to secure the Turtle as well. That is going to be Team Elite able to take this one. Foggy is going to take down Sailor to respond. Even though he took the Turtle, he paid with his life. Her carry is going to find Khan, but her carry is going to fall over there to Beatrix in the mid lane.
Man, the pressure coming in from this Arlot there, one final slash is all it takes. And right now, it's really being a good answer for that Cult Altar coming in from the Faramis, because it was popped, but it didn't last as long as I think they would have intended or liked for it to have lasted for, right? And he's really having an easier time up there in that EXP lane. And again, credits to the emblem that he's running. Team Elite is really going to have some pressure in terms of bursting him down as he is going for some of that more sustainable build route in terms of itemizations that he's going for right now. But looking at the pressure in this bot lane right now, Night Horde focusing heavily on this bot side, Kaja potentially setting up to get a divine judgment here.
Concealed play has been opted in, stripping that turret down to about 25% HP for Team Elite. You are looking at them pull their punches though, playing very passive but slowly trying to inch their way into the jungler side for Team Elite. Right now, nobody has taken a turtle or a turret, but bodies may drop. Co-alter activated inside of the last Insanity. That's what we call a saving grace. You're going to find your cutie, find Strux, take him down. Valentina falls. That is going to be one member down for the Night Horde. Can they take more? You've seen the Terrify go out by Valentina as well, but nobody else is going to fall in that engagement. Foggy, though, left unchecked on the top side, is going to go ahead and claim the turret for the Night Horde.
Man, and finding a trade, really keeping the economy close right now. Night Horde does have that 2k gold lead. It's just about 1k right now. And again, the pressure that Foggy's able to apply in this top side, and now that he's opened up that tower, he's going to be present for more of these team fights. And his presence so far has been, you know, scary. He has 100% team fight participation as of right now. So that's just something to take into account. And knowing that he has gotten that tower there in the top side, he is going to be present for this turtle contest that's going to be coming in here. And we're already seeing Night Horde pushing up and getting their positioning in to contest for this turtle.
That's right. Both teams trying to weather the storm, but who will be able to outlast the other? You are going to see the battle in the turtle pit on the way. Foggy getting hit over there by Beatrix. Very low. Last Insanity. Beatrix is going to go ahead and take him down. Arlott falls, but Dinosaur secures the turtle for the Night Horde. Co-alter being activated to keep the team alive for Team Elite, and they're going to pull out of the turtle pit.
And that's a good choice for them, right? They weren't able to secure that turtle, but it's better than having a body falling. They were able to get one kill into their hands, though. And speaking of things being into people's hands, looking at some of these items that is being picked up here, Arlott, he is going for the more tanky route, and I guess that's where he's going for this emblem, so he can get a little bit more of that damage as a trade-off, right? And speaking of damage being dealt, Beatrix actually for securing her first item, which is that Blade of Despair. Bloody, he does have that Sea Halberd, and he is building into that as well. In terms of mid lane, Khan did secure that Enchanted Talisman, as well as the Valentina going for that Clock of Destiny to scale up for that burst. And speaking of burst, a failed wild charge there coming in from Grok, and that might be a little bit of a misplay, as instead of going for the engage, they now have to disengage from that situation there, Weezy.
Yeah, definitely having to disengage. Right now, Team Elite losing a lot of real estate. There goes the Divine Judgment we were looking for. Is going to find Sailor. Is going to proc down his armor. Your cutie is going to go ahead and find a kill. Is going to take down Summer. Co-alter being activated. But this time on the side of Night Horde, proc by Strux with the IMU of the Valentina. The Spear of Glory almost catching Strux into the first turret for the side of Team Elite. Barely dodging it. Looking like some broken Adidas that he's dodging. You know what I'm talking But jumping into this game, man, I gotta say, right now we're expecting Night Horde to kind of push through with the early game advantage, but you are starting to see Team Elite get a little bit more defensive, getting a little bit more stacked together as they're trying to pummel through the first turret in the mid lane. Last Insanity goes out, the deadliest catch, a response from Bane to clear the minions, torn apart, memories going down, and still everybody standing strong.
Absolutely right, and it's only a matter of time before that tower in the mid lane for the side of Night Horde falls. We see Team Elite clearing that wave, and they're going to go ahead and pick up a kill down in the bot side and have Summer Sky looking like the night sky, as they are going to put him to rest right now. They are in a good position to take this Lord, but Night Horde still going to give it their all in contest for this Lord reason.
That's right, we're looking at both teams battling it out in the Lord pit. Right now, most of the neutral objectives went to the Night Horde. Both teams got a turtle, but the Night Horde claimed 2 turrets. But this time, Team Elite is going to go ahead and pave the way forward, going to claim the first Lord, and this will give them a slight advantage to try and open up the map.
Absolutely, and speaking of the map being opened up here, they're going to go ahead and potentially find, a good defense, but a conceal play.
Does go in from her carry. The Divine Judgment for the pullback. Dinosaur takes down Mongu. You're going to see Last Insanity from Strux rush in. That is the IMU Valentina. Foggy takes down Khan, her carry. Not able to really hit the mark alongside Strux. Not going to find anybody with the Last Insanity, but here comes the real Insanity. Dinosaur takes down Yuracutie. Dinosaur gets the mega kill on him as well. The fire missiles going down. They're trying to hold him off and pushing into this turret, but it still stands. Both turrets hanging on by the wire. And neither side able to claim it.
Talk about good tower defenses being done there on both sides, but unfortunately, both of those first side lane towers are going to fall, as that is the first Lord of the game, courtesy to the side of Team Elite right now. And I think they're going to go ahead and successfully claim this one. We are seeing a wild charge onto Foggy, and that's going to be a kill into the hands of Beatrix here. And they're going to go ahead and look to potentially disengage, as they did finally get that tower that they've been trying to get for the past, I would say, about 4 minutes of the game, right? But I don't want to count Night Horde out just yet. Looking at Janus there on this Bane, he is currently level 14, and he's one level ahead of the jungler for the side of Team Elite right now. And he's picking up some more of these defense items. He did go ahead and pick up that, but we're seeing another engage here happening.
For Glory connecting, Deadly's Catch going out. Sailor with the Last Insanity, wrapping around to her carry is gonna take her down. You are gonna go ahead and look at the wild charge for the stun, and the sniper from a mile away, mega killer Bullseye is gonna take down Strux, the mage for Night Horde.
Now, Weezy, I hate to be the one to say this, but I think that she's gonna need another carry after this game, right? Because it's not looking too good. It's looking like she's about to lose some stars here. And Team Elite, man, they're heavy on the aggression. They're playing with the composition. All right, they're only looking for engages when they have Yuracutie around them for that King's Calling with that ultimate here. And again, Night Horde, they had a beautiful early game, but right now, not being able to get Summer Sky online there, that's really what they're missing. Team Elite, they do have that gold lane pressure, and they're missing out for the side of Night Horde. They really have to let this Brody farm up. Her carry has to find some good divine judgments right now. We've been seeing him focusing on the Grok. We saw him go for Sailor there on the export, but that's not the target, right? They have to pick off someone like the Faramis, deny them that cult altar, deny them the damage coming in from Beatrix, and she hasn't even taken a fall in this game so far. And we're already staring into that mid to late game phase, and this is where Marksman kind of shine, and she's been having a good summer in retrospect to Summer Sky there on this Brody, right? But speaking of things that we're seeing, a concealed play being popped in for the side of Night Horde.
That's right, concealed play did go in a little short, not really gonna do anything profitable for the side of the Night Horde. They have been zoned out of the Lord Pit as well, trying to find their way in. Did not want to let this objective go uncontested. Look at Yuracutie though, is gonna rush in, drop the King's Calling. Last Sanity goes out on top of it. You're gonna see Beatrix take down her carry. Yuracutie finds Summer Sky, a double, down goes Strux, Beatrix securing it. Foggy trying to get away, hit with the fire missiles, hit with the slow, forces him to flicker out. A great play, and that all started from the positioning of Yuracutie with the flicker left in the King's Calling.
Man, and I mentioned it, right? Team Elite, they're putting the team in Elite right now, Weezy. The team fights has been very well synced. They're finding their synergy. They just found that Lord, and they're in a really good position in terms of ending this game. Once they sync these ways properly, they're finding the pickoffs, and then, like I mentioned before, they're getting really well targets in these team fights. And looking at some of the items that's being picked up as we enter that late game stage for the side of Team Elite, Beatrix, she did secure that House Claw, going to add to that sustainability. We do see a failed conceal coming in from her carry right now, and looking at his itemizations, she's really falling short, and the damage output being dished out for the side of Team Elite, while he only has 2 defense items at his disposal right now, he's being relatively bursted down, and he's slacking in terms of itemizations. And right now, the jungler, as well as that EXP laner, is way more tanky than he is, and that's the downside of running something like the Kaja in that roam position. He's easy to be countered off. He has to put himself in an uncomfortable position to secure a good divine judgment. But speaking of things being secured, Team Elite looking to secure this mid lane tower.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Kaja, right? When they slotted that in, I mean, I still would have preferred to go for a Group CC roam. And then to top it off, when Foggy went in to go for the fighter emblem instead of the tenacity, I mean, you're looking at his item build. He's going full tank. Like, the tenacity would have helped out even more for him to be that frontline tank that they kind of needed with that CC. You know, if you go the fighter emblem, then I'm expecting you to go something else frontline that can group up them and you can burst them down alongside the Brody. But speaking of burst down, Sailor's going to find her carry in the mid lane, drops the tier 2 turret. You are going to see the push from Team Elite. Yuri taking another kill is going to shut down Dinosaur. The dinosaurs are extinct. He was the last one and he has fallen. Foggy going to fall as well into the hands of Sailor. Man, he's just putting in work right now. But Yuri Cutie, 5-2-7 on this Mlsa. Definitely having a strong impact for the team as now the base has been cracked open. Beatrix is going to find Summer Sky. Flawless KDA, 7-0-6. Looks like they are going in for a possible finish. They do have the minions to pull in from the Spirit Glory. And the damage, Beatrix is going to take down her carry, and down goes the Nexus. That is all she wrote, as Team Elite is going to take down Night Horde and progress to the top 16.
Man, what a good game being played from the side of Team Elite, executing their team fight composition and showing us that there's no I in team. They all work together to get that job done. Looking at some of the itemizations coming in, we do see a little bit of burst and poke coming in from Khan there, that mid laner for the side of Team Elite. Beatrix being able to scale pretty well. She was building in to that Rose Gold Meteor to complete her full build, giving her just that additional lifesteal as well as defense. Speaking of defenses, man, the EXP laner, the jungler, as well as the roamer being heavy on that defense. And looking at some of the statistics that kind of led them to victory here, we're seeing Beatrix, and this has been a common trend that we've been seeing with them, being very objective focused, that in turn allows them to be present for some of these team fights. And we're seeing high amounts there coming in for the side of Team Elite, and credits to them because, like I mentioned, the side of Night Horde, they were missing that gold lane presence, and that's just credits to being lost out in the draft, right? The aggression and the dive coming in from the side of Team Elite, going up against something like the Kaja. It's not enough to go up against that composition. So really good drafting as well as gameplays and execution coming in from the side of Team Elite.
Yeah, definitely execution is everything, and right there you just seen a difference in pretty much everything. Honestly, it was a one-sided story for the most part. The drafting definitely led stronger for the side of Elite, and it definitely made a difference. I always say the draft is half the battle, and you gotta be very careful on what you slot. You always want to make sure that you're checking everything off the board. If you're going single target CC, you need to have group CC somewhere else. If you're going to go for the Kaja and you need some sustainability in another areas, Kaja cannot soak up all that damage. Most people are not going to focus the Kaja after that Divine Judgment goes out. He's just running around just hoping somebody does damage to him, but it's just not going to happen. So good job onto the side of Team Elite Night Horde. We appreciate y'all competing it out. Unfortunately, only one can move forward, and Team Elite is going to progress on to the top 16. But it doesn't just stop here, right? That was, I believe, match 4 of today, and now we're going to be moving on to game 5. We're going to be looking at Endables going up against Inception Omega. The Endables, a team that I believe has Milo on it. For those who don't know, he's played with the Valley, BTK. He's been one of those behind-the-scenes players, but definitely has held a lot of Supreme titles. And I think he's going to be playing with the new BTK possibly for the fall season. But don't quote me on that. I'm not really sure, but just know he has some great things ahead of him. And we're going to get a little bit of that showcasing here in the Cyberpunk Tournament for the Mlsa. So don't go anywhere. Grab some popcorn, get some drinks. We'll be right back with you guys for match 5.
I've been mortified, fortified, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of my die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war. Tell that nigga he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, now nigga doing dope lines. Don't run into the cops, that's a big exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to die shells before it landing on tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo. I've been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, it been scheming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black genius. Everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience. Speak about some girls or some money or some diamonds or something. I'm not telling you to rap, not to rap how you rap, but make something we can vibe to.
Sounding like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think I answer. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Unless the bitch is my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a limp, I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, Tell them other nips, I'm the nip. I'm the man in the city, and my bank account bigger, and my body count bigger, that's without a doubt. I'm 100 steps ahead, that's a lot of mouth, that's a lot of clout. What you all about? What your dollar amount? You a boy scout, I'm a big dog. Tell the truth, I don't get y'all to shoot. Time to corny, motherfucker, turn this shit off, bro. I can't rap how everybody else rap, bro. Everybody talking about hoe, cars, clothes, chains, and money. That shit corny as fuck, bro. On God, I don't want to rap about that corny ass shit.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hater plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the oh well. Need 100 milli on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Got 5 on it.
I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. Too easy. It's too easy. I've been there, done it, seen it. Boy, all that like Keenan. Still got crack, they fiendin'. Flow still hot like Phoenix. Shine so bright, I'm gleaming. This off top, I'm tweaking. Fresh out the rat like Neiman. And I'm still tryna fight my demons. Cause we all gotta act like Tina. That's why I gotta ride with the Nina. Outside, it's a war going on. Made me put my hands on my head like the Macarena. They want you walking on board like Kima. Ain't give a F to you like John Cena. Putting blood on the brand new Beamer. Tryna earn 8 stripes like Adidas. You get cold when you ride with the heater. It'll turn you to a dog like a keto. And expose to a cat like a cheetah. They smoke my partner like reefer. Dímelo porque o no entiendo. Mi gente must really need Jesus. They shed real blood, I never seen the crypt and I believe it.
It's too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. It's too easy. I've been there, done it, seen it. Y'all just talk, don't live it. And just took that route, that seen it. I'm so outspoken like Reason. Jimmy Neutron, boy, young G's. And I'm a self-made man out of Sweden. And it's still off top, I'm tweaking. But I still gotta fight my demons. I ain't no good, I'm evil. I ain't been clean since Eden. It's a war going on outside. Make you put your hands on your head like the Macarena. That's why I gotta watch my demeanor. You know they locking up blacks and Latinos. It's the same old game, ain't nothing really changed but the mileage on the meter of the beamer. You get cold when you ride with the heater. It'll turn you to a dog like a keto. And expose to a cat like a cheetah. They smoke my partner like reefer. Dímelo porque o no entiendo, mi gente must really need Jesus. He shed real blood, I never seen the crypt and I believe it. It's too easy. Too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed.
Because of the long range, you can gain the advantage of lowering the enemy's HP before the team fight even starts. Watch out for those low HP enemies that are trying to recall after a team fight. You can clear minions faster by combining her first and second skill, giving you more time to support your allies. In the late game, Novaria should roam around the battlefield looking to hit enemy heroes from unexpected angles. In this stage of the game, you should focus on sniping enemies on the back or those core damage dealers to destroy the formation and win the fight. Build. There are two distinct build paths to consider when playing Novaria. The first is a utility mage build, emphasizing cooldown reduction and additional damage from Glowing Wand. Remember, her skills are HP based, which means she can still deal decent damage even with a low magic power build. The second build focuses on burst damage, prioritizing Clock of Destiny and Lightning Truncheon. With this build, she can easily eliminate half of a squishy hero's HP with a single skill in the late game. For added sniping abilities, Flame Shot is recommended, while Flicker is a good option when facing highly mobile opponents. Counter. When fighting Novaria, you have to watch out for her long-distance damage. You can avoid it by dashing or doing unpredictable movements. Athena's shield is a great counter against her damage. The protection it gives almost has the same cooldown as her second skill. Novaria is an easy target after her astral state. Wait until she uses the skill to attack because she'll have limited mobility after that. Synergies. She's a valuable teammate for allies who require precise targeting due to her ability to enlarge enemy hitboxes. Examples are Franco Sook, Selena's Abyssal Arrow, and Beatrix's Sniper Mode. All of them require accurate aim, and with the help of Astral Echo, hitting enemies will become easier. And that's it for our hero Novaria. So what can you say about her skills? Share it in the comment section. That's all for this video. Stay safe and thank you for watching.
The basics are the base! They gotta stop him! They gotta stop him! That player, Immortality Pontoon, able to find Yato. Joybot's getting put down.
Direction with electrifying beats. Takes down best player. Basic on take down team. Joybot versus an ISO fight. Basic, here we go.
Work with ISO now. Oh, that's a big jump. He lands. Best player on the run for the first time. OP. I don't want to get the move. Takes it in the nick of time. Down goes Mlsa.
Joybot's getting dangerously. Oh!
Another hook. This is bad. And comes the Cult Altar though. Yato able to save the day. Shark. But wait, the rest of OP's here. You walk right into him and down you go.
I think MLBB and mobile esports can clearly be the #1 opportunity for kids to enjoy, play, learn, have fun, and find futures for results.
Sometimes I hunt for the storm just to weather it. Prefer them deadly than challenge accepted. And don't get too friendly, my motives are treacherous. There's a thin line between pain and what pleasure is. And on that thin line is me leaving them breathless. Make them aware it's their moment of reckoning. Used to be less of a wreck, now I'm reckless. I'm the best and I still get the best of them. Hold up. Always been the one that got them heroin. Still get a little bloodlust every now and then. Beckoning, follow him, or fall to him like they all doing. I follow my own guidance. I follow my own guidance. Still woke up and chose violence. When I talk, they all silent.
NASEF's vision is to give all students an opportunity to learn about career pathways that they can have in esports. For some, it's being an elite gamer, playing games like MLBB. For others, it's casters, it's streamers, shoutcasters, all these different career opportunities. And so that's what NASEF is doing, is providing career pathways and opportunities for all these students.
You know, we don't in the United States, in North America, play mobile games. And it really is, when we traveled around the world, that's what everyone plays. So if we're gonna compete and we're gonna give kids the same opportunities everywhere else in the world, they gotta learn how to do it. And there's nothing like MLBB. It is the best in the world.
I'm feeling a little bit dangerous, and they looking a little bit anxious. If I'm laughing while I'm twirling in my fingers, it's only a warning that you can't just walk up to me, talking to me. Ain't no telling my reaction, I could black out. This is such an experience, and it's always one I wanna max out.
Defy the odds, and they're well on their way of doing it down the mid.
The Nubian flicker, Yato makes the play. They're gonna try to close it in. Shark wants to return though. Joy Bosch, immortality pops. They don't have the minion just yet. They got 2. ISO gonna lock in. Can he do it? 50%, 30. No, wait, 2 more hits. Just finish it. ISO can't quite do it.
I'm ready for anything. Everything. I swear I'm ready for anything. Bring it on. It's not enough. Baby, I'm ready for everything. Tell them I'm ready for anything.
For 6 years, Southeast Asia have been the conquerors of the land of dawn. But now, new competitors have arisen, hungry to vanquish C's dominance. 12 teams will come to battle. Only one can be champion. In this MSC, the 12 qualified teams compete in 2 stages. First, the group stage, and then the knockout stage. The group stage starts with a draw. The champions of MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, MPL Malaysia, and MSC 2023 Myanmar qualifier are placed in Pool 1. All other competing teams are placed in Pool 2. Pool 1 teams will be distributed across 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. The other 8 teams will be drawn randomly into the other groups. Teams from MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines will not be drawn into the same group, making sure things stay challenging. Each team will fight each other once, with the winner of each match decided in a best of 3. Only the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the knockout stages. As for the knockout stage format, it will be a single elimination bracket, with each team fighting in a best of 5 series. Teams from the same group won't be drawn into the same knockout matchup. There is no second chance. Losing teams are eliminated from the tournament until it comes to the semi-finals, where losing teams fight for a chance at 3rd place. But after the semi-finals, we come to the grand final in a best of 7 matchup. The knockout stages will take place over 4 days, from June 15th to 18th. No matter which side you stand for, let your voices roar and carry your team as they fight for honor, glory, and victory. Witness history in the making as we see the world this MSC in Cambodia.
my power. By faith, the next fight awaits. A tiger. A tiger. Ready for a fair fight? As swift as wind, as fierce as fire.
Never look back if you have nothing to regret. Loneliness never bothers me. Never look back if you have nothing to regret.
Let my will bend the earth! Legendary! Let my will bend the earth! Double kill!
Hey guys, what's up? So today, we are featuring Novaria, the Star Rebel. Novaria is the daughter of an astral artificer from the celestial haven of Stargate Valley. She possesses a solitary nature, formidable strength, and a pure heart that radiates compassion. However, the same stars that are the source of her power are also responsible for the calamities that have befallen her family and stripped away her freedom. Shackled by astral rings, Novaria broke free using the power that she desperately hid in her early years. Her new goal is to complete the Star Atlas and with it, unlock the secrets of the stars. Hero skills. Novaria is an artillery mage with burst potential and support capabilities. First skill, Astral Meteor. Novaria uses her first skill to continue.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Cyberpunk Qualifiers. Unfortunately, a team was not able to make it, and sticking by the rules, it is going to be a DQ. So we're going to move forward to the next match of the day. This one's going to be a little bit of off schedule due to a Moonton scheduled event, but a team that you guys know about are going to be playing a little bit earlier than expected. That's right, we got BTK, the Bloodthirsty Kings themselves, going to be playing up against Team Ace. So don't go anywhere. Sorry for the brief intermission. We'll be right back with you guys for this explosive match.
The damage can increase based on the sphere's travel distance, and it starts where the sphere is summoned. Ultimate, Astral Echo. Novaria scatters Astral Echo in a direction to briefly slow and increase the hitbox of enemy heroes by 250%, and they will also become visible for 8 seconds, revealing the surrounding area. Passive skill, Star Trail. With the power of stars, all of Novaria's skills can reveal the location of enemy heroes. Pro tips. At the beginning of the game, start by leveling up her first skill to quickly clear the first wave of minions. After that, prioritize her second skill and ultimate whenever possible, since her second skill is her primary source of damage. Although her first skill is mainly used for clearing minions, it should be given less priority compared to the other skills. To maximize the damage of her second skill, you'd want to move away from where the spear is summoned. By doing so, you gain more stacks to increase its damage. Remember, the travel distance starts from where you first summoned the spear. Her second skill has a long-range feature, providing a safe way to check bushes for lurking enemies. Moreover, the spear briefly detects hidden enemies if it passes through a bush where they are hiding, making it an excellent tool for reconnaissance. As soon as Novaria casts her second skill, she gains the ability to move through terrains. Use this advantage to maximize the travel time for the spear to fly toward her, then launch it from the longest distance possible. Novaria's ultimate gives her extra vision, allowing her to hit enemies with her second skill from a distance. And because of the increased hitbox, it makes it easier to hit her targets. Her second skill upon entering the astral state provides a movement speed boost that can further be enhanced by 60% if you pass through a wall. Because of her astral state, you can move outside the walls to evade those fast-moving enemies. You can use her second skill to check multiple bushes in the jungle area, giving you a tactical advantage over your opponents. Laning phase. To gain an advantage during the laning phase, use your first skill to slow down the enemy, then activate your second skill while retreating. Position as far as you can before triggering your second skill to deal the highest possible damage. Her first skill is good for clearing minions fast as it deals HP-based damage. You can win the lane by using her range advantage. Target the enemy hero to make them recall to their base, which eventually delays their farming. Team fights. When in team fights, use her second skill first, followed by her ultimate to provide vision. Maintain your distance as far as possible, and then launch your second skill again. Try to get a clear path to your primary target because enemy heroes and summons can block her second skill. When you suspect the enemy team is rushing the Lord, use the ultimate to gain vision on that area. Take advantage of the vision and decide whether to initiate the team fights. There is a brief slow effect on her ultimate, making it a good chasing skill when the enemies are escaping. Tactics. Novaria's mobility and incredible attack range makes her a formidable ranged mage. As early as level 2, she has the ability to roam and provide support to teammates or disrupt the enemy jungler while maintaining distance. And because her second skill allows her to pass through walls and provides a zoom out view, this makes it easier to navigate in and out of jungle areas. Because of the long range, you can gain the advantage of lowering the enemy's HP before the team fight even starts. Watch out for those low HP enemies that are trying to recall after a team fight. You can clear minions faster by combining her first and second skill, giving you more time to support your allies. In the late game, Novaria should roam around the battlefield looking to hit enemy heroes from unexpected angles. In this stage of the game, you should focus on sniping enemies on the back or those core damage dealers to destroy the formation and win the fight. Build. There are two distinct build paths to consider when playing Novaria. The first is a utility mage build, emphasizing cooldown reduction and additional damage from Glowing Wand. Remember, her skills are HP based, which means she can still deal decent damage even with a low magic power build. The second build focuses on burst damage, prioritizing Clock of Destiny and Lightning Truncheon. With this build, she can easily eliminate half of a squishy hero's HP with a single skill in the late game. For added sniping abilities, Flame Shot is recommended, while Flicker is a good option when facing highly mobile opponents. Counter. When fighting Novaria, you have to watch out for her long-distance damage. You can avoid it by dashing or doing unpredictable movements. Athena's shield is a great counter against her damage. The protection it gives almost has the same cooldown as her second skill. Novaria is an easy target after her astral state. Wait until she uses the skill to attack because she'll have limited mobility after that. Synergies. She's a valuable teammate for allies who require precise targeting due to her ability to enlarge enemy hitboxes. Examples are Franco Sook, Selena's Abyssal Arrow, and Beatrix's Sniper Mode. All of them require accurate aim, and with the help of Astral Echo, hitting enemies will become easier. And that's it for our hero Novaria. So what can you say about her skills? Share it in the comment section. That's all for this video. Stay safe and thank you for watching.
The basics are the base! They gotta stop him! They gotta stop him! That player, Immortality pops, Horde able to find Yato. Joybot's getting point back.
Matching up with electrifying beats, takes down best player, basic on take down team. Joybot's President ISO, fight basic, here we go.
Work with ISO now. Oh, that's a big jump. He lands. Best player on the run for the first time, OP. Right away, gets the move. Takes it to the make of time. Down goes Moonton.
Joybot's getting dangerously. Oh!
Another hook. This is bad. And comes the Cult Altar, though. Yato able to save the day. Shark. But wait, the rest of OP's here. You walk right into him, and down you go.
Oh, I think MLBB and mobile esports can clearly be the #1 opportunity for kids to enjoy, play, learn, have fun, and find futures for themselves.
Sometimes I hunt for the storm just to weather it. Prefer them deadly than challenge accepted. And don't get too friendly, my motives are treacherous. There's a thin line between pain and what pleasure is. And on that thin line is me leaving them breathless. Make them aware it's their moment of reckoning. It used to be less of a wreck, now I'm reckless. I'm the best and I still get the best of them. Hold up. Always been the one that got them heroin. Still get a little bloodlust every now and then. Beckoning, follow him, or fall to him like they all do it. I follow my own guidance. I follow my own guidance. Still woke up and chose violence. When I talk, they all silent.
NASEF's vision is to give all students an opportunity to learn about career pathways that they can have in esports. For some, it's being an elite gamer, playing games like MLBB. For others, it's casters, it's streamers, shoutcasters, all these different career opportunities. And so that's what NASEF is doing, is providing career pathways and opportunities for all these students.
You know, we don't in the United States, in North America, play mobile games. And it really is, when we traveled around the world, that's what everyone plays. So if we're going to compete and we're going to give kids the same opportunities everywhere else in the world, they're going to learn how to do it. And there's nothing like MLBB. It is the best in the world.
I'm feeling a little bit dangerous, and they're looking a little bit anxious. If I'm laughing while I'm twirling in my fingers, it's only a warning that you can't just walk up to me, talking to me. Ain't no telling my reaction, I could black out. This is such an experience, and it's always one I want to max out.
Defy the odds, and they're well on their way of doing it down the mid.
The Nubian flicker, Yato Shark wants to return though. Joy Box, immortality pops, they don't have the minion just yet. They got 2. ISO gonna lock in. Can he do it? 50%, 30. No, wait, 2 more hits. Just finish it. ISO can't quite do it. But
I'm ready for anything. Everything. I swear I'm ready for anything. Bring it on. It's not enough. Baby, I'm ready for everything. Everything. Tell them I'm ready for anything.
6 years, Southeast Asia have been the conquerors of the land of dawn. But now, new competitors have arisen, hungry to vanquish C's dominance. 12 teams will come to battle. Only one can be champion. In this MSC, the 12 qualified teams compete in 2 stages. First, the group stage, and then the knockout stage. The group stage starts with a draw. The champions of MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, MPL Malaysia, and MSC 2023 Myanmar qualifier are placed in Pool 1. All other competing teams are placed in Pool 2. Pool 1 teams will be distributed across 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. The other 8 teams will be drawn randomly into the other groups. Teams from MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines will not be drawn into the same group, making sure things stay challenging. Each team will fight each other once, with the winner of each match decided in a best of 3. Only the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the knockout stages. As for the knockout stage format, it will be a single elimination bracket, with each team fighting in a best of 5 series. Teams from the same group won't be drawn into the same knockout matchup. There is no second chance. Losing teams are eliminated from the tournament until it comes to the semi-finals, where losing teams fight for a chance at 3rd place. But after the semi-finals, we come to the grand final in a best of 7 matchup. The knockout stages will take place over 4 days, from June 15th to 18th. No matter which side you stand for, let your voices roar and carry your team as they fight for honor, glory, and victory. Witness history in the making as we see the world this MSC in Cambodia.
Never look back if you have nothing to regret. Loneliness never bothers me. Never look back if you have nothing to regret.
Let my will bend the earth! Legendary! Let my will bend the earth! Double kill!
Hey guys, what's up? So today, we are featuring Novaria, the Star Rebel. Novaria is the daughter of an astral artificer from the celestial haven of Stargate Valley. She possesses a solitary nature, formidable strength, and a pure heart that radiates compassion. However, the same stars that are the source of her power are also responsible for the calamities that have befallen her family and stripped away her freedom. Shackled by astral rings, Novaria broke free using the power that she desperately hid in her early years. Her new goal is to complete the Star Atlas and with it, unlock the secrets of the stars. Hero skills. Novaria is an artillery mage with burst potential and support capabilities. First skill, Astral Meteor. Novaria uses her first skill to continuously deal magic damage and gradually slow down the enemies in a designated area. Second skill, Astral Recall. In the first stage, she enters Astral State and then draws an Astral Spear towards her from a distance, slowing enemies along the way. While in this state, Novaria moves faster and can pass through terrains. Upon catching the Astral Spear, her second skill changes to Star Shatter. Second skill, Star Shatter. Novaria can launch the spear, detonating upon impact with the first hero it hits. The damage can increase based on the sphere's travel distance, and it starts where the spear is summoned. Ultimate, Astral Echo. Novaria scatters Astral Echo in a direction to briefly slow and increase the hitbox of enemy heroes by 250%, and they will also become visible for 8 seconds, revealing the surrounding area. Passive skill, Star Trail. With the power of stars, all of Novaria's skills can reveal the location of enemy heroes. Pro tips. At the beginning of the game, start by leveling up her first skill to quickly clear the first wave of minions. After that, prioritize her second skill and ultimate whenever possible, since her second skill is her primary source of damage. Although her first skill is mainly used for clearing minions, it should be given less priority compared to the other skills. To maximize the damage of her second skill, you'd want to move away from where the spear is summoned. By doing so, you gain more stacks to increase its damage. Remember, the travel distance starts from where you first summoned the spear. Her second skill has a long-range feature, providing a safe way to check bushes for lurking enemies. Moreover, the spear briefly detects hidden enemies if it passes through a bush where they are hiding, making it an excellent tool for reconnaissance. As soon as Novaria casts her second skill, she gains the ability to move through terrains. Use this advantage to maximize the travel time for the spear to fly toward her, then launch it from the longest distance possible. Novaria's ultimate gives her extra vision, allowing her to hit enemies with her second skill from a distance. And because of the increased hitbox, it makes it easier to hit her targets. Her second skill upon entering the astral state provides a movement speed boost that can further be enhanced by 60% if you pass through a wall. Because of her astral state, you can move outside the walls to evade those fast-moving enemies. You can use her second skill to check multiple bushes in the jungle area, giving you a tactical advantage over your opponents. Laning phase. To gain an advantage during the laning phase, use your first skill to slow down the enemy, then activate your second skill while retreating. Position as far as you can before triggering your second skill to deal the highest possible damage. Her first skill is good for clearing minions fast as it deals HP-based damage. You can win the lane by using her range advantage. Target the enemy hero to make them recall to their base, which eventually delays their farming. Team fights. When in team fights, use her second skill first, followed by her ultimate to provide vision. Maintain your distance as far as possible, and then launch your second skill again. Try to get a clear path to your primary target because enemy heroes and summons can block her second skill. When you suspect the enemy team is rushing the Lord, use the ultimate to gain vision on that area. Take advantage of the vision and decide whether to initiate the team fights. There is a brief slow effect on her ultimate, making it a good chasing skill when the enemies are escaping. Tactics. Novaria's mobility and incredible attack range makes her a formidable ranged mage. As early as level 2, she has the ability to roam and provide support to teammates or disrupt the enemy jungler while maintaining distance. And because her second skill allows her to pass through walls and provides a zoom out view, this makes it easier to navigate in and out of jungle areas. Because of the long range, you can gain the advantage of lowering the enemy's HP before the team fight even starts. Watch out for those low HP enemies that are trying to recall after a team fight. You can clear minions faster by combining her first and second skill, giving you more time to support your allies. In the late game, Novaria should roam around the battlefield looking to hit enemy heroes from unexpected angles. In this stage of the game, you should focus on sniping enemies on the back or those core damage dealers to destroy the formation and win the fight. Build. There are two distinct build paths to consider when playing Novaria. The first is a utility mage build, emphasizing...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Cyberpunk Qualifiers Day 1. We are halfway through the show, and today we've got an amazing team to go up against another team who everybody should know in North America. That's right, the two teams ready to go head-to-head currently for the 5th match of the day is going to be the Bloodthirsty Kings. A little bit of a roster change, some familiar names in there that you guys haven't seen in a while. Going up against Team Ace. Can't wait to see where this goes. This is a best of 1, and joined on the desk to help break down this game and all this crazy engagement. We've got a special guest you've seen earlier in the show, and now back with some more game and some more action to cast it out. Ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about Coach Deku! Man with the plan, Coach Deku, how you doing?
Feeling good, doing good. Gonna be sliding over to that excellent game, like you said, right? We got BTK and Team Ace. Team from the West, a team from the East. We're bringing it all together in that central lobby where things meet and collide, and honestly, a battle between two Goliaths right here. Definitely excited to see what can happen. BTK, obviously, respectfully, will be the heavy favorite in this matchup, but these are best of ones. Anything is possible in a best of one. All it takes is one bad pick, one bad play, and we're talking about a whole different team moving forward that no one could possibly expect here.
That's right. Can't possibly expect it. Let's go ahead and jump into the draft and see exactly what is about to go down. Now moving into the draft, looking at Ace on my side, BTK on the side for Deku. First ban, blocking out that Fanny.
Definitely got to get rid of it, like we were talking about earlier. In the competitive scene, getting rid of that fanny is definitely a nice go-to move, especially if you don't have any information. That could be the case as well. BTK may not be familiar with Team Ace, so it's always a safe ban to get rid of the fanny when you have no information, no data on a team. It's a reliable ban to go ahead and start out your draft with.
Yeah, definitely a reliable ban. Both teams trying to fish out some information. I mean, there's a lot more on the table about what BTK plays, but not as much for Team Ace. So typically, I kind of respect it. You normally see teams ban out the fanny when they're not really sure what a team plays. So looking at Ace, they are going to go ahead and take out that Joy. Now, this is interesting. Joy, one of those heroes that we haven't seen banned as often, but still one of the priorities to be banned when you're not really sure what to pick. Usually, Joy has struggled with suppression. There is still suppression on the table, such as the Franco, such as the Kaja. So I don't know if I really agree with banning out the Joy when you still have those on the table as a possible answer, especially with BTK being first pick. But time will tell. BTK showing their second ban already, taking out the Lancelot.
You know, banning out the Joy, it could be a setup, right? And we saw this earlier, and it happens often. The glue for the R-Lot exchange. Go ahead and take the Joy off the board. You can set it up nicely. You give up BTK to take one of the two. Ideally, at least in my opinion, I would want them to take R-Lot just because glue still holds on to one of the highest win rates when you're talking about the competitive scene. So it just, the numbers are in your odds in that case. But at least you get one of the two top of the 3 XP laners for your team. Banning out the Joy, though, it's kind of necessary because Joy is not really hard locked into the role, right? R-Lot and glue, you're going to see it in that XP more often than not. We have seen R-Lot slot into position 5 from teams like Onyx. Glue just stays in the XP. So, but Joy, right, can flex the mid lane, it can flex the jungle. So kind of the one you want to get rid of. You want to set up that good 1-for-1 here.
Yeah, especially because the Joy is such a flexible hero. You can put it in multiple positions. Definitely makes it a threat. Novaria is still on the table, though, something we haven't seen banned out, and maybe we'll see BTK slot it for the first time. We've never really seen BTK run Novaria, and I don't know if Ace is ready to handle that, especially with BTK having first pick. Something else that's on the table as well that could profit from the opposing side picking up that Novaria is the Valentina. That is still something available on the table, and now the question is, which one do you ban and which one do you pick up? And it looks like it's going to be neither for the side of BTK for the ban side. They're going to go ahead and take out the Faramis instead, which means Valentina and Novaria are still on the table for grabs.
They are on the boards here. Now you're in that position where it's kind of a tough call. I know for me personally, though, I would look to ban out the Novaria. She's proven herself to be very strong, but maybe they're setting up for a trade here. They give out the glue. I guess that's okay. So they definitely didn't go out for the trade. They completely focused in on the XP lane over there on the Cardi, I believe. So not a bad choice, but they do give up the Novaria into the hands of Yato for that decision.
And you know what? I would have did the same exact thing if I was BTK. I would have picked up the Novaria instead of the Valentina because, like we said, you can overload the Valentina with multiple ultimates, right? So having the Novaria there is definitely one of those options that can give Valentina trouble if you stack it up with other heroes that she can profit off of, kind of like maximum overloading the Valentina. But speaking of overloading, a marksman who's had a heavy footprint so far in the Mobile Legends Bang Bang professional scene, Beatrix has been slotted in, and this is the Team Ace, and I love what I'm seeing so far. Beatrix, one of those marksmen who can pretty much fit in any composition, has pretty much every single weapon choice at her disposal, can fight from up close, from afar, and can still be sustainable. You pick up something like the Haas Claws, very easy to stay in your lane and not have to recall too often. And speaking about recalling too often, the Black Dragon circling his way into the draft for Team Ace.
I like that, right? It's kind of one of those picks as well from overseas that people mentioned about the Hayabusa, right, being a potential answer to Novaria. Well, Yu Zhong is kind of in that group as well, that with the Black Dragon, you can give chase to Novaria, right? Because that's kind of the main thing. It's hard to close the distance because she's able to easily maneuver. She can literally float through terrain out there on the map. So definitely a good pick in my opinion there. I like that. I also really thought the Beatrix pick was nice because we talked about this earlier. We saw it in action, the Novarix combination, right? Novaria gets picked up, definitely in your best interest to pick up that Beatrix, or you're getting double sniped all across the map here. So I like that they took that away from the side of BTK. Definitely a good deny pick from them.
Yes, definitely a great deny pick. And now the first phase of the picks has been solidified for BTK, locking up that carry. Can definitely burst down that Yu Zhong if he does get up close, but has to watch out. Did pick up the Flicker as a means of escape, but is it enough to stop Yu Zhong from closing that distance? Now the Fredrin was locked in and prioed early for BTK. BTK, a team that has been known to take up that Fredrin time and time again. But it's not going to be Mova Zane playing this time. The Victor's on the composition, and Yuyui is on their team as well. Other than that, it is the same BTK that we've seen in the NACT Grand Finals. So definitely a show to be seen. And, M3 competitor, Victor in the house again on the BTK as well, which is exciting.
Sure.
We are seeing a sneak peek for the first time on the professional scene, the double revamped BTK in effect here. And looks like the first pick phase was completed by Ace. They're going to go ahead and lock in this Eve.
I'm really surprised. Like, they took the carry. I was expecting to see a Claude, right? Because up against the Yu Zhong, you kind of need a mobile marksman to kind of get away, and the BMI provides that. Carry, it's not that mobile. It's a little easier to catch with the Yu Zhong, so I'm a little surprised, especially since the Claude can match the Beatrix for DPS for the late game, and it plays well into the Beatrix as well. So a little thrown off by the carry pick a bit, but obviously having an idea. But it's funny that you mentioned Cardi, right? Because Cardi has been actually missing from the competitive scene since M3. There has not been a lot about Cardi, so another first. Earlier we saw Simpsons return to the competitive scene, and now we get the pleasure of welcoming back Cardi with some warm arms there. Definitely be nice to see what he brings to the table in that XP. He's definitely been missed in the pro scene, Weezy.
Yeah, it's definitely been missed in the pro scene, and the question is, does he still got it? And we're going to see that today as he's going up against Team Ace. He already locked in the Fredrin. This can still be flexed to the XP lane. It can still possibly be the jungle for BTK. We are unsure at this time, but as the draft progresses, one of the things that the Fredrin offers is the flexibility, and that just makes them have more of that 3D style of drafting. Just goes to show they definitely know what they're doing when it comes to this part of the battle. And now, looking at the bans being finalized for Team Ace, they're going to go ahead and take out the Lapu Lapu alongside the Franco. You notice the Kaja was banned over there by BTK, so both suppressions are at the table. And then to top that off for the final ban, Martis has been knocked off the board.
As indeed. So a little bit of focus onto the jungler, a little bit of focus onto those suppressions, like you said, does open up room for other things. Honestly, and we saw this happen, BTK could flex this Fredrin, like you said. It could be moved to the XP. Line it up with the Yu Zhong, and you can slot a mobile assassin into there. Which assassin it could be, I'm not sure. I'm not exactly sure who the jungler is, so I don't know where the pool lies with this. That's really the main question mark here, is what exactly can they operate with? But definitely opens up a lot of space. This Eve, though, it's going to be dangerous to go up against because, again, carry, limited range, doesn't have a lot of reach. Now you have to worry about it, and there goes another problem maker. So now you got to worry about the Kufra jumping on you, the Black Dragon chasing you, and if you even do avoid both of those and get into fighting range, here comes the RWM. It's going to be a chaotic battlefield for this carry.
Oh, we forgot about one more, the Beatrix with the sniper on the way as well. It's going to be a lot to dodge for the carry. Hopefully the flicker can make up for that catastrophe that may be possibly on the way. But speaking of catastrophes, the Minotaur being hovered over so far for BTK definitely made its way through the cracks. There's nothing to deny Minotaur from hitting the Minoan Fury, but Diggy has not been banned out. They did slot in the Kufra though. Do they run the Diggy in the mid as the mage? We've seen teams do that in the past. Not too often in the professional scenes nowadays, but still a possible option. But speaking of options, Rock locked in to finalize the draft for BTK. 2 heavy frontline composition heroes alongside the Fredrin, so 3 heavy frontline composition heroes, 3 heroes with great CC. You top that off with Novaria as well. I'm seeing basically a box around carry. Protect the carry at all costs, save her, and let her do all the damage.
And I like it, but something to also like is, you mentioned the Diggy. I don't think they'll be able to pull it off this time. The Eve was already locked in, so position 4, position 5 have been fulfilled. So they'll be able to. I do like the Minnow and Grok though, right? Because now it offers them a bit of availability to kind of counter out those things, right? You have the Minoan Fury. Doesn't have anything to stop it. He has the anti-CC, but Grok is also really good, not only offensively, but defensively. All it takes is one well-timed wild charge, and you can stop the whole offensive attack from the side of Team Ace. And you pair that up with the Minnow, you pair that up with the walking Petrify that is Fredrin, you're talking about a little breathing room for this carry who is in for, like we said, a chaotic matchup.
Speaking of chaotic matchups, man, Bane, he's starting to come alive for Season 3 of the Mlsa. He was slotted in for the final pick of Ace, and that is going to complete the draft from both sides. And honestly, I feel like, you could probably agree with me on this. I like what I'm seeing on both sides of the table. I think it's just going to boil down to micro, macro, and execution as we're slowly making our way into the land of Dawn. BTK coming alive. Victor joining the team again. And everybody in the world getting a sneak peek on the revamped BTK.
And this here, you said revamp. So, but I think it's the extra revamp, right? Because I think BTK 3.0 is heading out to IESF. So do we have BTK 4.0? Did we skip a patch?
That's actually a really good point. As we are now jumping into the game, Bloodthirsty Kings versus Team Ace. This is a best of one. This is the day one qualifiers for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Cyberpunk Tournament. 32 teams competing it out for a cash prize of $1,000 and 100,000 diamonds spread out between the top 16 teams competing out of all 32.
And this is going to be the one to see. And this is crazy. So BTK Cardi, on the return to a competitive scene, goes into the jungle. We're not going to get to see the XP Cardi. It'll be fulfilled by T still. And now we're going to see the notorious Dulu boss Cardi in the jungle, replacing his good longtime friend Mobazane here in the Mlsa for the Cyberpunk Season 3 opener tournament. Wheezy, what more could you ask for?
I know, definitely a show for everybody to watch, and we'll see just how well they perform. Team Ace, a team who has been practicing, prepping for this event. You can't count them out, but they definitely have a challenge ahead of them as they're going up against a team that has the most stacked titles that we've seen so far in the Cyberpunk tournament. Definitely a team that everybody was avoiding when we were spinning that wheel for the live draws, and now we're seeing it for the first time. BTK versus Team Ace. Who will be able to take the advantage for the early game?
I like this Bane pick, man. We didn't really get to stress about it enough, obviously, right? Making its appearance out here in the Cyberpunk, which we were kind of hoping for if he's been doing so well. But in a best of one, like we were talking about, a pick like Bane is so strong, especially if you aren't prepared for it. I like that teammates dug in and used something that kind of rose in the recent patch notes. It does offer a nice surprise. They could absolutely make this work. But speaking of making things work here,
ooh, not going to go ahead and connect with the knock-up. Kool-Aid picking up the first blood is going to go ahead and take down Yui. First blood has been drawn away from BTK. You are going to go ahead and see Kool-Aid fall, though, in the process.
Yeah, Yato sniped him. Did you not see it?
Oh, we got a request for a pause. Was it a snipe? I didn't even see the snipe. I saw the chat.
Yeah, Yato sniped him. See, that's the Novaria effect. You don't even see it coming.
Oh, that was Novaria that did that. Oh, I was like, where'd it come from?
Insane.
Yeah, that's one of the things is Novaria's range is insane, man. I've been, even in MSC alone, just seeing how most teams, they don't let her walk. If you let her walk, you have to pick her up, man. The win rate with the Novaria, it just goes to show that it's not one of those heroes that you want to let walk through the draft. So we'll see how this goes. There was a request for a pause, so momentarily going to see what is going on with that. But other than that, guys, appreciate y'all tuning into the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Season 3 opener tournament. Day 1, definitely a major success. A lot of teams were able to push through to the top 16, but a lot of teams have been sent home already, and we're just getting started. We still got a few more matches on the way, but man, Cardi back in the professional scene, but this time not as the XP lane, running as the jungle. I think we believe Zane may be doing an MSC watch party or something like that, so I think he's giving Cardi that jungle experience that been waiting to show the world. So we'll see exactly how this goes. Let us know how you guys feel about the new BTK. How do you feel about Cardi in the jungle, man? It's definitely not something you see every day, but we'll see if he's able to kind of pull it off. And what do you guys think about the compositions? I mean, the Bane in the jungle, something that we've seen work overseas and now translating over to MLSA Season 3 Scrim Academy. How do you guys feel about that as a jungler compared to the other options? I mean, they could have picked as an assassin, right? The Franco was out, the Kaja was gone, the Hayabusa was there. Didn't get slotted up though. They went for the Bane, and usually when we see the Bane, it's like trying to go for that early finish, that early pick off, and that may be their possible plan is to try and close this out. I mean, they were able to draw first blood, but then Novaria swept in like Superman with that amazing sniper shot.
And, I'm not really sure if the ban was intentional. They banned out the Lancelot, and like I said, I'm not sure how aware BTK is of this team from the West. Mobile Wolf is an excellent Lancelot player, so whether it was intentional or not does make him adjust his jungle pick a little bit as Cardi locks in that first total of the game, but a little bit of trouble.
Wild charge connecting, knocking him airborne. Super Shizu unable to get out of there. Too much CC to handle. And Yato on the Novaria is going to pick up his second kill.
You know, it's so interesting, right? You were talking about letting this Novaria through. I think currently in MSC, she's surpassing over the 60% win rate. I think a little above 63%. Which is very interesting. And seeing Eve here is also crazy. I mean, over there, 103% on the pick and ban rate, Weezy. I don't even know that was possible to surpass 100%, but Eve has done it. But over here, being on the side of the pick up against Novaria, one of the hottest win rates in MSC and mages in general. And we're seeing both of them face off here. So I'm definitely excited to see how they can play this out. But speaking of playing things out the top side,
you are seeing Novaria rush in, getting the snipe on a Kool-Aid, but now the RWM dropping down. Joy Boss caught out of line, and Kool-Aid gonna secure the kill. One member goes down for BTK, but oh my goodness! Ooh. Yato from afar denying Kool-Aid the recall he was looking for and almost taking him out of the game.
That would have been the second time that would have happened. They traded it out the first time in lane, and he could have made it happen again. I would think there was something personal up against Kool-Aid here. But with that being said, able to force that back, a little bit of gold plating over to the side of Uni here on this carry. So very nice for them. Clock did just get picked up by the Novaria. So here comes the scaling. The timer has started since the COD has been picked up for them to be able to be a little more dangerous, especially in the late game. We've seen some Novarias kind of go for the book and, you know, the triple wand setup, but here, a little more scaling in mind for BTK. They're going to look to make Yato very lethal in the late game, and look at that, still putting in nice poke damage in the early stages.
Yeah, right now, a battle of who could rev up faster. We're looking at Kool-Aid 2-1-0, but Novaria 2-0-0 KDA. But speaking of Novaria, going to go ahead and try and deny the purple buff. Deadliest Kess goes down, RWM as well. You are going to see Kufra secure a kill. Is going to find Cardi, takes down the jungler for BTK. What are we saying, 4.0 or 3.0 on this one?
It's a 4.0, man. This is definitely this is advanced server. This wasn't even released in the original server yet, so we're seeing a little bit of a sneak peek of those advanced server patch notes from BTK. But I have to talk about it, man. We were talking about the counter engage that comes from BTK with picks like Grok, with picks like Minnow, but Mobile Wolf right here on the Bane also has that counter engage capability with the deadly catch, and we saw it there. Cardi goes in after the Astral Echo, but the play gets turned around. But look at Joy Bodge.
In a bad position, hit by the shotgun. Looks like Kool-Aid trying to secure even more kills, trying to stack up his KDA. You are seeing Cardi and Yato join the party. The knock-up Airborne, Tyrant's Revenge, and the Rage for the stun. Kool-Aid secures a kill, is going to go ahead and take down Carry and Joy Bosch as well. You are going to see Cardi take down Miles. 3 members falling on the board so far, 2-1. Kool-Aid getting a triple, is going to find Cardi. Still on the chase, 5-1-0 KDA now. Man, BTK needs to be careful. This is a best of 1, and Kool-Aid looks like he's filling up his cup to the top and plans on not sharing any with BTK.
Oh, yeah. That's right. The Kool-Aid man having his way, but in the mid side.
Yeah, huge wild charge did connect. They were able to take down Super Cizo on a little bit of an overextension with the Yuzong. So far, looking at map control, you are looking at leading more in favor of Team Ace when it comes to the kills, 6-4, and also already having a 2,000 gold lead.
Definitely putting pressure on, and this is the beautiful part about, like I said, these best of ones. You never know what can happen, and I really feel like this Bane caught the members of BTK off guard. He plays so well into this composition, but speaking of playing, doesn't look like these teams are playing around on the bot side.
And there goes Kool-Aid rushing in. Nimiri's passion, but taken down by Yato. Astral Recall in full effect. RWM drops down Cardi with the Praises Wrath, sending Mobile Wolf, Sky, and Miles back to their side of the jungle.
And, you know, another kill into the hands of Yato. He's been the only person being able to take down Kool-Aid, and I think that's going to be the winning recipe. How much pressure can Yato apply to Kool-Aid? No one else has been very successful, but if they can keep Novaria locking in, honing in onto Kool-Aid and make him spill that flavorful beverage, I think BTK has a good chance. They closed the gap up a little bit from that fight down on the bot side, but a contest here in between the two.
And Mobile Wolf going to go ahead and claim the turtle for Team Ace. A really great start for them. And they're going against the champions of North America right now, minus MOBA Zane. Right now, you are going to see Yui take a kill. Is going to find Super Shizo. Is going to take down Yuzong yet again. Let's talk about that for a second. Super Shizo having a very hard time getting online. He is sitting 0-3-1 so far. The XP lane for Team Ace.
Yeah, that's right. But you know what? He is playing the Yuzhong, and as long as when we transition into these 5v5s, he can be useful in disrupting either Yato or Uni here. In my opinion, I would definitely go for Yato. He currently has the hot hand for BTK. If he can lock in on them, they have a good shot. But look at this.
RWM drops down. A lot of CC on the battle. You're going to see Sky pick up a kill, picks up a double, takes down Yui and Joybosh. 2 for 1 from BTK. T is going to find Kool-Aid to respond, takes down the marksman for Team Ace, who has been on fire, trying to even out his KDA, not trying to allow him to snowball and topple over their team.
Not looking to get toppled over at all. Ace, though, still holding a bit of a lead here in the game. They do need to equalize those lanes. They have it pretty even in the top side, 2 towers apiece for each of them, but they need to crack open that mid tower on the side of BTK. They currently have a hole on their map, and they need to go ahead and put one in the side of BTK. If you can put a dent in that mid lane, it opens up so many more avid team. You're talking about a lot more flavorful engages from Kool-Aid and company on the side of the jungles, any side of the river, but they have to be able to find this tower first. But BTK looking like they want to hold it, even with a sliver of HP. Cardi's just sitting around holding it down. They hang on a little to poke down in the river here, Wheezy, but both teams are going to separate. But look at that from Yato, man, the Novaria pick.
And the wild charge for the knock-up, the stun on the Mobile Wolf, and the taunt, and the RWM and Noah's Fear going out by Joy Boss. Kool-Aid takes down T. RWN going in, Deadly Catch flies out. Sky is going to find Cardi. Oh, while the Lord has spawned in. Joy Boss trying to get the zoners, but forced out of the Lord pit from Sky Chicken and Miles. Kool-Aid is going to pick up a kill, is going to go ahead and take down Joy Boss with the assist of the Tyrant's Rage for the knock-up and the stun onto the wall. And now ground control in favor for Team Ace, may be able to possibly take this Lord and also the mid lane turret from BTK.
Best of one, Wheezy. I'm telling you, anything can happen. And Ace is a believer in the saying right now as they're looking to put the pressure on the BTK. But I have to highlight it. I was talking about this with Mobile Wolf on this Bane. The counter engage, it looked like a for sure kill. Astra Echo out, you get the wall charge from Grok. It's a stun Bane all alone. But what comes out at the last second to turn the fight around? The Deadly Catch. And Kool-Aid at that right moment comes to supplement not only the CC and the knockback effect, but put in some of that DPS and finds the way to turn the re-engage into a successful one. And that's just the power of this Bane, man. You think you've won the fight until he says the ultimate, but look at that Super Shizu. Wheezy still struggling, like you pointed out earlier, from 0-3 to 0-4. He hasn't been much of an impact so far in this game.
That was a cool, calm, collective play from BTK. The 3-man gank onto Shizu to take him down, but now the battle on the top side. Deadly Catch goes out, Astral Recall as well, but look at the turrets dropping at a very fast rate into the hands of Team Ace, opening up the map, forcing BTK back to the Nexus.
You know, while T finds a tower, that tier 2 down on the bot side, you can see from Team Ace, they aren't pulling any punches. Every time they catch a member, they unload. That could be good or bad, but so far they've been able to capitalize it, except for that one of those rare moments there where they didn't find the kill. But it's been paying off for them. Every time someone oversteps, they look to punish. You see the Deadly Catch, the Bennett's Rage, the RWM. They look to unload on anyone they find. The lethality right now, the tempo that they are playing at, I feel like is really discouraging BTK from figuring out how to turn this around. It seemed like they had the better counter engage, but one Bane against the many from BTK is currently winning out.
Yeah, currently winning out indeed, but the longer this game goes, the more it'll kind of work into BTK's favors. They do have that carry to be able to burst down that beefy composition. And now, looking at Team Ace, looks like they are still going to try and be aggressive. They're still trying to claim some of the remaining tier 2 turrets, but still not able to find a way in. We are going to see this Lord spawn in 50 seconds. Right now, Kool-Aid having an amazing time. Got to give him the credit he deserves on the 7-3-3 Beatrix. He has the highest kills in the game right now. Nobody even coming close to his KDA so far. Definitely a high priority target for BTK to kind of focus on. But if they can't get to him in the backline, he is going to be a problem that may be exactly what Team Ace needs to take them down.
See the out there. from Super Shizu, and I really feel like that's going to be the answer. But hang on.
Deadliest Catch going out. RWM from Sky. Controlling the mid-river. Is going to use the Void Crystal on the Cardi. Is going to slow him down. Astral Recall for the snipe. Not going to hit the mark. Both teams trying to find answers, but not able to take down any member from either side. As we are going to see this Lord spawn in the next 5 seconds.
And now the question that I have now, I wonder, will Team Ace capitalize on the forced error? Nobody fell, but they did burn the flicker from Carry. That means if Sky or Super Shizu can catch him in either one of their ultimates, it's going to be a hard time for Uni to be able to escape. But look at that damage to Shizu already. It's going to make him rethink about his engage.
Ooh, but a wild charge, an air ball. Yato is going to take down the Kool-Aid. Yui is going to take down Shizu, but Lord going to go to Team Ace. Sky is going to find T for the mega kill. And now putting some pressure in the mid lane. BTK trying to stop the bleeding, trying to control the map since they were not able to claim. Oh no, they were able to take the Lord. They denied the Lord from Team Ace, which means they have map presence. They have the pressure to be able to claim some real estate. This may have been what they've been looking for this entire time. BTK on the chase. Yui finds Mobile Wolf. Joyboss with the recall spam, winding up, getting ready for Manoan Fury. The Astral Recall taking Sky very low, forcing him back. For some regen as the Lord makes his way on the bottom side, crashing into the inhibitor.
And best of one, like we said, it could be one mistake, it could be one play or one pick. And right now, BTK, that one Lord has turned things around for them. They're now back in control on the map, back in control as far as the economy, and teammates for the first time in this match has their back up against the wall. BTK was able to figure it out, but can teammates do the same here, Wheezy?
Ooh, Miles rushing in, but stopped by Yui with the speedy light wheels. T finds Kool-Aid Lover as well. Is going to burst them down. 2 members out for Cyberpunk. Definitely a very tricky situation. BTK has the numbers, rushing in, trying to take the inhibitor for the mid lane, but the denial from Mobile Wolf with the Deadliest Catch is going to clear out the minions.
That's right. And Team Ace, again, we saw as soon as they spawned back in, they seem flustered now. Ooh, look at the damage from Yato. Back to that scaling build that he had with the Clock of Destiny, it is now turned into more than a nuisance. It's more than poke. It's completely deadly, especially with the Lightning Trunch. Has that Divine Glaive as well to negate any of the magic defense from Team Ace. He's looking to put harm into him. And you know what? He has no survival item, no immortality, no Winter Trunch. And I'm not sure if he's going to look to build for one. He might go a full magic damage build, just straight glass cannon. He's 4-0-8, so it wouldn't be a bad call. It's not like anyone's been able to find him. We talked about Shizu, his win condition, needing to be able to disrupt Uni or Yato, and so far, he's failed to do either one of those objectives, and I don't think it's going to get any easier, especially with the poke that they have. We saw it on the Lord. I called it out. He got chunked less than half HP. He was able to find Uni, who didn't have the flicker, but he was so low. All it took was a couple of basic attacks, and he was erased from memory. Team H right now, they have to get this XP online and get him to complete his mission, or BTK is going to be able to take this one away from him easily.
Yeah, right now, Shizu not really having the strongest effect for the team. Really getting bursted down before the battle even gets started. It's been a huge game changer and a vulnerability that BTK has been able to exploit. You got to find a way to get in there and create the opportunity that your team is looking for. Because like Deku stated, if you don't, BTK, a team who is known to make the impossible possible. I mean, a team who went all the way to a Game 7 against Outplay and took them down. The team that was undefeated in the NACT spring season. Yato takes down Mobile Wolf. Here goes the Black Dragon. Caesar trying to find the opportunity. Kool-Aid is going to go ahead and take down T. 1 member down for 1 member on the other side. Both teams losing a player. Mobile Wolf to T. And now Yue is going to fall. Kool-Aid picking up the kill. Yato finds Kool-Aid to respond. Both marksmen are off the table, which means they do not have push pressure.
They don't at all. But while that was all happening, BTK Cardi focusing in on those objectives. Team Ace able to come away with a 2-2, but they're going to lose more than they ever wanted to bargain for, because that is a Luminous Lord Wheezy crossing right underneath that 17-minute mark. And with already a tower missing as far as high ground, it's going to be shoving up in that bot side, and that's going to open up for BTK to knock down the tier 2, not only in the top, but even potentially knock down the high ground in the mid lane, as that's only half HP here.
Yeah, definitely only half HP. And now with this Luminous Lord making his way on the bottom side, you're looking at Ace, who had the advantage majority of this game. Now their backs are against the wall, and BTK able to find the resolve, trying to close this out. Now able to get the wave synced up. Going to go ahead and clear the top, take this tier 2 turret, and possibly push in for a finish. And we got to see how Team Ace responds. Can they hold them off? Can they turn this back around in their favor and take down BTK, the #1 team in North America?
Talking about them being able to take the tier 2, but they're not even going to go help it. They're going to let the Minion Waves handle it by themselves and just go for the push. They're going to walk down together here, but the siege unfolding.
Yeah, there goes the siege. Sky is going to find T with the RWM. Yui's going to find Shizu. Kool-Aid finds Cardi. Sky finds Joybot, leaving Yui and Yato by themselves. They have to pull their punches. They have to get out of there. The odds are not in their favor. And Ace realizes this. They're going to push their way through the mid lane.
Man, give me a sip of that Kool-Aid, Wheezy, because it's finger looking good right now. Team Ace marching down the mid lane. It's only 2 members from BTK. And Wheezy, those death timers are a little tricky right now. T's going to be the first member to spawn in, but Baj and Cardi will follow shortly after. But look at the snipe.
And the knockup. Sky is going to be godlike. Take down Yato. Yui by himself. And have they done it? Ladies and gentlemen, Team Ace has taken down BTK and moved on to the top 16 for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Cyberpunk Tournament.
What did we just see there, Wheezy? Team Ace will take down BTK, even with the BTK 4.0 lineup, always a favorite when you come in with that name, but what a way to shut them down, and we have to give the credit in that mid lane matchup. Sky did their thing up against Yato here. Yato had an amazing game, but the Eve paired up with that Bane, they had so much counter engage. It just seemed like BTK weren't able to find the answers to crack the armor that were those 2 picks. Even without Super Shizu being able to do his job, the fact they were able to counter most of the engage, counter a lot of the fights, it was just, it seemed like they just had no type of problem. Only really letting that Novaria through was the only thing that kind of held them back. Besides that, they were able to contain the rest of the members of BTK, Wheezy.
Yeah, able to contain them, contain the fire that was about to light up. BTK was almost able to close that out. I mean, we're looking at the statistics, right? We're looking at mobile.
Look at that damage.
It's insane. Look at the bar, 45%.
45%.
Man, an explosive game, and definitely one for the books.
That is just ridiculous. Even in a loss, right? Yato with the Novaria able to completely outdamage everybody in that game, but it takes a collective effort. And while Yato was the leading knight in that crusade from BTK, the whole collective of Team Ace able to withstand the test and take down BTK in day 1. That is next level from the team from the West.
Yeah, I know all the teams watching right now are like, oh my goodness, they saved us. They saved us from BTK, having to face them in a best of 3. Making the impossible possible is just things we've been seeing in North America. And Team Ace, they came in with resolve, they came in confident, and they executed, right? We've seen them dominate in the early game. They fell a little short in the mid to late, but one slight mistake from BTK was all they needed, an over-aggressive play into the base, and they turned it around, leaving only Yui and Yato by themselves, which is not enough to hold out the 4-man team over there from Team Ace. They pushed through the mid lane, closed it out, and secured victory in this best of 1, and I call that a very tactful, strategic game, right? They knew what they needed to do. It's a best of 1. It just increased the odds of being able to pull it off even more. So congratulations on that, Team Ace. Definitely shocked the world. I mean, shocked myself. You know, usually we see BTK. Yeah. This is the first time BTK's ever lost in a in a qualifier stage, and they'll not, well, best of 1 qualifier stage. They did lose back in the day to, what was it? We Smoke You back in the NACT season last year. But that was
forgot who's the other team. They lost to someone else in qualifiers for NACT Spring, but this is an elimination.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't fall out, but for Spring,
they got knocked down to the lower bracket. Yeah. I remember that. Yeah, man, that's. Whew. Let us know what y'all feel about that.
This was elimination. Just for those that aren't aware, right? This is best of 1 single elimination. So what you just saw there was BTK get eliminated, right? There is no lower bracket. They're day 1 is it. That's insane. BTK will not continue.
They will not continue. And speaking of continuing, Team Ace will move forward. And speaking about moving forward, guys, I know this is hard to process, but we got to continue with the show. Another team ready to go toe-to-toe Asian Disappointment up against the Entity server. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you guys. But again, congratulations to everybody that has made it so far to the top 16. And we still appreciate BTK with their amazing appearance. And shout out to Cardi, man. Stepping into the professional scene. Can't wait to see what he has to pull to the table in the distant future. We'll be right back with you guys for Game 7.
The enemy hero to make them recall to their base, which eventually delays their farming. Team fights. When in team fights, use her second skill first, followed by her ultimate to provide vision. Maintain your distance as far as possible, and then launch your second skill again. Try to get a clear path to your primary target because enemy heroes and summons can block her second skill. When you suspect the enemy team is rushing the Lord, use the ultimate to gain vision on that area. Take advantage of the vision and decide whether to initiate the team fights. There is a brief slow effect on her ultimate, making it a good chasing skill when the enemies are escaping. Tactics. Novaria's mobility and incredible attack range makes her a formidable ranged mage. As early as level 2, she has the ability to roam and provide support to teammates or disrupt the enemy jungler while maintaining distance. And because her second skill allows her to pass through walls and provides a zoom out view, this makes it easier to navigate in and out of jungle areas. Because of the long range, you can gain the advantage of lowering the enemy's HP before the team fight even starts. Watch out for those low HP enemies that are trying to recall after a team fight. You can clear minions faster by combining her first and second skill, giving you more time to support your allies. In the late game, Novaria should roam around the battlefield looking to hit enemy heroes from unexpected angles. In this stage of the game, you should focus on sniping enemies on the back or those core damage dealers to destroy the formation and win the fight. Build. There are two distinct build paths to consider when playing Novaria. The first is a utility mage build, emphasizing cooldown reduction and additional damage from Glowing Wand. Remember, her skills are HP based, which means she can still deal decent damage even with a low magic power build. The second build focuses on burst damage, prioritizing Clock of Destiny and Lightning Truncheon. With this build, she can easily eliminate half of a squishy hero's HP with a single skill in the late game. For added sniping abilities, Flame Shot is recommended, while Flicker is a good option when facing highly mobile opponents. Counter. When fighting Novaria, you have to watch out for her long-distance damage. You can avoid it by dashing or doing unpredictable movements. Athena's shield is a great counter against her damage. The protection it gives almost has the same cooldown as her second skill. Novaria is an easy target after her astral state. Wait until she uses the skill to attack because she'll have limited mobility after that. Synergies. She's a valuable teammate for allies who require precise targeting due to her ability to enlarge enemy hitboxes. Examples are Franco Sook, Selena's Abyssal Arrow, and Beatrix's Sniper Mode. All of them require accurate aim, and with the help of Astral Echo, hitting enemies will become easier. And that's it for our hero Novaria. So what can you say about her skills? Share it in the comment section. That's all for this video. Stay safe and thank you for watching.
The basics are the base! They gotta stop him! They gotta stop him! That player, Immortality pops, Horde able to find Yato. Joybot's getting pointed out.
Direction of electrifying beats. Takes down best player. Basic on take. Takes down team. Joybot. President ISO. Fight basic. Here we go.
Work with ISO now. That's a big jump. He lands. Best player on the run for the first time. OP. I don't want to get the move. Takes it to the make of time. Down goes Mozane.
Joybot's getting dangerously. Oh!
Another hook. This is bad. And comes the Cult Altar though. Yato able to save the day. Shark. But wait, the rest of OP's here. You walk right into him and down you go.
Oh, I think MLBB and mobile esports can clearly be the #1 opportunity for kids to enjoy, play, learn, have fun, and find futures for themselves.
Sometimes I hunt for the storm just to weather it. Prefer them deadly than challenge accepted. And don't get too friendly, my motives are treacherous. There's a thin line between pain and what pleasure is. And on that thin line is me leaving them breathless. Make them aware it's their moment of reckoning. Used to be less of a wreck, now I'm reckless. I'm the best and I still get the best of them. Hold up. Always been the one that got them heroin. Still get a little bloodlust every now and then. Beckoning, follow him, or fall to him like they all doing. I follow my own guidance. I follow my own guidance. Still woke up and chose violence. When I talk, they all silent.
NASEF's vision is to give all students an opportunity to learn about career pathways that they can have in esports. For some, it's being an elite gamer, playing games like MLBB. For others, it's casters, it's streamers, shoutcasters, all these different career opportunities. And so that's what NASEF is doing, is providing career pathways and opportunities for all these students.
You know, we don't in the United States, in North America, play mobile games. And it really is, when we traveled around the world, that's what everyone plays. So if we're going to compete and we're going to give kids the same opportunities everywhere else in the world, they're going to learn how to do it. And there's nothing like MLBB. It is the best in the world.
I'm feeling a little bit dangerous, and they're looking a little bit anxious. If I'm laughing while I'm twirling in my fingers, it's only a warning that you can't just walk up to me, talking to me. Ain't no telling my reaction, I could black out. This is such an experience, and it's always one I want to max out.
Defy the odds, and they're well on their way of doing it down the mid.
The Nubian flicker, Yato makes the play. They're gonna try to close it in. Shark wants to return though. Joy Box, immortality pops. They don't have the minion just yet. They got 2. ISO gonna lock in. Can he do it? 50%, 30. No, wait, 2 more hits. Just finish it. ISO can't quite do it.
I'm ready for anything. Everything. I swear I'm ready for anything. Bring it on. It's not enough. Baby, I'm ready for everything. Everything. Tell them I'm ready for anything.
6 years, Southeast Asia have been the conquerors of the land of dawn. But now, new competitors have arisen, hungry to vanquish C's dominance. 12 teams will come to battle. Only one can be champion. In this MSC, the 12 qualified teams compete in 2 stages. First, the group stage, and then the knockout stage. The group stage starts with a draw. The champions of MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, MPL Malaysia, and MSC 2023 Myanmar qualifier are placed in Pool 1. All other competing teams are placed in Pool 2. Pool 1 teams will be distributed across 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. The other 8 teams will be drawn randomly into the other groups. Teams from MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines will not be drawn into the same group, making sure things stay challenging. Each team will fight each other once, with the winner of each match decided in a best of 3. Only the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the knockout stages. As for the knockout stage format, it will be a single elimination bracket, with each team fighting in a best of 5 series. Teams from the same group won't be drawn into the same knockout matchup. There is no second chance. Losing teams are eliminated from the tournament until it comes to the semi-finals, where losing teams fight for a chance at 3rd place. But after the semi-finals, we come to the grand final in a best of 7 matchup. The knockout stages will take place over 4 days, from June 15th to 18th. No matter which side you stand for, let your voices roar and carry your team as they fight for honor, glory, and victory. Witness history in the making as we see the world this MSC in Cambodia.
Never look back if you have nothing to regret. Loneliness never bothers me. Never look back if you have nothing to regret.
Let my will bend the earth! Legendary! Let my will bend the earth! Double kill!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Cyberpunk Qualifiers Day 1, the Mlsa Tournament, where we allow 32 teams to compete for a total cash prize of $1,000, provided by and sponsored by Raz and Outplay and the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. And to top that off, Moonton providing 100,000 diamonds for an amazing reward. That's right, 32 teams, 16 of them today, competing through 8 matches in a best of 1, moving forward to claim a spot in the top 16. We also have an amazing caster's desk for our final series of the day to be able to paint that picture: Asian Disappointment versus Entity 7. I'm your host. It's been an amazing experience, and I can't wait to see what this team has to bring to the table. Both of these teams, but a little bit of crazy news. We just seen BTK get taken down by Team Ace, so you never know. Anything is possible in the MLSA. But moving forward, let's go ahead and swing over to our amazing caster's desk. Master Ram, Coach Deku, how y'all doing?
You know, I'm doing good. I'm actually quite shocked from the last series, so I'm hoping that this series can kind of put me back on my seat in a little more comfortable place. How about you, Deku?
Definitely a crazy way, right, to start wrapping up day 1 for the Cyberpunk Tournament. I don't think anyone saw that one coming. Even with it being the 4.0 lineup, the advanced server BTK, it still hit hard like it was part of the original server, man. But like you said, we got Asian Disappointments, Entity 7 coming up. That's going to be a crazy match as well.
Yeah, crazy match as well, and both teams ready to go for the final match of the day. Let's go ahead and swing over to the draft.
And there we are at the draft here in between ADE7. Asian Disappointments does have one of the fan favorites from NACT until getting DQ'd, which is Ooga Booga, aka the Boogeyman, aka the bane of everybody's existence, aka your favorite Hanabi player, up against Entity 7, a team from Latam Rim. If you aren't aware of that, they are compete in the Super Latam with Ignis Esports. And they're the same team. I'm about to say like New Wave. Ignis Esports being that New Wave rebranded. But yeah, they compete in there. I think they came in last place though, the last Super Latam season, but they just got their coach back, their manager. I believe he had some real life issues. So now they got someone back at the reign. So I'm wondering if things will turn around for them starting out in the Cyberpunk tournament.
Hopefully, right? And going into this draft so far, we are going to see the sides of AD focus on that EXP lane. They're going to ban out, the glue. They're focusing on, I think this is the second time I've seen Xborg being banned here in the Cyberpunk tournament. And honestly, we could have used him as one of the mascots, right, for the tournament. He kind of embodies that Cyberpunk vibes, but no, they're not going to allow him to have that this time around. And speaking of things, we saw it being performed very well in the hands of Yato in the last game. The Novaria, man, she's going to be taken off of the board. They're not going to have no astral echoes around here. They want complete silence. They don't want no vision. They just want to be in the dark. Somebody, Slot Helker right now, wait, he's still banned. But speaking of more bans, Entity 7 gonna ban out this 1-1 as well as this ban.
Right, no echo, no recall, and honestly, the export ban is valid. It's been picked up 2 times today, one from Bloodhounds, one from Team Elite, my very own, and both of them won. So 2 for 2, 100% win rate. If you're looking at the statistics and the odds, Export's a strong contender right now. So I think it's a worthwhile ban, especially if you're aware that the opposing jungler is good with it. He goes good into a lot of matchups. We saw him into the Bane, and I believe into the Fredrin as well. So two of those rising jungler picks, and Xbox seems to be the answer to a couple of them. But moving alongside from that, sticking true to his nature, right? Ooga Booga, the boogeyman, has locked in the Hanabi, and not just locking it in, but it's first pick. No time wasted.
Oh, but spoke a little too fast there.
Wow.
You know, they mess with the casters. You know how these teams do it, right? But they're gonna go ahead and go for the more conventional and safest option. I think we can both agree on the Arlot pick for that EXP lane, Prio for the side of TAD, and strong responses coming in from the side of Entity 7, right? Locking in that Eve and then the Fredrin. You also one, secure that high ground, you know, presence and zoning capabilities, and then the walking petrifier, as we like to call him, the Fredrin, good at securing objectives. He's independent in the jungle. It's really hard for you to really bully him and go for invade, so he kind of has that comfort when it comes to farming and getting up to, you know, that level 4 for the first neutral objectives, and the rest following, you know, the game as it goes on. But for the side of Asian disappointments right now, locking in that Kadita for that mid lane. She could actually be flexed into that roam position or that mid lane position, and either way she is going to be trying to disrupt that real world manipulation, right? She says, I'm anti-manipulation around here. We don't support that. Take that toxic positivity and throw it out the window, right? So I do like the responses coming in from TAD. Do you think they're gonna lock in the Hanabi? I feel like they're saving that for the second half of the draft.
Yeah, I do. I mean, NACT, we always thought maybe they'll change it, but they never did. So I'm going to believe in the Boogeyman locking that in again. Something interesting, though, right? Joy's still on the board. I think it's out of contention for the side of AD. They could still, just depending on how they flex the Arlot Kadita if they want to. But E7, while it's open and they could have used it for the XP, you have to be careful, right? Because Kadita's locked in for AD, and normally that's accompanied by the Franco, the Kaja, both of which are on the board still right now, and that would create the counter problem, right? You got the suppression, you got the burst, Joy's off the map then. So I feel like it's a good thing that E7 didn't fall for the bait there, because I feel like that's exactly what we see next, unless they went ahead and banned it out. And actually, they do. They ban out the Franco, so maybe they were setting it up for later. They just want to get their marksman off the board here.
Absolutely, and I do think the carry is a very solid response, right? They're already setting up that early game, you know, pressure, locking in the Eve, locking in the Fredrin, but getting someone that can secure that late game, and that's where carry's gonna come in. So, and the good thing about their composition so far is, like I mentioned, they have the early game and now they have that late game assurance. Now all they need is that Wilmer and that EXP laner that can really help them capitalize off of their composition. I think something like the Lolita would be good in their composition, even something like the Kufra. You know, he's still on board. He can help the Eve setup. He can also, you know, stop some of the dashes that's going to be coming in from this Lancelot. You take the Arlot into account as well. So I do think, you know, that's going to be a strong answer for them and the composition that they're going for. But the Kaj is still on board, and looking at the comp, they can even actually afford to go for something, you know, like the Kaja to secure that Divine Judgment, and Calvary pops the Speedy Light Wheels, done, dead, off of the board, right? And also you have the Eve that can also work out, you know, overall as well. They're gonna go ahead and ban out the Claude. Beautiful response. He does well into the carry in that gold lane. Also is gonna give Eve a hard time when she does pop down that real manipulation. Plus the mobility with the BMI is a little too much. So good balance coming in from E7. And I mentioned the Kufra being a good pick. That coup. AD banning it out.
Agreed. You got to love to see it, but they're going to supplement the rest of their draft here that they have with the Terizla. I do like it. It creates a lot of pressure, makes AD have to readjust. They're going to look to want to go for these dives. They're very all in right now, but a Terizla can really throw off the mix, because if you take the rogue step, you get punished by the penalty zone, especially if they're lacking the mobility here. It's definitely a nice option. I love that they banned out the Grok, and look at this. This is the first time that we've seen Hylo since he's been buffed from patch 1.7.82. It's the first time, 101, not only in the tournament, but even through our scrims that we've had. Look at that, Atlas goes on the board as well for E7 potentially. So nope, they're gonna hover up to their car. They're playing with the emotions again, like AD did with me earlier. I'm gonna let them stall out this one.
For sure, right? We're seeing them locking over, you know, the Kaja, and now we have the Atlas being, you know, portrayed as well. And I do think both of them would be decent picks. I do think the Atlas overall would support that team fight composition they're going for. The Kaja would also be able to support that team fight, but also give them some pick-off potential. But no, they're gonna go ahead and lock in this Atlas deco. And looking at the overall draft composition, I will say I'm loving this side of E7 right. I think they have such a versatile composition in terms of that dive potential. Locking in the Fredrin is always strong, but what about you? Who are you in favor?
You know, it's a weird one for me because I like what E7 has. It's just the fact that they paired up all this AoE with a single target marksman. That's kind of the only thing that's throwing me off a bit. I mean, carry can do well. I feel like anyone can do well. You get a good set. A good set is a good set, right? But normally you pair up, you know, single target with single target, AoE with AoE, and I feel like maybe they mixed up the two. It's kind of like how, you know, if you used to dress and people like, oh, you can't mix Nike with Adidas, you can't mix brands. I feel like that's kind of what we got here. We got the single target with the AoE, but it could work. It's just that also on top of that, AD has a lot of mobile heroes that can kind of evade the fatal links, evade the penalty zone. Kadita, Arlot, Lance, a lot of dipping and dashing going on, but for right now, we can remain still, hold our horses, because Asian Disappointments Entity 7 loading in to go ahead and wrap up the night for the Cyberpunk Tournament Season 3 Grand Opener Extravaganza Rim.
Ooh.
I'm excited. How are you feeling?
I mean, you just heard me cheering you on. I'm just as excited as you, right? And looking at some of the rotations that's already coming in as we go into this game, Asian Disappointment doing that mid lane EXP for level 2. Again, giving high-lows this level 2 advantage in that early game is going to make it so much easier for the side of Asian Disappointments, especially going up against something like the Fredrin, right? It's going to give him a lot more poke potential. And speaking of poke potential down in the bot lane,
and Rat came straight to the gold lane, right, to come babysit Hylos, quick to respond as well. Honestly, I thought Avatex might be in trouble there, especially since they both evaded the Atlas, didn't have the perfect match anymore, and it could have been trouble for No Soy Avatex there. It could have been a little bit of issues, but able to avoid the problematic engage there from Asian Disappointment, but already so much focus in the gold lane rim.
Absolutely. Already forcing out that flicker, but Lance still looking for more Deku.
Is looking for more, but isn't going to be able to find too much. Look at this up on the top side. Looks like Devil's winning a 1v2 with the Terizla. That's that deceptive power spike that he has in the early game, man. A couple swings from the hammer, and all of a sudden you're wondering what happened to the 2v1. Death on the Terizla. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me.
Absolutely right, but looking at the rotations coming in on 2C7.
He's going to punish with the Terizla. It's going to be an easy first blood from Death. You add one more A in his name, and that's exactly what you get there in the top lane for first blood to Entity 7. And they're going to start pulling the aggro from the turtle for the first neutral objective here, Rim. Things going their way right now.
Absolutely right. Looking at Asian Disappointment right now, they're going to lose out in that EXP lane. Down goes the real manipulation.
The penalty zone on top of that with the RWM causing a lot of trouble. Moy picks up the turtle in the meantime as Death finds another kill. 2-0-1. The XP laner for Entity 7 is seemingly online here.
Absolutely. And the Arlot, unfortunately, is not having that much of the luxury up in that lane, right? He just got his level 4, having to use that final slash to clear out that lanes, but I will say down in the gold lanes, very stagnant so far. Both sides not really looking for a big engage here, but Mommy is used there, kind of giving some vision onto I hate gold lane. Kind of a contrary name, right? Being a gold laner, you hate it so much, a love-hate relationship, if you may, with that gold lane there. And I could see why, right? Because you're always expecting gangs, you know you're going to be the main focus, and in this game, they have to focus her down, right? Even though both of these marksmen get their power spike in that mid to late game, Beatrix, undoubtedly, she gets her spike earlier on, right? And speaking of spikes here, some clashes engaging.
Rag trying to find a play here. Flickers in, but he's a little too late pulling the fatal links. Is able to supplement a kill onto Mommy issues, but a rough waves comes out from Kadita. They're trying to take down more, but Appraiser's Wrath! One shot, one kill onto the Beatrix. Moshi though was able to trade that back out. A 2-for-2 jungle and marksman for the roam and for the gold laner from Asian Disappointment.
Now, it was a good engage there coming in from the side of Asian Disappointments. Moshi on his Kadita, the burst, and the targeting coming in. But speaking of things being bursted down here, Death being taken relatively low from this Arlot in this 1v1 situation. And now we're seeing Arlot getting kind of comfortable, right? He's zoning him out, not letting him be able to secure that tower. But down in the bot side, more zoning happening across the board as well. Gonna force the carry to flicker, but she's actually gonna go ahead and cancel it out there. But the second turtle of the game has spawned in. Both teams getting some poke damage as they go in. We're seeing Mommy Issues heavy on the zoning, keeping Atlas away. Turtle, though, being pulled for the side of Asian Disappointments.
You know, speaking of pulling, it pulls out my heart to see this. Beatrix currently holds the lead by about 500 gold on the carry, but hasn't picked up the first item, unlike carry, and that just sucks when you're talking about the corrosion scythe up against the Blade of Despair. It's so costly, but look at this. Might be something to spend here, something to pay for. Rough Waves gets forced out. Death, penalty zone, flicker combination will lock him down. Moshi doesn't have the escape, but he gets it at the last second. Death still picks up the kill. A killing spree for him, Rim. His third kill of the game as No Soy will take down our lot. His first kill onto the board here as they're looking to make a push onto the mid tower.
And they can absolutely go for it, right? We do see Atlas using that fake fatal links, but he's not going to have any follow-up, though. Going to force that flicker, conceal away from Entity 7, going to make them go on the defense there. And man, Asian Disappointments right now, they're really losing out in that EXP lane. We already saw the lane swap being carried in there. And honestly, it's a good swap, right? Allowing carry to farm on that tower and get the gold plating off before they initiated the swap. But Arlot going in with the final slash, the taunt going in, but the Appraiser's Wrath is going to find the kill here, Deku.
Does find the kill there. A nice piece for Entity 7 as they're looking to keep that pressure up on the Asian Disappointment. Speaking, though, of Run from Asian Disappointment, something I'm worried about is Death is getting cornered here. Glorious Pathway comes down from the high-low shutdown for I Hate Gold Lane, a.k.a. Mr. I Have No Enemies, but also don't have time to be losing here. Hylos gets counted out where there's mommy issues, there's daddy issues, and Rack is going to hold him still for Kevo to go ahead and pick up the kill. A nice trade in between both teams, but I was just about to ask, I'm really curious about the validity of the Hylos pick. I've been sitting here wondering, what exactly did it get picked up for? Like, maybe does it counter out the attack speed marksman? Maybe, you know, because of the carry, high HP. I guess at that point, all you can do is kind of have high HP, and Hylos able to have, I think, the highest base. And obviously, when you talk about scaling, will have the highest HP of any tank. So maybe that's kind of the thought process up against the carry. It does good against her damage, maybe, perhaps, and then also able to slow her down. But look at this.
Oh, that rough wild waves onto that Fredrin. He is very relatively chunky, right? But looking at that, he goes in with a penalty zone, but it's not enough to secure that turtle as it is going to go into hands of the Asian Disappointments. Arlot going to find that kill. We do see the fatal links going in, but it's not going to be of any impact, right? But speaking of impact, looking at Arlot finding the backline, but he's not going to find the kill. The taunt from this Fredrin is going to take him down as the energy eruption is going to find him. But look at Lancelot. He's in that tower. He's not going to be able to secure anything there. But speaking of things to be secured, I Hate Gold Lane finding a kill of their own. And that's going to be a good comeback there coming in for the side of Asian Disappointments. But they're not done. Yves pops down that reroll manipulation, forcing that flicker out of Beatrix. And man, what a clash that could.
Definitely a clash right now, and it feels like the pressure has been flipped. Asian Disappointment with a ever so slight gold lead here, but they're very low HP. Look at the concealed play. Rack goes for the flicker, isn't able to pull mommy, but finds Gold Lane, takes him down, finds the kill. That's going to be huge for Entity 7 there, creating a little bit more pressure now. They can let this carry push up that side of the map, break the neutral state, and get some of this map pressure back on their favor.
Absolutely right. And looking at what the side of Entity 7 has going for them right now, Kevo on this Eve, I think she picked up the Ice Queen wand a while ago, and now she just slotted in that glowing wand. So she's going to keep them in the battles a little bit longer in terms of that poke potential. And also with that utility that's going to be coming in right now. And I like that they're playing in for these team fights. But speaking of team fights,
A lot has been a nuisance with the final slash. No one has fallen just yet, but the rough waves onto Rack. May just get it done. Picks up the kill. Numerous Passion comes out, doesn't find the mark. Penalty zone from Death to Rizla. Able to facilitate a double kill to Kevo's hand, but Gosu Zero's daddy is the stepdaddy of Kevo, and now he's able to take him out in a 1v1, but Moy gonna go ahead and disperse Death in a 1v2. He's gonna fall to I Hate Gold Lane, but I Love Winning, as they do find a 4-man wipeout on Entity 7. They're going to let the minions push in themselves and focus in on this Lord. But it looks like Moy dancing around. I don't think he's going to let this go for free. It's only him alone. He does have the Cyclone. It does get popped. Him and Hylos both use it, but he's going to give it away now. Absolutely no chance of being able to contest this. And Agent Disappointment, again, flipping the pressure into their side and going to keep it going.
Now, Deco, I've never thought I would have seen the day where I saw a mermaid drown an octopus, right? But man, out in the Mlsa, we see a lot of things happen here in the Land of the Dawn, right? Looking at some of the items that are being picked up here, you mentioned the Hylos with the high HP. He did secure that Clock of Destiny. We do know how his passive works in terms of that scaling that he does get. And looking back at Asian Disappointment's attempt to steal that, to get that Lord, right? He was able to just provide so much zoning with his presence, and that kind of made Moy kind of back out and second guess if he should actually go in for the contest. And I think that's some of the pressure just coming in from this Hylos pick alone. But speaking of the pressure here, Lord already pushing in.
Moshi taking a bit of damage, but with that passive, able to heal up just a little bit. They're able to clear out those minions, but in the top side, you can see Gosu Zero's daddy able to find the tower there, making quick work of this. And it looks like Agent Disappointment doesn't want to let go. They're going to use the Glorious Pathway. They want to keep going. Renner's shots are coming out from I Hate Gold Lane. Nice set over the wall. Penalty zone to combo it in. They're going to take down the R-Lot nice and early. Death is swinging. The tower falls. Gosu Zero, I don't know why he goes back in. He's going to get punished here. He's going to fall to No Soy. Finds the shutdown for the gold lane for Entity 7. It's going to be huge for him. Mommy Issues is getting punished. This right here is called therapy, ladies and gentlemen. Entity 7 will go ahead and take him down and push into the mid lane here. It's just gold lane. It's just Moshi, but not going to let it go for free. Renner, everything gets lined up, pops one of the minion, drops the other one very low into the bush. CC chain onto the Kadita, has already popped the passive. Vintage Rage will kill that cannon minion and stop the push, inevitably there up against Entity.
Man, and looking at what Entity 7 has going for them right now, we're seeing this Kadita pick here. Yes, she does have that burst potential, but again, she's going up against so much tankiness in the composition of Entity 7. She can't really burst them down, right? We saw her trying to use the rough wild waves onto the Fredrin, but unfortunately nothing was going to happen. But speaking of things happening here, Fatal Links goes in, the final slash goes in, and he's actually going to find that kill. But Carrie picking up that killing spree, lands with the Phantom Execution, and the Thorn Roll is going to pick up a double kill there, but they're not done. They're looking for Moy, who has lost his way, and I hope that he can find his way up here to the caster's desk, as Kadita is going to take him up here. And all while this is happening, Beatrix is pushing into that mid lane, Deku.
And this could potentially be it, but keep attention. Rack is spawning in. Him and Death can make a combo, but that's only if Death is alive. He's trying to sustain, finds the penalty zone. Rack gonna come in. Doesn't have the ultimate though yet. He doesn't have Fatal Links unlocked, so he can't even make a play. Not really sure what he went in for there, Rim. A quick error to be punished by Agent Disappointment. They had already got wiped out, and now with Lord up, you lose 2 members, no chance of contesting. This is another unfortunate mistake from Entity 7, as Agent Disappointment could walk over with his Lord for free now.
I feel he was probably banking on that passive to potentially get the freeze in under the tower there, but that didn't go out as planned. And speaking of things that's going to plan right now, we saw in the previous game that the R-Lot opted in to go for that full tank route, right? But this time around, we're seeing the high and dry emblem and looking for that full damage route. And it's the first time in a long time that I've seen an R-Lot go full damage, and we're seeing that being reflected. Even though his KDA is 2.7 and 6 right now, his impact feels way stronger than that's reflecting, right? The Beatrix, she does have that Blade of Despair, as well as the penetration, as well as the Wind of Nature, to mitigate some of that physical damage that's gonna be coming in from the side of Entity 7. However, looking at what they have going for them, they have the defense. They also have, again, the offense. coming in from this heave with the Ice Queen wand, but I feel like another engage is setting up to happen here as Asian Disappointment goes in.
Right, fatal links and penalty zone drops, but the tower will fall as well. Death has already taken out gold lane, so things are looking good, but a nice final slash from our lot has turned the tide around. Mommy Issues will take down Rack, a double kill for the XP laner. Keva will trade him out, though. Still going back and forth with low HP from Asian Disappointment. Mommy Issues is low. Moshi is also low, but they don't want to back away. It looks like they still want to go for the tower. They're about to put Frederick down under the sea. Kevo getting zoned out. They have a lot of minions in and not a lot of enemies to stop them. And there we go. Even with the immortality popped, Asian Disappointment will withstand the test of time and take down the Super Laton team, Entity 7.
Man, that was nothing. It wasn't disappointing. It was everything but disappointing to see from both sides. Very close kill game. 20-19, even across the board. I think both teams did a good job at finding trade-offs and having a response where something, you know, didn't potentially go in their favor. They were able to still find something. However, Asian Disappointments were able to capitalize a lot more on some of the mistakes being made for the side of Entity 7. Looking at the statistics here, you were wondering what was the purpose of this high-lows, and looking right now, Deku, he has 100% team fight participation. So that was his focus, right? To be very present. He's one of those students in school that does not miss a day. He's present every single day. He does not take a day off. If he's sick, he's gonna push through it. And as a team, they definitely did push through it as well. And I have to give credit to some of the synergy that came in from Moshi there on this Kadita, finding the right targets. And then you have I Hate Gold Lane again. All Beatrix players so far being very objective, focused, opening up the tower so their presence can be there in these team fights. And even though Arlott had a rocky start, he was able to pull it together. And man, the damage was shown.
Absolutely was. Mommy Issues, but no issues finding the win in this matchup. And honestly, another great way to wrap up this 100% team fight participation. And from us, some great participation as well on the caster's desk. But Rim, enough from us. We're going to swing this back over to our excellent and wonderful, esteemed, accomplished, and a couple other positive adjectives. Steph Weezy.
Oh, man, I got the suit and tie on, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, definitely some insane games. Today was a major success, guys. Season 3, Mlsa Cyberpunk Tournament, Qualifiers Day 1, 16 out of the 32 teams who made it competed, right? And only 8 were able to move forward. Tomorrow will be part 2 of the qualifiers for the remaining 8 teams. So definitely make sure you guys tune in for that and support all these teams trying to get out there for North America prior to the NACT fall season. The Cyberpunk Tournament, a chance. We're allowing the first place winner to get $1,000 and also 100,000 diamonds provided by Moonton to get spread out between all top 16 teams. That cash prize not only comes from the MLSA, but it also comes from Outplay, their manager, putting in a little into the pot, and then as well as Raz, who you guys have seen in the community as well, doing a lot of major things behind the scenes, and hopefully we'll see him sneak up on the caster's desk as well. But guys, thank you so much. This has been an amazing time with y'all. We got to see BTK play. We got to see Cardi back in action. So I can't wait to see for the fall season what they bring to the table. That BTK 4.0 and maybe 5.0 by then. But we'll see what they do. But as always, guys, I appreciate y'all. My name is Weezy. Shout out to Deku. Shout out to Rim for holding down the desk and casting these amazing games as well. This has been the qualifiers as we've seen 32 teams driving through the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy to that #1 spot for the Cyberpunk Qualifiers Day 1. We'll see you guys next time. Y'all take care.
I've been mortified, 45, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of my die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war. Tell that nigga he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, now nigga doing dope lines. Don't run into the cops, that's a big exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to die shells before it landing our tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo. I've been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, it been scheming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black genius. Everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience. Speak about some girls or some money or some diamonds or something. I'm not telling you to rap, not to rap how you rap, but make something we can vibe to.
Sounding like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think I answer. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Unless the bitch is my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, oh. I am not a pimp with a limp, I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, oh. Tell them other nips, I'm the nip. I'm the man in the city, and my bank account bigger, and my body count bigger, that's without a doubt. I'm 100 steps ahead, that's a lot of mouth, that's a lot of clout. What you all about? What your dollar amount? You a boy scout, I'm a big dog. Tell the truth, I don't get y'all to shoot. Time to corny motherfucker, turn this shit off, bro. I can't rap how everybody else rap, bro. Everybody talking about hoe, cars, clothes, chains, and money. That shit corny as fuck, bro. Oh God, I don't want to rap about that corny ass shit.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hater plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the oh well. Need 100 milli on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Got 5 on it.
I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. Too easy. It's too easy. I've been there, done it, seen it. Boy, all that like Keenan. Still got crack, they fiendin'. Flow still hot like Phoenix. Shine so bright, I'm gleaming. This off top, I'm tweaking. Fresh out the rat like Neiman. And I'm still tryna fight my demons. Cause we all gotta act like Tina. That's why I gotta ride with the Nina. Outside, it's a war going on. Maybe put my hands on my head like the Macarena. They want you walking on board like Kima. And give a F to you like John Cena. Putting blood on the brand new Beamer. Tryna earn 8 stripes like Adidas. You get cold when you ride with the heater. It'll turn you to a dog like a keto. And expose to a cat like a cheetah. They smoke my partner like reefer. Dímelo porque o no entiendo, mi gente must really need Jesus. They shed real blood, I never seen the crypt and I believe it. It's too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. It's too easy. I've been there, done it, seen it. Y'all just talk, don't live it. And just took that route, that seen it. I'm so outspoken like Reason. Jimmy Neutron, boy, young G's. And I'm a self-made man out of Sweden. And it's still off top, I'm tweaking. But I still gotta fight my demons. I ain't no good, I'm evil. I ain't been clean since Eden. It's a war going on outside, make you put your hands on your head like the Macarena. That's why I gotta watch my demeanor. You know they locking up blacks and Latinos. It's the same old game, ain't nothing really changed but the mileage on the meter of the beamer. You get cold when you ride with the heater. It'll turn you to a dog like a keto. And expose to a cat like a cheetah. They smoke my partner like reefer. Dímelo porque o no entiendo, mi gente must really need Jesus. They shed real blood, I never seen the crypt and I believe it. It's too easy. Too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. I can do this with my eyes closed.
Money when I'm bored. Watch the money hit the floor. Make it rain, make it pour. I count money when I'm bored. Watch the money hit the floor. Make it rain, make it pour. In my house, don't need no tour. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the